Austin, Texas. The city whose official motto is, keep Austin weird. Yes, I feel quite at home here, why'd you ask? Welcome everybody to round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We are at the Circuit of the Americas. The track opened back in 2012 and has featured 3 times previously in the FIA World Endurance Championship. The last race before COVID 4 years ago, and it is an absolute thrill to be back on this 20-turn roller coaster of a circuit. Sweltering high summer temperatures, the threat possibly of some rain as well. It is going to be physical and fierce for the cars, the tyres, and especially the human contents. The drivers are going to feel every minute of their time in the car. And that's the second hottest job in the business, being inside that foam costume on the grid. The Michelin man at least has a blower to keep him cool. Round 6 of our 8-race championship. A month ago, we're in South America in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Now we're in the USA in Texas. The Lone Star Le Mans, a 6-hour encounter, will leave us with 2 races to go in Fuji in Japan in just 2 weeks' time, and then in Bahrain, the season closer.
That's a quick shot there, Martin, the number 55 Vista of Corsa squad, looking very, very chilled and relaxed. It's unfortunately not going to be the case with the sister car, which we've just seen recovered to pit lane under tow after stalling on its way to the grid. So a car been reported for not joining the grid on its own power. We'll bring you an update on that when we hear.
Yeah, we hear the team have got, or Thomas Floor, who left the pit lane, stopped at the top of turn 1. And it sounds like they've got clutch and electronics problems. They're changing the battery and hoping to join the rest of the field from the pit lane.
Well, yeah, welcome to COTA, an anti-clockwise circuit, 20 corners, 5.5 kilometers long, 3.4 miles. We're going to focus on turn 3, 4 and 5 before the turn 6 sequence. It's a really demanding part of the racetrack. We could see cars coming out the pits today, warming their tyres up. Obviously no tyre warmers, despite these hot conditions, could be very slow and getting in people's way through that part. Then turn 12, one of the heaviest braking zones on the track. We could see good overtaking opportunities into that one today. Then we look at the fast triple right-hander of 16, 17 and 18. It's not flat out in any of the cars here today, particularly in race conditions, and one corner where you really have to preserve your tyres.
Tyre life, Anthony Davidson, is going to be critical. Driver life is going to be really important as well. Almost all the teams on the grid and a lot of the gentleman drivers are looking to try and double stint, but a stint here is going to be an hour counting plus. So it's going to be a really long, hot time. The problem is when the body starts to overheat, then your pace will drop off dramatically and you'll probably lose more time than if you had stopped after a single stint.
And it's not just your pace, it's your concentration levels as well. As you start to deteriorate inside the car, you're getting hot, you're getting tired, and your brain starts to play tricks on you as well. You don't feel the car as well as you can as the body starts to overheat. It will be a factor here today, and the teams will have to take that on board and maybe even readjust their strategy according to how the driver's feeling as they go. It's 35 degrees ambient temperature. The circuit's well over 40 degrees, and it is humid as well.
Yeah, possibility of rain, and when it rains here, boy does it rain. You just saw the 88 Mustang, the black and gold car. Ben Keating, the Texas car dealer and multi-class racer, returning to World Endurance for this one-off in his home state and driving the 10th different car that he has in his Le Mans and World Endurance Championship race racing in the Ford Mustang. Clement Mathieu will start the D-Station Aston Martin. The Aston Martin's looking very comfortable here. All the other teams are saying this could be Aston's race, and Aston have won more here than any other manufacturer in any other class.
Absolutely right. Ben Keating, by the way, powered by anger and irritation after driving all the way 2 hours to go and see his college side. I'm afraid get beaten last night, and so 2 hours back. It's a very angry Ben Keating. Let's see what that does to his levels of aggression on track today.
Well, like almost all the bronze drivers in our LMGT3 field, James Cottingham will start the DK Engineering McLaren, and that car not run by DK Engineering, sponsored by his and his dad's company, DK Engineering, but the McLaren with the team with a big result last time out. They got one car on the podium, and in fact, for a lot of the race, looked like it could have been either of their cars in the top 3. So they definitely look like they've got on top of the issues they had at the beginning of the season. Well, this is deep in the heart of Texas. We're about 2 hours from Houston, about 2 hours from Dallas, and right in the heart of the country. The Gulf states are suffering with some fairly severe weather. Louisiana certainly has had a lot of flooding, a lot of heavy rain. It doesn't seem to be coming this way, but we might catch the edge of it. But front engine cars have been going well. That normally would have helped the Corvette. The Corvette's got good balance here and reasonable speed, but it doesn't seem to be right where maybe it might have been in the older cars.
Indeed, not, of course, a front engine car anymore, the Corvette.
Indeed.
The number 81 with Tom Van Rompuy, 5th on this grid, but the car in the GT World Challenge North America, already a winner here, so there will be some data, albeit on different tyres, that will certainly help them. Here is the number 92 car. This is the championship-leading Monza Pure Racing Porsche. Alex Malikin will start this car, and we've been enjoying, through their endeavours this year, the sounds of the Lithuanian national anthem on the podium.
Well, there you can see the Ferrari drivers. Not only do they have aircon in the car, they have cooling seats that blow cool air through, much as in your sort of executive saloon, but they're also using the cool suits. For Cadillac, they're using pure old-fashioned suck it up. They don't have cool suits, they're just getting away. A surprising number of the prototype cars don't actually have active air conditioning, so it's going to be quite physical.
Yeah, Toyota not having the air conditioning as well, much to the drivers' disgust, as they know their competitors might well have a bit of an advantage in that respect today. But speaking of Cadillac, Martin, only 2 drivers sharing that car, not 3 like the rest of the hypercar field. So it's definitely going to be more of a challenge for Alex Lynn today and his teammate El Bamba.
Michel Gatting with a very unconventional helmet there, ahead of the 85 Iron Dames Lamborghini, looking to turn around what has been a shocking run of bad luck for this squad.
But blending in seamlessly with the locals, I think we'll agree.
All who wear, of course, pink Stetsons. Just in the background, by the way, we also saw the one remaining Ferrari at the moment on the grid, the 55 car. That car will start from 3rd on the grid in the hands of Francois Rio. It's Francois leading on the rear wing. We will bring you news as soon as we hear it, most likely from Bruce, of what the prospects are for seeing the 54 car.
I can update you, the team are changing the clutch.
Yep.
Now, it wasn't that hot because it only travelled about 300 metres. But it's still going to be a race against time. You know, your local Ferrari dealership would probably want to have the car for a couple of days, understandably. But here they're going to try and do it and get the car out, probably not at the start of the race, but before the end of hour 1.
Pole position in LMGT3, and a first pole position for the Heart of Racing squad and Ian James in this LMGT3 class. The 27 car, cracking stuff from the Englishman, now naturalised dual nationality American, and these are the tyres, Martin, that they're going to be running.
Yes, the medium tyre is the Goodyear tyre of choice here, and the wet weather tyre is held in abeyance. There are lots of them mounted up because, as I said, there is the possible arrival of rain at some stage, and if it does rain, it really will rain. And Ian James, with a lot of experience on this track, he's done a lot of racing here, and he definitely pointed towards that knowledge as his advantage. That was a shot of Ben Keating. Everybody in a very hot pit lane this morning, greeting lots and lots of fans. Fan engagement has been great. The fans are turning out for this race in numbers that we haven't seen here before at COTA. So I think the word is definitely spreading. You know, we're in an absolutely platinum era of endurance racing, and the big name manufacturers and drivers like Valentino Rossi are certainly helping to draw crowds' attention to the sport.
Yeah, work in progress here at COTA with this event, and there is commitment to this effort moving forward. And great to see some really engaged fans. We had a long chat with some of them the other evening, Martin. That was great fun.
For them, obviously.
Absolutely.
Yeah, having me talk at you for an hour, who doesn't? Yeah, okay. So this weekend, of the 3 possible slick Michelin compounds, we're using the medium and the hard. And look at the sort of ambient track temperature, basically above 25 Celsius of track temperature. It's suggesting the hard tyre is the way to go. Well, yesterday, track temperature was 50 Celsius, which is in Fahrenheit quite a lot. 112, 114, so extraordinarily hot, but they made the mediums work, not just in a quick qualifying run, but quite a number of the cars are making the mediums work potentially as a double stint race tyre. And the stints are going to be long here as well. It's going to be hard for the drivers. And as a driver, it's a very physical track to drive, and then you throw in the heat. And the length that you're doing it for. There's going to be a long, hot alligator wrestle for the drivers.
Just before Ant drops in, 122 degrees Fahrenheit, 50 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, and the tyres are really going to be feeling that. So the drivers are fully aware of it. They could even feel it on the 1 lap or 2 laps they had in qualifying, depending on their strategy. And it's a circuit that is punishing on the equipment, punishing on the tyres, definitely, at the best of times, let alone temperatures like this that we have here today. But I really do, I mean, I've done this race at this time of year before a few times, and I can speak from personal experience that these drivers are going to, it's on their minds. It weighs on their minds, despite the fact that some of them have got air conditioning. It's always going to be, you feel the humidity creeping into the car at that speed. The air conditioning's fighting against the ambient temperature, and they only have to use the air conditioning, don't forget, to be within a certain threshold of the ambient temperature. So what do? Run it at the bare minimum.
Well, the engineers say when you put your car on low and it's coming out at 15 degrees or sort of 45 degrees Fahrenheit, that's not happening here. All it needs to do is keep the cockpit temperature within a maximum of 7 degrees above ambient air temperature. So if the ambient air temperature is, as it is today, in the high 90s, low triple digits, then, quote, air conditioning isn't really that.
Yeah, but the issue, of course, aboard these cars is they are effectively a greenhouse, and
yes.
A greenhouse heated by a very high-performance engine just behind the firewall.
In which...
So it's not the easiest of tasks to keep it within that window. We are working our way up, by the way, through the Hypercar grid. 18 cars here, of course, and a stacked top-class entry. 18th is the Lamborghini. The number 63. Then the 38 Hertz Team Jota car, the 99 Proton car, the 94 Peugeot we've already seen. This is the number 6 Porsche. It is the championship leading car, but it's had a troubled weekend so far, other than actually their long stint pace looks good.
Well, no, not so much troubled. It hasn't had woes or been off the road or anything's broken. It's just it hasn't looked...
It broke a damper.
Yeah, okay, so it hasn't looked quite as competitive in qualifying as they would have liked, but you can't always be the fastest. That's why it's called motor racing and not motor winning. There's Alex Lynn and Earl Bamber suited up and ready to go in the number 2 Caddy, which is definitely drawing a lot of American eyes with its sound. They will start 3rd on the grid, but just ahead of the number 6 Porsche is the slower of the 2 Alpine in qualifying. Mick Schumacher had to open the door on the car in the 12-minute qualifying session to try and allow a B out, which had somehow got in with him.
He did say it was a wasp.
A wasp, okay.
Yeah.
It can sting you multiple times, of
yes,
course, not
indeed.
just the one, so
yes.
yeah, even more dangerous.
You're looking at the rule book.
I've got, I mean, this is very unlike me, but I'm holding the 2024 FIA World Endurance Championship sporting regulations before we get to the anthem. Basically, to cut a long story short, the temperatures inside the interior of the cockpit, the driver, if they're deemed to look like they're suffering from heat stress, can be checked by the chief medical officer at the competition. And if they're deemed to be struggling too much, the driver will not be authorized to continue to participate in the race.
Wow, okay.
That is 9.1.12 temperature in the cockpit.
Back in the day, I've seen that happen. Certainly in GT racing back in the day.
Yeah, certainly coming here in American Le Mans Series racing, drivers with sitting in ice bars and stuff, trying to bring their core temperature down between stints. And the Alpine team, the Peugeot team, have got inflatable pools out round the back of their team units where they've got lots of ice water to try and bring their core temperature back down. And that's the key thing. It's not the air temperature, it's the body core temperature. That's why you sweat, to try and stop your body overheating. The first thing it does is it stops your adrenaline promoting blood supply to the bits that the body wants to keep alive. So it focuses on keeping the brain focused as much as it can, but to the detriment of pretty much every other function. Will Stevens starting in 10th place. Hertz Team Jota car number 12 made it into Hyperpole. Didn't quite get the laps together. There was a number of drivers in Hyperpole, I think, who didn't really feel they managed to get the best out of the car. But all the Porsches, the Cadillac and the Ferraris are what most of the rest of the hypercar field are expecting to be at the front. Toyota are definitely hoping to pick up points, but they're not expecting to challenge for a podium.
But only one of the two Toyotas made it into Hyperpole. There are tiny margins, by the way, involved in that contest. Hyperpole coming into its own in this era, Martin, of two deep classes.
Well, the gap between first and second at the end of Hyperpole and second and 10th was the same.
Pretty much 0.280 or
and it was
thereabouts.
4 thousandths from 10th to 11th to get through into Hyperpole. So it was very tight indeed.
Our national anthem, and to do so, please welcome local recording artist from Austin, Texas, Tamika Jones.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's Alaska gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, bubbles bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's hear it for Tamika Jones.
A fantastic rendition of the American anthem by one of our upcoming local stars here in Austin, Texas. Austin is a big music town, famous, of course, initially as the home of country great Willie Nelson, and it's a very cosmopolitan, international feeling place. It really has all sorts of different influences here, and that their motto, "Keep Austin Weird," is about all you need to know about the place. It's got everything going on. And so what a great place to bring international sports car racing from across the globe. Of course, they're used to having Formula One Grand Prix here, and everybody, I'm sure, in the crowd was watching what happened at Monza earlier today. So our question was, with Ferrari expected to be among the front runners, has Ferrari ever won a Formula One Grand Prix and an international sports car race on the same day? And we think it's unlikely in the extreme. Anyway, let's wait and see what the rest of the day brings us. 4 members of our team today in the booth: Graham Goodwin, Anthony Davidson, me, Martin Haven, who you've already heard from. Sweltering already, I'm sure, in the extreme temperatures of the pit lane, where it is already in the 90s, is Bruce Ioane. Bruce, there's one car in with you, the 54 car. Have you got any more about that you can tell us?
I think he's dancing.
Either that or he's just been overcome with heat and emotion. All right, well, we'll catch up with Bruce in a little moment.
It's a great overhead shot from the drone. There's the 50 car, Martin. This is actually the least well placed of the 3 Ferrari 499Ps, back in 5th place. It was quite the qualifying session for Ferrari against, well, Alpine, as we'll see in a moment, and Cadillac. But the 50 car edged back by a couple of challengers as the grid begins to clear ahead of start of the race. There we are aboard the number 35 Alpine. Charles it was that put that car this high up the order. And the 35 car looking quick.
Yeah, they look very good, didn't they? Very quick, very composed. Car seemed to be able to ride the bumps and the curbs nicely. And there are quite a few places on this track, even though turn 1's been resurfaced, where it's pretty chattery in the braking areas. So that compliance that the car clearly has over the bumps has worked well for them. Number 2 Cadillac, well, Urban was saying in the pre-event press conference that they really felt they had a car that they could do something with here. They tested here just before the track was resurfaced from the exit of turn 19 up through to the exit of turn 2. So predominantly the last corner, main straight and turn 1. And in qualifying, although they didn't put the car on the front row, they are still the only hypercar team to have been in the top 4 in Hyperpole at every race this season.
Cadillac with fine second row start after an excellent qualifying effort from Alex Lynn. Really did trouble these Ferraris at the front of the grid, but it's the yellow 83 privately entered AF Corsa 499P. Robert Kubica it was in qualifying yesterday, and he really did worry for a while the 2 factory cars. But it took an amazing qualifying lap and Davidson for Antonio Giovinazzi.
For those of you who didn't catch up or haven't managed to catch up with qualifying yet, it was a great session, a brilliant lap by Antonio Giovinazzi basically. And so he put the car exactly where you need to, monitored his lap perfectly. He still had some tyres left by the end of the lap. And it was difficult for all of them, without these tyre warmers now, as hot as it is, to get them into the right window before you could open it up. And his lap was really, I think, something special. And we didn't see all of it in its entirety, but the few corners we did see exactly where you need to be. And to that point, was almost 3/10 faster than Robert Kubica, which is no mean feat at all. And Molina, not Molina, Fuoco, who's always dynamite in qualifying, of course. So it was a one-off. I think a one-off amazing lap by Giovinazzi. And the rest of the field, was it down to Kobayashi and P9 after that 3/10 deficit to... How cool is that?
It's all part of the spectacle of racing in the States, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to finish what I was saying, basically the rest of the field, there was the same gap between Giovinazzi and Kubica. And after that, the same gap from Kubica down to Kobayashi, who was in P9.
Astonishing. And that's a mark of the quality of that lap, without a shadow of a doubt. Got a quick view a moment ago as the 30-second board is about to go live of the flag waver we've got this weekend. There is the 54 still undergoing that clutch change. They are not going to make this start. They've an hour, I believe, by regulation to get this done to join this race.
So it's gearbox off the back of the engine. I'm not sure if the engine has to come out as well, but they'll separate the two, hopefully get a new clutch in and get it all back together ready to go, and then hopefully the car will be ready to race. So the leading car will head the field away. There will be 2 formation laps before the start of the race. Frankie Munoz waves the flag. That'll be Malcolm on the edge there.
Indeed, Brian Cranston's son, as was back in the day. Malcolm in the middle, been taking part this weekend in the Mustang Challenge, one of 2 one-make series sanctioned by IMSA. It's great to have some of their guys and girls here this weekend. They've been supporting the FIA World Endurance Championship. Some entertaining racing with the Mustang Dark Horse R's and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo North America.
Among the knowledgeable sports car fans who have come to the track today, the captain, Roger Penske, has flown in overnight, or this morning, from Milwaukee, where he was for the IndyCar weekend yesterday. So he is here to see how Porsche Penske Motorsport can fare on US soil.
Okay, Marco, so basically tires look to be around 50 degrees already, so that should be already quite helping to warm the tires up. Just obviously you need to warm up the tires, but the maximum fuel you can save on this formation is absolutely beneficial. So priority one, warm up the tires. If you feel like they are in a good window already, please manage the fuel.
So about halfway there towards the operating window for those tyres. We've been told 110 degrees for those tyres for the operating window.
Which would be Celsius, 50 degrees Celsius in old money, 122 degrees Fahrenheit. So, yep, they are hot. If you literally, as the slick comes off the car, if you touch it with your bare hand, not only will your hand stick to it, it will burn.
Yes.
Antonio Giovinazzi leads our field away, and all Ferrari front row. Ferrari won in Monza, spoiler alert, oops, sorry, but not with a black car. Can a yellow car win here today? What about Cadillac? What about Alpine? Now, that would be a story to go home with. The second Ferrari and the better of the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars on row 3. Then René Rast and teammate Marco Wittmann on row 4 in the BMWs. Mike Conway, the better of the two Toyotas, starts 9th ahead of Will Stevens. And on row 6 of the grid, Nico Müller in the best of the Peugeots ahead of the second Toyota. Brendan Hartley starts that. The Toyota drivers will single stint. The second Alpine and the second of the Penske Porsches ahead of Peugeot number 94 and the 99 Proton competition Porsche. So what of the rest of the field? Well, 17th, the 38 car from Hertz Team Jota in its special livery. And then we get into our GT field. Ian James and Sarah Bovey, the front row. Aston Martin and Lamborghini. On row 2, the 55 Ferrari and the 92 championship-leading Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Tom Van Rompuy's Corvette, the first pole sitter of the GT3 era. That car starts 5th on the grid. And the D-Station car with Clement Matteux, the second Aston, starts in 8th place in the class. Ben Keating got into the Hyperpole session, first time ever in the Mustang. He was thrilled with that. And the rest of our GT3 field missing the 54 Ferrari as we saw for the moment. That car not out on the grid. Thomas Floor in the garage waiting to rejoin.
Remember, if you're watching this race here this weekend, you'll be able to catch up with all the stories behind the scenes. I'm sure that will be the dramas of the 54 on the full access programme that will be with us in about 10 days' time.
Getting ready to go green here at the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. The Lone Star Le Mans 6-hour race, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We are ready on our second formation lap, building heat into the tyres for our hypercars and for our LMGT3s. With no tyre warmers, all of the teams need to have that heat. That's generated by working the tyre, throttle and brakes and steering, and particularly generating heat in the brakes. Anthony Davidson helps to build the temperature in those tyres.
Yeah, as always, the drivers will be, it's commonplace for them now. They know what to do in terms of building in the heat, but they don't seem actually that concerned with weaving around to build the temperature. They seem quite happy. Just as I say that, we go on board with the Ferrari 50. A little bit of weaving there, but they seem pretty content at the moment. All line astern, not much weaving going on.
Well, heating up of the tyres after pit stops, particularly once the car is hot, should be much quicker than somewhere like Spa, where the ambient air temperature is what the tyre started at. Here it'll be some 60 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than that.
The problem is that that sequence of turn 3, 4, 5 and 6, we've seen cars literally tiptoeing around there at such slow speeds. This could be one of the most challenging circuits of the calendar so far. I think it could be the most challenging one for drivers that are on a hot lap, reaching a car that's just left the pits.
Yeah, because it emerges onto the apex at turn 1.
And it's single file through that sequence.
Going stationary, yeah, absolutely. So here we go. Ferrari locked out the front row. The red car, Antonio Giovinazzi. The yellow car, Robert Kubica. Row 2, the blue nose, is the Cadillac of Earl Bamber. And alongside him, the much lighter Alpine blue of Ferdy Habsburg. So, do we get everybody safely up the hill around the hairpin of turn 1? How will this work out? In 6 hours, we will have 2 class winners. Right now, everybody has the potential. The Lone Star Le Mans 6 hours in the extreme heat of the Circuit of the Americas is underway. Antonio Giovinazzi, the pole man, and right behind him, Robert Kubica tucks in. The second of the Ferraris, the red car up the inside, looking for third place. That's a really strong start. Aggressive from Miguel Molina. Lots of handfuls of opposite lot from the BMWs, but it is Molina up to third. Ferdy Habsburg in the pale blue Alpine down to fourth place. We ride on board with him. He's got one of the BMWs and now ahead of the Cadillac. And everybody through safely and move up into second place from Francois Heriot in the silver Ferrari, right behind Ian James in the Aston Martin. The Lamborghini goes around the outside of the Toyota. Aggressive stuff. Who started the Lamborghini? The 63 guys, Edo Mortara. He was really up for the race this morning. Can't quite get the job done.
That's one heck of a start for the Lamborghini. Started from the very back of the grid in Hypercar. I think he's passed about 6 cars in the early corners.
Yeah, and a strong start for both BMWs as well, making positions, but it was Kobayashi, one of the Toyotas, I believe, got pushed out or lost control momentarily through the chicane at the start, and I think that's how he lost out to the Lamborghini, who's now on the attack once again. But it's a four-way fight, down towards turn 12 and contact with the Cadillac and the Alpine there. Yeah, the Alpine just turned in on the Cadillac. That's Ferdy Habsburg, and he's gone off. So too has Earl Bamber, and he's back on, but Habsburg dropped back in the 35 car, in amongst the Porsches, the Toyota and the Lamborghini.
Yeah, briefly also off there in that melee was one of the BMWs.
Moved down the inside from car 5 there. Porsche just getting through on the recovering Cadillac.
So that's Fred McAveeky, and he's jumped up from his qualifying position as well, up to 7th place.
Kobayashi passed the Alpine. That was obviously the car that went wide in that bit of contact with the Cadillac in turn 12. So 2 positions regained after losing them for Kobayashi, for Conway, sorry, car 7.
In fact, Fred Mako started 6th in that Porsche, got shuffled back in the first turn, and he's now made one of those places back up to 7th. Into the pits though, car number 5. Wow, drama on the opening lap and on the formation lap. So McAveeky in the pit lane.
Conway being under the attack there, maybe passed by the Alpine. No, Conway's just going to hang on to this one. But yeah, that was some aggressive driving from the Alpine as the Peugeot's into the pits as well, car 94.
Well, dear me, also looking at the back of that battle, look at Edo Mortara in that Lamborghini.
He was in such fine form this morning. He was really chomping at the bit to get into the car, so he's looking forward to this. 99 has moved itself up a couple of spots, the white car with the green highlights. Proton Porsche of Harry Tincknell. Left rear puncture for 94 Peugeot, so contact in the field for Stoffel van Dorn. And there are the 2 Hertz Team Jota cars, one with the white livery, one with the black livery, celebrating Mobil One's 50th anniversary. Part of the partnership in Hertz Team Jota. Yeah, Phil Hansen on the attack with his teammate Will Stevens. Down towards turn 12 they come, side-by-side stuff for the 2 Jotas. Battle for 11th place behind the 10th spot Lamborghini.
But the 38 starting from 17th position, so great progress there as well from another of the cars. Going with the Lamborghini, Phil Hansen through this field.
Yeah, Phil Hansen always starts the 38 car, and he's really moved up strongly, as you said. Looking back from Edo Mortara, and the Toyota trying to get in on the action there as well. Yeah, Brendan Harley tries to pop it down the inside in turn 15. Nothing doing from that move as Phil Hansen hangs on to the position for now. Toyota started 9th and 12th. Mike Conway's moved up to 8th, but Brendan Harley has been shuffled back down 1 to 13th. So a net gain at the moment from Mike Conway, 1 position further up the field than where he started, but he did lose out on 2 positions, as we saw. I want to see maybe a replay of what happened there, because I saw some cars jump the inside corners of turns 3, 4 and 5. Unusual looking leaderboard. Ferrari, BMW, 4th and 5th, then the Peugeot and the Cadillac. The Cadillac got shuffled back down, but a really good start for the BMWs. Number 5 Porsche was brought in because the pitot tube on the car that measures the actual airspeed in the car, so its actual speed, was left on the car. So Bruce Giovanni in the pit lane. Bruce, a little bit of human error.
Yeah, exactly. Car number 5, Porsche Penske, had to come back in because they forgot to take off the safety on the pitot tube, which is the air intake that Anthony can explain what it's made for, so they had to come to remove it.
Yeah, pitot tubes come initially from aircraft where you can't measure ground speed, you have to measure your speed through the air, and it's how quick the air rushes into the tiny hole on this little tube that measures the speed. So they don't have GPS that's accurate enough for cars at this speed.
And because they're a delicate piece of equipment, and they're quite sharp as well,
yep,
they cover them up. Yep. So, yeah, for safety reasons, they needed to take that. What a mistake to make,
well,
though.
I wonder if that's a safety thing or a regulatory thing, that the FIA are measuring the ground speed through the pitot tube as well as the T markers. They use that for correlating their wheel revolutions to the speed, so they know if they're getting too much slip. Meanwhile, sorry, Graham, at the front of LMGT3, Ian James leads in the Aston Martin, the Ferrari of Clément Mature in second place, and then the Iron Dame, François Heriot rather, then the Iron Dames Lamborghini of Sarah Bovy in third, ahead of Tom van Rompuy, who's fourth in the Corvette.
Further progress, by the way, for Lamborghini into the top 10 by Eder Mortara from 18th on this grid. Great start from the Lambo.
And he's saying that they are going to double stint that car as well. They feel pretty happy with it, and it's certainly having a good run. He's got one of the Hertz Team Jota cars, Will Stevens, latched onto his tail. We're behind the other car of Phil Hansen now as we ride on board with Brendan Hartley. So the Toyota team, we are expecting to single stint their drivers. You can't do tyre changes at every stop, but we expect them to change their drivers. We might see a little bit of right rear only, or maybe right side tyres, but this is, although it's an anti-clockwise circuit, the same as Interlagos where we were last month, but it's almost got the same number of corners. It's got 11 lefts but 9 right-hand turns. So it's a fairly even tyre wear across both sides of the car.
Vaxivier, I believe he's a little bit out of position here for the speed of that car. He should have been further up the grid yesterday. We talked about the dramas, the problems that Mick Schumacher had in qualifying with that wasp inside the cockpit of all reasons. But yeah, he lost out on getting the car further up the grid. So I feel like Vaxivier at the moment in car number 36, the Alpine, the blue Alpine, is faster than the cars in front of him right now. He's all the way down in P16.
Yeah, I'm struggling a lot in all the fast corner, like also deep. I cannot be flat.
Okay, is it an understeer problem?
Ooh, okay. So he's got a handling imbalance. Well, this track has changed so much. You can see how black the new tarmac is. They relayed the pavement here all the way from between the final corners, 19 and 20, all the way up through turn 1, down through turn 2. The incident between Earl Bamber and Ferdy Habsburg under investigation. So they'll be looking at a lot of incidents on the opening lap, some that we saw and some that we probably didn't. But the change of bright blue sky or cloud cover can make a 10-degree or at least 5-degree change in the temperature of the track as well. So grip comes and goes. Track has been getting grippier and grippier and grippier as the race weekend has gone along. Maybe Alpine have just underestimated or overestimated how much grip might be available today.
Except at turn 2, slippery surface warnings at turn 2, so quite what is down there.
Debris. So I know it's not a slippery surface, but there isn't such a thing as a debris flag. Normally it might be a waved yellow, so I wonder if the debris also includes somebody's lost a little bit of fluid there as well. François Heriot and Tom van Rompuy battling for third place in LMGT3. The blue heart of racing Aston Martin of Ian James is the leader. Sarah Bovy now up to second place. She's got ahead of this silver Ferrari. So this is the car that was second on the opening lap after a strong start from François Heriot. And he and Tom van Rompuy in this battle, they're both planning to do a double stint to use up their entire minimum drive time. Each driver category has a minimum drive time that they must complete to score points. And that battle now being called by the 94 Peugeot.
Yeah, that 94 Peugeot, hearing from Bruce in the pits, has got a bit of damage rear left. That might be the source of the debris.
This will be the change for second, just out braking himself a fraction at the top of the hill in turn 1. Anthony, talk to us about turn 1. As you go up there, presumably all you're seeing is clouds.
Yeah, it's a steep elevation change of around 20-25 metres, so you can brake later generally into that corner because of that elevation. This is a great shot. We were just momentarily on board with the BMW. You can see the track rise up in front of you, so you can brake a bit deeper into the corner, but unfortunately for Heriot, a little bit too late, and then the corner itself sits on top of the brow of the hill. Very hard to see the apex of turn 1.
Battle for third place, Miguel Molina in the Ferrari with Marco Wittmann right behind him and challenging in the BMW. It is still a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, and interesting, Robert Kubica, now they tried this before in free practice, one hard right rear tyre. When you change tyres, you don't have to change 4, you don't even have to change 2, you can do 3, 4, 1, any combination. So and it looked like Stoffel van Dorn in the 94 Peugeot, looking at a right rear tyre that is going to last longer than the others. Why? Because then that gives you more options and more tyres out of the 18 that you're allowed to use during the course of the race.
Exactly, 4.5 sets available to each of the teams in this hypercar class for this 6-hour race. But how they choose to deploy them is entirely up to them. And
which tyre they use, whether it's a medium or a hard. If it gets to being wet, then the wets are free use. And again, look at Tom Van Rompuy sending it deep up the inside. And again, Alan, again, you get to the top of the hill there, and presumably, if you like Druids at Brands Hatch, if you brake a fraction too late, then the car's going light over the brow and the braking just doesn't happen.
Exactly, because it drops away by almost the same magnitude on the exit of turn 1, so it does sit proudly on top of that hill, and it's a horrible corner to navigate through because either one end of the car's moving or not. So it's either the front that's just ploughing on with understeer or the rear of the car is trying to let go. So, but it fans out, as you'll see, as you approach the corner. The circuit widens quite comprehensively, so that does allow some great overtaking opportunities. That's exactly what we saw there. This BMW, sorry Greg, this BMW here, Marco Wittmann, is racy today, and he's just sitting nicely behind car 50 at this stage. Looks like, I'm not a betting man, but I would say that's a quicker race car today at this stage in the race than the Ferrari.
And he's in the dirty air of the Ferrari as well, and he can stay there, and that's a really good thing in a race car.
Okay, Brendan, for info, car 7 has slightly higher Foxtrot at the moment, still at 2.0, we're at 1.7. The running bar's 2.2, so consider going softer front bar, I would say.
Yeah, I'm crazy on this at high speed, but I wasn't sure if it's just because I'm behind the other car. I don't know what's wrong with that car, guys. How can we always be down on Foxtrot?
So you can play with the anti-roll bars, both front and rear, by quite a margin. A couple of % you can change your mechanical balance on these cars. You can't change the aero balance in these cars. You're stuck with that, and therefore the packages of the cars as well stay the same. But the one thing the teams can really play with are the roll bars. It's quite an interesting tool for the drivers, and that's something that's come from IMSA, the American sports car series. So you can run this common platform between the two series, and that's why we have that now in the World Endurance Championship. Something different from how the old LMP1 cars used to be, and that's Brendan basically saying, how come we're always running out of scope on our roll stiff, or not, on the stiffness of our roll bars? I want to be able to go even softer on the front. Softer roll bar at the front will give you more mechanical grip on the front of the car. It shifts your mechanical balance rearward, and that means that you get better turn in, more front grip, but a looser rear end to the car. So this is something that the other cars, a bit of information passed on by the engineer there, and I like hearing that technical stuff with these cars. More than meets the eye from what's going on in the cockpit.
15 minutes into this race, and they're about to get into the LMGT3 traffic, and another element of this FIA World Endurance Championship racing comes into play. You're absolutely right, by the way, gentlemen, with what you said a little earlier. The BMW is still right there. But to Robin Freins, just before we came on air, he was indicating they are making progress. We do have something to bring to the party. He was right, wasn't he?
Well, they had a really good race weekend in Imola, didn't they? They looked very much top 6 potential. In fact, Imola was their best result so far. 20 car did end up in 6th position. Best result so far this season for car number 15 is 9th place, and that was last time out when we were in Brazil. So they've actually only had 3 points finishes in all the races so far between the two cars, but they definitely look like it's a much more raceable car here. And one of the critical areas is being able to still keep the car close to the car in front. Earl Bamber in the caddy, we ride with him. He's right behind the Peugeot. There's not a phrase you hear that often, but the Peugeot It's just about to, just behind René Rast by half a second. So it's actually a pretty close battle, and they're starting to concertina up behind BMW number 20. René Rast not quite as quick maybe as Marco Wittmann, or maybe just giving his car a bit of clear air, and that will allow the brakes to cool, the radiators to keep the engine cooler and so on, than if you're right in turbulent air behind the car in front.
I actually think the bottleneck here is Nico Müller in the car 93 Peugeot. I think the BMW has caught a bit in traffic, but you can see the two BMs up in front. Yeah. They've closed back into each other. So here we go. This is going to be an opportunity now for Alex Ing, right behind in the slipstream of the Peugeot. Müller knows it. He defends to the inside. So what you're going to look to do here, either drive right around the outside. Yep, I expected that to be pushed off the track. You have overtaken off the circuit there. The Toyota gets involved as well. Conway, a beautiful move to switch back on the inside of turn 2. Who's going to win this fight into turn 3 is Conway, but he gets a little bit upset over the bump. He hangs on to it, but that was an overtake off the circuit. He can argue, though, there was contact. I believe he was forced off the track by Müller.
And there goes the Alpine as well. So, yeah, Nico Müller being passed by Conway, by Earl Bamber, and now by Ferdy Habsburg as well.
But Ferdy Habsburg is going to have to be down pit lane. He's been dealt a drive-through penalty for that contact early in the race, deemed to be responsible for the collision.
Here's the Jota as well, getting involved with this car 93. Müller's really on the back foot here. That Peugeot just looking in the mirrors all the time. And now this is going to be Will Stevens dragging alongside the Peugeot down towards turn 12. Last of the late breakers, here we come.
Talking to Paul de Resta just before the race this morning in the autograph session, I said, have they fixed the clutch issues? Both cars didn't finish free practice 3 because of a clutch issue, and he said, well, you'll have to wait and see. And I said, well, we'll know, won't we, because the car will fail to proceed. And he said, not necessarily. Right. But it will definitely remove their competitive edge if they have got a clutch issue.
Will Stevens on fire here. Look, he's taken the fight to the Alpine as well, car 35, and round the outside. Some great opportunistic driving there by Stevens. 2 cars in about 3 or 4 corners.
Yes, Will up into 8th place now. He'd already dealt with the Lamborghini before we got into this fight in LMGT3 traffic, and now 2 more cars put to the Hertz Team Judges' sword. That is the Ferdy Habsburg car coming down pit lane for his drive-through penalty.
Now imagine being one of these poor GT3 drivers. You're trying to run your own race, stay online, and there's hypercars whistling past both of your mirrors and jumping into gaps that you didn't even believe were there in the first place.
Well, one of the beauties of being able to look at different angles when we get some of these highlight shows for Lactase, etc. in a few days' time after the race is we do get a lot of this in-car stuff, and it is compelling.
And some of the teams posted up as well their own onboards on their social media platforms, and I mean, we were horrified after Qatar. The bits we saw on the live broadcast we thought were quite frightening. Some of the onboards, particularly from the Lexus team, were just... Yeah, you're right on the apex, there's nothing between you and the car in front, suddenly a hypercar goes in, and then 3 that are chasing him go into the same gap as well. It's really hard work for the GT drivers as well as for the hypercar guys.
So that was around 25 seconds of pit lane loss there, just from driving through. Didn't even have to stop, was Ferdy Habsburg, so the stewards clearly thought that he was responsible for that contact on that opening lap of the race. So that's a shame for Alpine, a shame for Habsburg, but it's, lost him around 20-25 seconds there.
Looking ahead from Alex Lynn, apologies there, and to Mike Conway, trying to now get onto terms with the BMWs ahead. Yeah. So 3 Ferraris, 2 BMWs, a recovering Toyota here. Cadillac hanging on in there after a torrid first couple of laps where there's a couple of contacts with and onto the number 2 car of Alex Lynn. This is beginning to settle down, what am I saying? But this is 20 minutes into a 6-hour race. Anything can and will certainly happen in the next 5 hours and 40 minutes.
I'm definitely surprised, massively impressed by Conway's progress in this race so far today, up to P6, and he's got the BMWs who have already raved about their speed. Conway is on the attack.
Just saw the back of the Lamborghini of Eduardo Mortara. There is the lime green Lambo. Mortara in 10th place at the moment, chasing down Nico Müller. And whatever ailed Muller's Peugeot before, he seems to have got it under control, but there's a Toyota running out wide and just getting through past the past Ben Keating, in fact, in the black and gold Mustang.
Yes, Brendan Hartley under pressure from Laurens Vanthoor in the recovering number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. They're not in it yet, are they, at all? We know the race pace or the long stint pace has been pretty good all weekend, but they are looking to bed in here. News, by the way, on the recovering cars that we saw in pit lane early in the race. That cover on the Pito Tube for the number 5 car, still in 17th place, but charging down now. And the next target is the delayed Ferdy Habsburg after his drive-through. He's just 7 seconds ahead of a charging Fred Makovicky.
Yeah, but they're going to be lapping at pretty much the same speed, and that's the problem then when you have a delay early on. If you have to go into the pits and lose half a minute, everybody's going the same speed as you. You're going to take the whole 6 hours just to try and claw that 30 seconds back. Porsche, Toyota, Porsche battle. And this is Brendan Hartley trying to chase down Phil Hansen in the black and gold Hertz Team Jota Porsche. And we ride on board behind him in car number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport car of Laurens Vanthoor. And again, Vanthoor, hands busy there as he turned the car in, and it decided, no, I haven't got that amount of grip. And this is early on. This is only lap 12, 11 of the race for these cars, and already the front end is starting to protest.
Yeah, new fastest lap of the race goes to Robert Kubica, as we see the start of the race again, Martin.
Yeah, Kubica tucked in immediately on the run-up to turn 1 behind Antonio Giovinazzi, the pole man. The second Ferrari moved up to 3rd place. The BMWs were right in the midst of the pack, and look at LMGT3, 3 wide, 4 wide, lots of cars having to run out wide. Ooh, now the second of the Ferraris, the red car, Miguel Molina, inside the white line.
That was a good move, wasn't it, at the start by him into turn 1, right down the inside, and then he's got the Alpine on his outside on the exit. So yeah, that's some good feisty driving, and yeah, a well-deserved round of applause at that moment by his team.
That's a proper block pass, isn't it? He parked it on the apex, and it almost didn't matter that he was stationary because it's such a long way round.
It's always risky to go around the outside of turn 1 at the start. You're bound to get bullied off the track.
Yeah, 2 hits I spotted there on the Cadillac. First from the Alpine.
Now, who cut the corners here? I saw some cars. Oh, that was a big old moment for Conway, and that's the moment I saw. Yeah, so it was Conway.
So he got shunted by the Porsche, didn't he? Whichever that was. That was 5, wasn't it? And is that where the Porsche picked up its puncture, or was it that?
Must have been. Yes, it must, if it was left rear, it must have been. But Conway, there was a bit of contact there, wasn't there?
Porsche didn't have a puncture.
5 did.
No, it didn't.
No,
it was
the
Pito Tube, you're right.
That was way too late down the inside, wasn't it, for 35 because of the contact with the... that was, he went for a move, basically, way too late. And the contact was made. So
if nobody else was there, he was going to struggle to make the corner, Ferdy. And here's the view from Caddy of the replay.
So that was a 3rd contact on the Caddy on the opening lap. That's where the puncture happened for the Peugeot. It was contact from
Hertz Team Jota.
That was Phil Hansen, wasn't it? In the number 38, I believe he was behind Stevens.
He was behind Will, So there's our race leader. Second time we've seen him so far, and we're 30 minutes in, nearly 25 minutes in. We saw him up to turn 1, and after that we were distracted by other shenanigans. And Antonio Giovinazzi leading Robert Kubica. The gap between them is 1.6 seconds. The gap to 3rd is 3.8. And Ian James leading in LMGT3 from Sarah Bovey. And now the TF Sports Corvette Tom Van Rompuy has got ahead of Francois Heriot. Ben Keating up to 5th place in the black and gold Mustang, and Alexander Malikin, there he is, the championship leading car, is in 6th.
Glad we saw a picture of Ian James, though. He's not just leading, he's dominating. He's 6.7 seconds up here on Sarah Bovey, a driver that we know knows that car well and is very rapid indeed. But the Heart of Racing number 27 car on the hands of their bronze driver and team principal, Ian James, is dominating here.
Well, behind Ben Keating in the black and gold Mustang, there's barely half a second between any of the remaining cars. They're all in this big clump coming together. And here you can see the second of the McLarens and the 46 BMW. So that's Josh Cagle ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati. Al-Hati in the black BMW, car number 46. And right behind them, Darren Leung in the red and white sister car.
Give you an idea of the kind of pace in recovery for the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, Fred Makovicky, after that early stop. He's taken something like 10 seconds out of the remaining tail of the leading part of the hypercar grid. He's going to be back with them towards the end of this stint at that pace.
Well, the only problem is his last lap was a 1:58.1. The leader's last lap was a 1:53.9, so he's not really closing.
He's in traffic.
Well, yeah, but that's a 5 seconds on one lap loss in traffic, so the leader still managing to build that advantage.
I think the championship leaders, both drivers and constructors, Porsche, I think they're in for a tough race today.
Yeah.
I don't think they didn't have the speed in qualifying, and they certainly don't seem to have the pace right now. They're on a recovery. Of course, it didn't go their way at the start, but I think at some point they're going to hit a bit of a brick wall, a bit of a dead end in their progress. But it's the interesting thing. It's easy to look at the leaderboard at the moment, see 3 Ferraris at the front, and think, oh well, that's a bit boring, and they're dominating. They're not dominating. Their lap times, I've been watching this over the last couple of laps, ebbing and flowing, of course, with traffic, as we just talked about. But the 2 BMWs on average, and Mike Conway as well, are definitely able to lap at the same speed in freer air.
The other point to make here, and you're quite right, is the biggest gap before we get down to 14th is actually the gap between 2 Ferraris. Everybody else is in a really very close group indeed.
In second gear, corner 13 and 20.
Yeah, so that'll just be the engineers of Ferrari, just seeing what the other drivers are doing in front of Molina, giving a bit of advice what gears to use. Just you're using a higher revving gear, so a gear lower than maybe he's using at this stage. So this is 12, so the corner he was talking about is 13 here, this right-hander. Use second gear into this one, not third, or maybe he was even revving it even harder using first. So it's something that the engineers seen that other drivers in the team, in the other 2 cars, part of the beauty of having more than just 1 car.
So you would assume that he was in third because he felt they were more traction limited there than they actually are. So you can use second, more punch off the corner because the grip is there. So that's really interesting that the engineers can give you that kind of advice, as well as balancing the car, regen, and all the other stuff. Yasser Shaheen is the first man in the race to be given a warning for track limits. Yasser Shaheen in car number 91, the orange and black Manthey EMA Porsche. That's the car that is second in the LMGT3 standings. Porsches have been very strong in GT3, but then of course they've got 75 years of racing 911s, and the 911 GT3 is an extremely well-known product. The McLaren, for instance, that United Autosports are using, well, the green light on the programme was pressed at the end of October. The cars arrived in the beginning of November. They tested some drivers and then put the cars on the boat and waved them off and saw them 7 weeks later in Qatar. So it's been a programme that's in its infancy, to say the least.
Well, remember as well, we have had a McLaren on pole position for WEC race this year. It wasn't the United car, it was the Inception car at Le Mans, but that car ultimately absolutely competitive, and it's just getting stronger.
Well, again, the Inception car, the team had been racing all season. United Autosports had barely seen the car at all before they got to Qatar, and then their season has been blighted early on by breaking the torque sensors that are mandatory on each of the drive shafts of each of the cars. They measure the power output in real time throughout every session. And the McLaren, there's something unique to the transmission of the McLaren that was just destroying them. And the problem is, they're all made in one place in San Diego, California, so you can't just get a replacement overnight. It's, if you're getting through a lot of them, and they were, then that's been their focus pretty much up to Le Mans, to try and get the car not to destroy these sensors. By Le Mans, they had a car that would stay together, or the sensors would stay together on. Then they've been able to start trying to find the real performance in it. And to get onto the podium last time out in Brazil was absolutely the boost to their morale that the team really needed, because they have worked so hard on that car. Great battle here with Ahmed Al-Hati and Josh Cahill. And there is Darren Leung in the background in the red and white number 31 BMW, side by side. Is this going to be the last of the late breakers? Who's got the line here? Well, the inside line works here, but it's the driver on our right, driver's left, who has the inside line at the bottom of the straight. And Ahmed Al-Hati cuts the nose off the McLaren. He does complete the move up into 9th position.
Can there be a better encapsulation of what this LMGT3 class covers than those 2 cars? nobody would say that the McLaren is anything other than an absolute supercar, whilst the BMW M4, absolutely a supercar in terms of performance, but a real classic GT car.
And for those of you wondering, well, you know, those drivers neck and neck into turn 12, some really late braking stuff. How come none of them locked up? The LMGT3 cars do have ABS, anti-lock braking system, so it's down to the car as the driver just mashes the brake pedal. But still, it's about when you choose to hit that brake pedal.
Well, and that's a learning curve as well, because most racing drivers, until they get into these cars, don't race with ABS, and so they need that feel, that sensitivity. It's a bit like having dead power steering. I'm turning the wheel, but I can't feel the tyres. I'm pushing the pedal, but I can't feel the brakes. So Ben Keating, especially on the brake-by-wire in the Mustang, was saying it feels really, really strange.
We're looking at the leading pair here of Giovinazzi, Robert Kubica. Two mighty fine drivers, and Kubica's just been methodical here and just starting to close in on his teammate. And they are teammates, just don't be fooled by the different colours. Love them both, either red or yellow. It's all inverted, isn't it? It's brilliant design work by Ferrari, and they are really at the top of their game here, these two. I'm really enjoying this battle, and I wonder who's done the best preservation work on their tyres.
And that Air of Corsa car, the yellow car, those guys have been right at the front of the field all the way through. They had a great run through at Le Mans. There's the BMW Marco Wittmann, ahead of René Rast. Let's hear from the 51 Ferrari.
So 83, just change his strategy. Don't pay attention to them, focus on your race.
All right, so that's the message to Antonio Giovinazzi. We have our plan, they have theirs. This is where they're diverging. Just focus on your race, which means keep your tyres alive, don't overstress the car. We know what we need to do.
I think they're talking about lift and coast here. I think different strategy might mean that they've upped the power as Conway here on the attack, and with Earl Bamber in the number 2 Cadillac down into turn 12. These two continue to fight it out.
I think it was the other way around. I think it's Earl Bamber coming back
still
here
attack,
at Mike Conway. Cracking stuff up and down this field. Very impressed indeed, by the way, this deep into this stint with the continued pace of the BMWs. They're right there, 0.8 of a second back from the third of the Ferraris. This pair is following on from the 2 BMWs. This is the battle for 6th place. Mike Conway, as you were describing earlier, and cracking run through the field to get up to 6th. He's struggling to make further progress. Earl Bamber coming back at him now.
So I should imagine with that radio call to Giovinazzi that they think that car 83 Kubica is running a bit more power or less lift and coast. So they work their way through car number 91 into turn 1. But Kubica looks like he's biding his time here, but clearly on a different strategy, hence the reason he's caught up Giovinazzi, who still continues to slowly stretch that gap to Miguel Molina in car 50 around the outside of turn 6. That's always an awkward one on the marbles to go through that corner, get through the slower car, the slower traffic.
Kubica is looking like a man that wants to lead this race, and soon. Something a little bit more aggressive about the body language of that car through traffic.
Well, again, remember how strong that crew were in Imola as well. They really looked like they could be winning that race. They could be winning this one as well. Today we've already seen a Ferrari win in Formula 1 that wasn't red.
It was red.
Oh, I thought it was black.
No, the overalls are black.
Oh, boo. That'll teach me to save it for later, won't it?
It'd be nice to see the energy levels actually between these 2 Ferraris. Now we suspect they may be on different fuel strategies. Obviously they would have tanked them up at the start, and we know that they can do over 30 laps as a stint up. I ask, I get.
Slightly more, 44% to the 51 car, 43% to the 83.
So we'll keep an eye on that as it goes. What we're expecting here is is separation now, or more separation between 51 and 83.
But
BMW and Caddy, wow.
48% against 45%, 15 in 4th place, 44%, 47 now to the 20, the sister car. And then you're right, Martin, the Caddy also there, doing much better on energy than the cars around him.
And that might be might conceivably be 2 laps longer on fuel. 18 laps in and 34 minutes elapsed in the Lone Star Le Mans, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And the number 83 Ferrari, we've just been told on our timing screens, under investigation for a possible technical infringement.
We will check it forward the front actually from behind. I'm fast and I can push forward.
Jovi, there's no discussion, Trust me, we are not giving up P1. Trust me, everything under control.
That's what you want to hear, a calm engineer. Believe me, we're not just going to wave them by, and that then allows him to do what they need him to do, which is focus on his car and not worry about the mirrors.
This is an interesting moment. The BMW is still with Miguel Molina, who's been dropping back from that lead pair, and they've now been caught as well. That is the change.
You got the Ferrari 83
wow.
overtaken 51. So just as we were hearing that there's not going to be a change, they're not giving up P1. They have actually somehow, or Kubica's found his way by. Did it happen in traffic? Did Giovinazzi slow down intentionally? Didn't sound like he wanted to, or was going to. I think we might see here. He did. He just backed out the throttle.
All right, so maybe there was a subsequent message. Okay, stick to your plan.
Was Kubica's pace taking him out the window he wanted to be in for their strategy? We've got a notice on the timing screens that there is an investigation underway for a technical infringement for the 83. That quite often could be something very minor. It might just be a warning or a notation. We'll keep an eye on that, but it is now. There we go. There's the Brains Trust Ante of Corsa. Robert Kubica jetting off into the distance now. Looking behind here at this battle, Molina, Whitman, Rast, Conway and Bamba.
Well, René Rast in that second BMW, just keeping his distance behind the cars in front. And Earl Bamba riding on board with him, the Cadillac, not quite as far up the field as he would like to be. 7th place, don't forget the car qualified 3rd fastest. They really got muscled out of the way by everybody else in the opening lap.
37 minutes though, and only 10 seconds separating those top 7 cars.
Well, we're waiting to try and find out what is going on with the 83 car. Meanwhile, around Clement Mathieu in a 777D station Aston Martin, Brendan Hartley trying to create some space and a little bit of respite from the attacks of Lawrence Vantor. But there you can see the black Toyota and the red and white Porsche. What are we seeing here? This is Mathieu being edged out of the way by car number 38, Hertz Team Jota.
Yeah, here we go. So he's sensed an opportunity as a late move, wasn't it? Late move. There was a bit of contact. It'll be interesting to see what the stewards think of that one. It was a feisty one, but I know that the stewards don't like to see contact. And then you look to see who was the cause of contact. And yeah, going to leave it up to the stewards to see if they intervene with that one.
Well, the good news is that the 777 car didn't go off track, doesn't seem to have been delayed or damaged, so that might be okay. Brendan Hartley with Lawrence Vantor right behind him, the battle for 12th place, so not even in the points yet. 38 Phil Hansen 11th. Don't forget, points only down the top 10. That's the FIA scoring procedure. 25 for victory here in a standard length race. 6 hours is our basic race, the economy mode. And then we have longer races of obviously up to 24 hours at Le Mans. 2 more races in the season, 6 hours of Fuji and the 8 hours of Bahrain. So that would be points and a half.
It's premium economy.
That is, that's a decent chunk of points. Always, Bahrain pretty much ends up being the title decider in just about every title that's up for grabs.
Pack racing in both classes here. Talking about that 7-car battle, lead battle. Covered now by 11 seconds as they clear traffic once again. But lower down the order, we've still got these groups of 2, 3, 4 cars battling away in Hypercar as well as LMGT3. Those BMWs are not giving up this chase.
Well, no, not at all. I mean, if anything, they're quite considerably faster, I'd say, than the number 50 of Miguel Molina at this stage of the race. Obviously, it ebbs and flows in the traffic, but they're putting consistent pressure and travelling within clear, turbulent air every single lap behind that Ferrari. I do believe if they can just get by, they may even start catching the leading duo.
You just saw the man in the hat, Vincent Vos, the man who runs Team WRT that run the BMWs both in Hypercar and in the LMGT3. Well, let's catch up with Bruce Ioanni. Bruce, what have you got for us from the pit lane?
Well, I'm actually standing in the 51 car pit trying to get some information, but nothing from there. They're being silent. The only thing I can see is car 54 that has rejoined finally, and Thomas Lowe still struggling a little bit with the clutch, but I'm trying to get some information about car 51.
All right, you might find it more easy to come by in the 83 garage, but I think they'll be fairly tight-lipped as well. So Thomas Floor has entered the race after just 40 minutes.
But he's back in and out, I think. That, I believe, is because he would have been dealt a penalty for not joining the race at the start.
1 minute was due to be added to their next pit stop.
Yeah.
So it's not a drive-through, it's just added to their first pit stop in the race, or their next pit stop.
It's Davide Rigon at the wheel of that car, 17 laps down, but that car is now in the race, so we are at all 36 starters for Lone Star Le Mans.
Ben Keating, the only Texan driver in the field, currently lying in 4th place in LMGT3. There's the black and gold Ford Mustang. He's got ahead of Francois Heriot in the 55 AF Corsa Ferrari. And next up comes Alexander Malikin. So Manthey Pure Racing have led the championship since the end of the race in Qatar. They claimed victory there, and they have been very strong ever since. Here's our race leader, Ian James, in LMGT2, it would seem, rather than LMGT3 like everybody else's advantage currently. Still 5.8 seconds over the magenta Lamborghini at the top of the shot there.
Really impressive start from Ian James. This team, of course, very busy indeed, not just on track here, but testing ahead of next year with the incoming addition to this hypercar class, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. 6,000 kilometres already under the wheels of those cars. I'm delighted that Ian confirmed that they will be back to in LMGT3 next season in the WEC. So another team with cars in both classes.
Well, I think he wants to run the hypercars. I'm not sure he particularly wants to drive the hypercars, so that means for him to compete, they want the GT3 cars, and he wants the Aston Martin Vantage back. So that's fantastic. And yeah, the Valkyrie will be the next addition to hypercar, but not the last that we're aware of, and there may be still more to come. I'm sure there are a lot of manufacturers on the outside looking in who are watching this and going, what's not to like? I mean, look at this. Porsche versus Alpine. You haven't seen that battle in endurance racing since the late 70s.
Well, not all of us have been there.
I can read books as well.
But you're right, there's a none too orderly queue of manufacturers and teams looking at what's going on here. This is why we're getting crowds everywhere around the world. Astonishing, in-depth competition with absolutely world-leading brands that are racing's great as well. Why wouldn't you want to come?
No, 100%. Why would you not want to be here? You've got Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Cadillac, Toyota, Alpine, and that's just the start of it. It is close racing. The way the rules are being shaped, you can essentially bring any type of package you like. So you just have to be within a certain amount of aerodynamic lift and drag, above a certain minimum weight limit and below a certain maximum power limit. But as close as those parameters, the closer you get to those parameters, the more competitive you are. And so the next car that arrives will be the Valkyrie, normally aspirated, very, very different from anything else on the grid. And boy, is it going to sound fun. But again, it works. Do you want to base it on a road car? You can. Do you want to have a clean sheet of paper design like the BMW? You can. Do you want a hybrid? You can. Do you not want a hybrid? You don't have to. V8, V12, V10, you can run a single cylinder running on hydrogen if you can make it work. And that's the beauty of it, Anthony, is it's not just a variety of manufacturers, but every single car looks different from all the others.
Yeah, exactly. It does open up that opportunity for the manufacturers to have a bit of their own style and design cues. As you can see, the massive grille on the BMW, for example, as they head towards us, still putting pressure on that Ferrari number 50. And we talked about the different possible strategies between 83 and 51. And now with the fuel remaining, you can see the energy left 25% compared to the 26%, still that 1% difference. But I wonder what they're doing, with the number 50 Ferrari as well, because he's on the same strategy almost as 83.
But look at the BMW, 7% more energy than the leading 83 car. That is, by the way, on a tear. It's a new fastest lap of the race for Robert Kubica. It's a 1:53.250 as he begins to stretch that lead out 4 seconds now from Antonio Giovinazzi on what is a very different strategy. Miguel Molina may be falling off the back of that lead too, but he is doing a great job of rear gunner against the BMWs, the Tota and the Cadillac that stretched this field down to 7th.
Well, let's hear from Bruce Ioane in the pits. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, basically, I know that we all had that question, was the change of position between 51 and 83 to possibly annihilate a potential penalty for car 83, but it's not the case. It's just racing openly between the cars.
All right, well, the Ferraris are fairly similar on fuel, but BMW's fuel in hand, or energy in hand, because that's hybrid energy, which a lot of the cars use, and the BMW certainly does, as well as internal combustion engine energy. Look at that, 6% more. That's at least 1 lap. That's very nearly 2 laps more. And we've probably got another 6 or 7 laps before the cars are pitting. They'll probably go 2 laps longer than anybody else. But it's still Ferrari that dominates this race. It is a Ferrari podium right now, with BMW hunting them down 4th and 5th. Mike Conway in 6th place in the number 7 Toyota, up from 9th on the grid, but their sister car number 8 not making that kind of progress, still not above where they qualified, which is 12th place.
Great shot there from the rear of the Peugeot with the Lamborghini following it through. Just goes to show the forces, the aggression, the punishment these cars are taking, and we're only 47 minutes into this race. That should mean, gentlemen, that BMW will lead this race, at least briefly, at least if they extended their energy levels as much as it looks like. And I think that might be the first time we've seen a BMW lead in the WEC this season.
I'm thinking Imola, but you might well be right. And Alpine as well. I mean, I think we ought to sort of flag up Alpine. Okay, so car 83, which is our leading Ferrari, has been given a reprimand for a technical infringement.
It's tyre pressures, I believe. It's not the first time we've seen this. It is one of those ones that there's going to be warnings, reprimands, etc. It's one of those ones that's absolutely on the edge. So it's not always necessarily a major race-affecting drama, but it's something they're basically being told, watch it, sunshine, otherwise trouble.
Minimum tyre pressures are stipulated by the tyre supplier in both categories for any racetrack, but it's not legally binding. However, they have been pointed out that we know that you've got lower than what's the stipulated minimum. This is on board with Julian Andlauer.
That is Harry Tingle, sorry.
Harry Tingle, beg your
that's
pardon.
Ferdy
Not
Habsburg.
used to seeing him in the car, are we?
Ferdy Habsburg recovering a position back on the field. But that, whilst we watch the pure racing car and the 55 Ferrari, that group at the rear of the hypercar field is also compressing and doing so rapidly. I think we're going to get a pack racing there as well.
Yeah, we really are. So In James still leading in LMGT3 from Sarah Bovey, Tom Van Rompuy, then Ben Keating at the front of this little queue that we were just watching. Alex Malika goes by Francois Heriot, and we will find out when we get into the pit lane for the first round of fuel stops in LMGT3 and in Hypercar, who is going to manage a double stint and who is not.
Vincent, great start of the race, great form of the cars. It's the first time that you guys are running so close to the lead, and it looks good. You could even probably be leading the race at some stage.
Well, it's looking good at the moment. Since the first free practice, I mean, we had a good feeling with the car, and it seems like everything is running smoothly. But yeah, more than 5 hours to go, so a lot of things will happen again, and let's try to take the best out of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Always understated, Vincent Voss. He's been a massive plus into the World Endurance Championship with WRT and LMP2 in the earlier days, and now with this two-pronged attack, in fact four-pronged attack if you call my car a prong, why wouldn't you? Two Hypercars, two LMGT3 cars. It is 4th and 5th for the 15 car in the hands of Marco Wittmann, 5th for René Rast.
Number 2 Cadillac, left front corner dive plane damage. Looks like actually one of the lights is out as well on the left front corner. That was in that lap 1 contact.
Well, there were 3 lap 1 contacts.
Yeah,
he was hit by an Alpine and a Porsche in turn 1, and then the incident we saw that Ferdy Hadser was punished for later on in the lap. So
they believe it was the Alpine contact that took the dive plane off, so that not only shuffled them down the order, but it sort of blunted the car aerodynamically. So what we might see at the first stop is a new nose going on the car to rectify that aero balance.
Yeah, and a great demonstration there actually through the chicane, how Conway was able to slip through just in front of Bamber, and now Bamber got stuck behind that car that Conway passed. So look at the ground you lose from having approached turn 1 pretty much on the gearbox of the Toyota. He's now having to make up that lost ground as Conway now gets the traffic into turn 11.
See that little kick up on the extreme edge of the nose of the car, the splitter. There's one there on the right-hand side, there isn't one on the left-hand side. So that directs the airflow around the outside of the car. It helps affect aerodynamics, the balance, the grip, but it also helps affect the cooling of the brakes and the wheels and tyres. So you're losing that, you're creating turbulence, that's drag. You haven't got the nice tidy airflow, so the car is going to be feeling a little less grippy at the front, and that's not good news for the tyres either.
It's not. I mean, I think the drag is the biggest deciding factor here for Bamber. The balance, you can deal with that small amount of damage to the car, but the drag it causes can cause bigger lift and coasts and things like that. So it'll be interesting to see if they bother to change that nose assembly on the front of that Cadillac the first round of pit stops or later on in the race.
Great view from on board. When you're looking forward in the Cadillac, you can see, like a Series 1 Land Rover, the cooling is basically a hole with some mesh on the inside of it to stop most of the big bits of muck coming in. So it's not even directed at the driver, it just comes in. First of our LMGT3 fuel stops. This is for the 777 D-Station race and Aston Martin. Yasser Shaheen is in for Manthey EMA in Porsche number 91. 78, Anna Robin, who started the 78 Lexus, is in as well. So our first 3 fuel stops. Energy stops. And it will be energy only for both Corvettes. They will stop at the end of the current lap.
5 seconds is going to be added to the pit stop time for Philip Hansen in the 38 car. That is the incident at turn 6, 13:38. That was the was that the impact with the 777?
Yeah, it was the D-Station. You see the planks grounding out. That's the bump in the middle of turn 3 down at the beginning of the S's section.
I spoke to Buemi actually about this on Friday, and he said it's really savage to go over that part of the track. Almost feels like you need to avoid it properly, but it seems like as the rubbers come down on the circuit, or built up I should say, it's now allowing the drivers to take the normal racing line, but it's not ideal. A little bit of a twitch of oversteer there on the exit of turn 13 and 14. I think the tyres at this stage, just before the first round of pit stops coming, starting to take the full force of it. Interestingly, car 36, we see the 94 come into the pits for their pit stop. Interestingly, I don't know if you mentioned this already, car 36, the Alpine, has got hard tyres both on the rear with Vaxivier and mediums on the front. The only cars we've done that. We've obviously got Kubica out the front of the race with just the right rear that's the hard tyre. But yeah, the Alpine, one of their cars at least, deciding to run both.
Right. LMGT3 leaders are in, Ian James, and you just saw Sarah Bovey. Tom van Rompuy in from 3rd, Alex Malikin in from 5th. He was right on the gearbox of Ben Keating in the Mustang, so Keating goes through. He is our new race leader.
Keating leads in Texas aboard the Ford Mustang.
Stop the count.
Absolutely. United
No, we're having too much fun.
Cottingham and Ahmed Al-Hati follow through. They too will on pits on this cycle. We are 55 minutes into this race. Here's the Cadillac.
Driver change. Alex Lynn will take over from Earl Bamber. Don't forget, just the two of them driving, which means they don't get 2 stints off if they're single stinting. They get 1 stint off, part of which will be debriefing, part of which will be in the garage ready for 10 minutes before the car comes in, and the remaining 20 minutes we're trying to cool down.
Stoffel van Dorn, by the way, stays in for a second stint aboard the 94 car. Back comes Sarabovi.
Alex Lynn is our driver change, taking over from Earl Bamber. Ian James stays in, Sarabovi stays in, Tom van Rompuy stays in, Alex Malikin, I think, will stay in. Most of the LMGT3 drivers, the bronzes who have started the race, will try and double stint, and I'm sure lots of their engineers will be going, are you okay to stay in? Really, are you okay?
Hour and 45 minutes each of those drivers needs to do in this race, and if they feel fit enough to do that in one fell swoop, then...
Well, they've done 54-55 in the first stint, so a double stint will cover it with a little bit of change.
But it's hard when you're the driver inside the car to make that decision before you go in. Basically, there's no backing out of it once you make that decision. Let's hear from René Rast's car 20.
I will update you shortly. If you stay in, would you like some water to pour down your overalls? Question.
That's exactly what we were talking about. You can see the someone called it desperate measures. Someone called it strategy. That was a close one, wasn't it? Through turn 2.
Wasn't it? It was close for me, and I'm not in the Lexus.
I think he's probably wiped a layer of chrome off the grille.
It's the drivers are desperate to get through before they come to this snaking section of corners. Desperate to get through the GT cars.
Leader is in, but overshoots the pits box by a fraction. Ben Keating stays in.
Strong run from Ben Keating, that first stint at a car that he's not that familiar with. But we know the quality of the Texan.
Look how much energy the BMW car number 20's got. 14% left. The others are down in low single digits.
He's done a remarkable job there, has Marco Wittmann, to save that fuel. Basically, you take the decision when you're in the car, do I go for an overtaking?
It's Rast, it's the other one.
It's Rast who's got even more. Yeah, Wittmann has, and he's been in the dirty air of the Ferrari, but René Rast has sat in clean air, kept the temperatures low, just concentrated on saving energy.
Exactly, so you take that decision inside the car. You say, do I go for a move? Do I push the car in front to try and overtake on track? Or if it's kind of nip and tuck between them, between the speed of the cars, do I just go for, just consolidate now, save the fuel for later on in the race?
And Graham, the other two cars that are obviously in that pit position with more fuel already are both Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. Right from the beginning, they're making this a fuel race.
The 6 car absolutely is on the same strategy, also in the teens in terms of energy left, whilst everybody around him is run dry. Here's the 83 car from the lead, Robert Kubica.
You can see that right rear, the red stripe, the hard tyre. What are they going to do with these tyres on this pit stop as the fuel goes in?
Cadillac, by the way, had left sides as they swapped to Alex Lynn.
Did swap, by the way, another red-rimmed tyre on the pit apron, should it be required. Not that one, next to it.
Looks like they could go left sides with a pair of mediums.
Hopefully with the right pressures in this time. You don't want to be, now you're under the watchful eye, even more so from the FIA, the rule makers of the sport, and there is that hard tyre waiting on the sidelines.
How many laps is René Rast going to do? He's still got 11% energy. And what's that going to do to the number 6 Porsche and the number 5 Porsche? Still out there, still with just about 10% energy, which should be enough for this lap plus one more.
Potential trouble ahead here for the Lamborghini. Eduardo Mortara under investigation for overtaking off track and a lasting advantage at turn 10. That's some 20 minutes ago. And my guess would be that would have been a LMGT3 car, because I don't think in that window he went past another hypercar.
Now, did we see the stop? Because I've just got a message from Ferrari saying that they were going to change all 4 tyres on 83, but we're still 3 mediums and a hard right rear.
120 on pit road, and that is more than a fuel
sounds
stop.
right, yeah. That does sound right.
It is 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the Lamborghini for that overtake off track and lasting advantage.
Okay, so new tyres, the ones on the left, 5 laps, that's not race tyres, that's tyres that did hyperpole.
exactly.
Because they did more than 5 in qualifying, so that will have been half the hyperpole set.
And although you say 5 laps of hyperpole activity
Yes.
compared to just doing a normal speed of 5 laps, it's a very different situation.
Well,
so
yeah.
he might be a little bit slower, therefore, in this stint. So we could possibly expect that. But yeah, interesting on the Cadillac car too, with now that driver change to Alex Lynn. They changed just the left-hand side of the tyres there to a brand new set of mediums.
BMW fans, stand by, because the BMW will lead in about 60 seconds. Ferrari number 50 is in, 51 will be in at the end of this lap, and car number 20 might go possibly another 2 laps before it needs to pit. Now, at the moment, that will probably still see it back in 5th place when it rejoins, but in another 4.5, 5 hours, that if they can maintain that fuel advantage, suddenly they're going to be spending 1 pit stop, much less time stationary than their rivals.
The 15 car is in and out of the pits, the hands of Marco Wittmann.
Wow.
Quicker pit stop, so I'm guessing that might be a 2-tyre stop for the BMW. But you're absolutely right, René Rast, lots of energy. Why wouldn't you use it at this point?
Yeah.
So, really interesting strategy. What have we had so far, gentlemen? We enter the second hour of this 6-hour race after a first lap that looked a little bit like the jostling you'll get on the Metro at the rush hour. But after that, it's been good, hard, clean racing throughout.
Yeah, it really has. 83 comes out ahead of the 50 Ferrari, but only a couple of metres in front. Of course, the 50 car's on colder tyres now, so that gap will grow. 36 is in as well. Where are Alpine going to end up in this? It's going to be very interesting, because the Alpine didn't have the best of fortunes in the opening laps, but they are quick. 51 is in. This is our current race leader, and before he gets to his pit box, no, not before, but as he gets to his pit box and the pit stop starts, then the BMW will come across the line, and it still has 6% energy, so that's good for a lap. So too is the number 6 Porsche. Porsche are going to drive themselves in. Why are they doing that?
So what we're looking at for here
hang on, that will be a shorter stop. So are they going to try and jump the car in front in the pit lane?
What we're looking out for here, speaking of jumping positions, the main race to look at the moment is the number 51 versus the 83. So the 83 probably had the undercut there by pitting earlier, and the advantage of 1 or 2 new tyres on the car. At least we see the Jota off down at turn 12.
Meantime, by the way, the car that has taken advantage of having the additional energy left, Porsche Penske Motorsports number 6 car does go through and takes the lead from something like 14th.
Yeah, but it's only, obviously, it's before they do the pit stop, so it's just a virtual race that you're looking at there. They're not genuinely in the lead.
Ooh. This is car number 12, just out of the pits, Callum Eilert, trying to defend against Alex Lynn.
Yeah, on the inside, a bit of a right rear lock-up, and that was enough to put him offline. As soon as you're there, you're on the marbles, and you pass the point of no return. But yeah, all part and parcel of trying to get these tyres up to temperature after pit stops.
Now waiting to see where the 51 Ferrari comes out. It should be ahead of the 83 Ferrari. So no net gain for the 83 car there. And it is the number 6 car that remains on track and will probably pit at the end of this lap.
83's ahead, but he's ahead.
Okay, that's the advantage of the undercut and coming out on tyres, warming them up before your rivals do. So the 83 Ferrari stays in front.
Tour leads the race, owes a pit stop shortly, but behind it is order restored with the 3 Ferraris. Here they are, and they're a lot closer together than they were. Because the upshot of this lot is Miguel Molina, I think we'll be able to confirm, did not take 4 tyres and is right with Antonio Giovinazzi. So the 2 factory cars nose to tail with Robert Kubica a couple of seconds up the road now. The 51 car Gets his tyres back up to heat.
Yeah, and this is really the danger time for Antonio Giovinazzi in 51. Miguel Molina's got a lap of heating the tyres, and in race trim, his tyres now will be hot. Leader is in the pit lane. That's the number 6 Porsche of Lawrence Van Tor.
And will be passed for the lead in just a few seconds by this train. He'll come by our commentary position now.
Molina's not going to get this done, is he? He's not close enough, didn't have enough of a run on Antonio Giovinazzi, so he will remain second, third rather, behind Gio.
Yeah, he has a look, but yeah, you're never going to come past by that far back. Yeah, he even flashed the lights as well. Just it's a bit of an intimidation tactic from the following driver, but I think that now Giovinazzi's back up to speed. Let's see how they get on in this second stint.
Not much change in terms of gaps, Graham, between the lead group.
There is one change of position, though, Martin, and that is the Cadillac, by dint of a slightly shorter stop. It's ahead again of the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, so there has been a driver change in the number 7 Toyota, as we were told. Nick de Vries has taken over from Mike Conway. In number 8, it's Sebastian Buemi, who's taken over from Brendan Hartley. And Harry Tingle being warned for abusing track limits in the 99 Proton Porsche.
On board here, the 15 car that is right with those battling factory Ferraris. Marco Wittmann did a great job
Well, don't forget,
the 15 car.
He spent the first hour under the gearbox of the 50 Ferrari, so he's in a familiar position. And again, René Rast behind. I'm not quite sure why they burned those extra laps.
No, I
didn't really gain any advantage.
I'd love to understand that a bit more than I currently do. The other change, by the way...
Sorry, Graham, in fact, 20 having 2 more laps fuel than the Ferraris did a 1 minute 14 stop. 15 car did a 1 minute 12 stop, so they didn't gain any time either, or a position. So they had fuel in hand or energy in hand and didn't use it, and that's strange. Back down at the bottom of the top 10 now is the man who briefly led, Ben Keating, ahead of Mustang teammate Zach Robichon.
But ahead of them, the change, it's not a change of position, it's a change of gap. Sarah Bovey now, despite the fact that both Ian James and Sarah Bovey's cars were 1 minute and 10 seconds on pit lane, that gap now under 2 seconds. It was over 6.
Yeah, didn't seem to be any tyre changes in the top 10 cars in LMGT3. So Ben Keating didn't take tyres. There were some who either took tyres or had driver changes. Simon Mann is in the 55 AF Corsa Ferrari, so that's why they had a slightly longer stop. Zach Robichon had a slightly... Ben Keating had a slightly longer stop than Zach Robichon. In fact, he had nearly a 14-second longer stop. But there is the lead battle, Ian James versus Sarah Bovey.
It's the Aston Martin man fending off the Lamborghini woman.
Aston Martin with 7 wins here in GT Pro and GTE AM at the Circuit in Americas. So they are the manufacturing brand with more wins than anybody else here.
You can see, yeah, well, you did see the tyre information as well. So a fair fight going on there between the two of them. 30 laps each apiece as the McLaren dives down the inside of the 777 D-Station car into turn 15. That was a nice decisive move there.
Yeah, and that was Nico Costa moving up in the McLaren ahead of Clement Mathieu. So he stayed in. Darren Leung stayed in the 31 BMW. Maxime Martin took over the 46 BMW, though. So Amadou Harty, who was in the better placed of the 2 LMGT3 BMWs, the 46 car there, clearly single stinting. And they've obviously taken the decision early on to keep the driver as fresh as possible and not to risk halfway through the next hour really seeing the performance of the driver drop off the edge.
We have 3 track limits, Miguel, 3 track limits now.
Yeah, but you should tell me before.
That's a good point.
No, we are in 25 people there. Let me know.
Or you calm down now, okay? Because the 2 track limits you have done are in the last lap and the previous last lap. Okay, so you have just done them now, okay? You had 0 before, so we come down, we stay behind, we keep the gap, and we go, okay? We look after the tires, the rear right, we will struggle at the end.
I love it. That's great. And of course, you know, never forget that the drivers are in a proper fight when you're in fight mode when you're inside the car. It's not like me sitting here with you guys, sit down out aircon commentary box.
What do you mean?
Exactly. So it's a very but the engineer was right there to fight back, fight his corner, because the driver's in fight mode, a bit feisty. So, well, you could have told me before. And I thought, yeah, that's a really good point. You know, you need to be warned. But if 2 of those 3 warnings come in 1 lap, then there's nothing that the engineer could have done. And yeah, I think in that case, rightly so, put the driver back in his box.
Absolutely right.
But you have to have that relationship that the driver understands it's not personal. It's just, no, you've just done it. So that's why we didn't tell you.
Never personal. It's just it's that relationship that you have with your engineer.
Right, looking here at the battle for 4th place, and René Rast behind teammate Marco Wittmann, looking like he might want to make a move. An hour into the 6 hours of COTA, the Lone Star Le Mans race, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Sweltering temperatures all week, all month here. All right, it's only the 1st of September, but all August in central Texas. The city of Austin welcoming back the World Endurance Championship after an absence of 4 long seasons, and a great opportunity to race on this fabulous roller coaster of a track. Racer and actor Frankie Muniz waving the field away, and all Ferrari front row. Antonio Giovinazzi on pole, Robert Kubica in the yellow car tucking in right behind him. Ambitious start as well from row 3 of the grid by the second Ferrari of Miguel Molina, moved him up to take 4th and then 3rd into corner 2. Ferrari like that. And the Cadillac team not quite so happy. 3 different contacts with the caddy on the first lap, not the least of which was Ferdy Habsburg whacking into Earl Bamber. What are you going to do? Trouble for Porsche as well. A safety cover on their pitot tube left on the number 5 car. That was an end of lap 1 pit stop. There was one for the Peugeot as well. After this contact with the Hertz car, coming in with a damaged left rear, Nico Muller on the back foot with damaged bodywork there as well. In LMGT3, Francois Heriot's Ferrari struggled to get up to pace right at the beginning. Ian James led in the Aston Martin. Sarabovi got by, and so too did Tom van Rompuy. Drive-through penalty for the 35 car of Ferdy Habsburg for that contact, and 46 BMW Ahmed El Hati moving up the order into 4th place in the LMGT3 category. And then the change for the lead, 83 Robert Kubica getting in front of the 51 car of Antonio Giovinazzi, working on a different strategy to the red cars. Contact in the S's. Phil Hansen making contact with 777's Clement Mathieu. Received a warning, but no major dramas for either car. There were battles all the way down the order. Harry Tingle back in harness for the Proton team. Raced last weekend at Mosport in Canada in IMSA, and this weekend in COTA in the World Endurance Championship. Ian James leads in LMGT3, Robert Kubica in the hypercar class. And there is your race leader. We're an hour and 12 minutes in, and Ferrari still with the top 3 places, BMW 4th and 5th, and Cadillac creeping back to where they need to be. They're in 6th place at the moment, Graham, and trying to chase down the Beamers.
Yeah, what's happening at the moment, though, is we're getting bigger gaps between some of this leading group. Robert Kubica's got that gap up to 4.2 seconds. It's a near identical gap from Antonio Giovinazzi in 2nd, back to Miguel Molina in 3rd. Marco Wittmann just dropping a little off the back of that, but with René Rast right with him. Ooh. Alex Lynn trying to keep in touch.
Now, we saw on that tyre graphic just now 2 very different strategies going on with the top 2 cars. So Robert Kubica in the race leading car had a full set of 4 tyres. The left-hand sides had done 5 laps, the right-hand sides were brand new. They only changed the rear tyres on Antonio Giovinazzi's number 51 Ferrari, the first of 2 red cars. So his front tyres have done the entire race so far. So what they're trying to do is use their limited tyre allocation to the best of what they want. But the 2 teams clearly, or possibly even just the 2 drivers, feel that they need a different tyre balance to what their rivals do. So, and that makes it really hard to read, because one car, okay, after the first stint we're cycling all the tyres around. The other car, no, our fronts are good to go, or we're just going to have to live with it if they aren't. I mean, it's going to be really hard to understand.
As we heard from the two Toyotas, you can have a very different balance between two cars. I think we can hear from car number 8 now as we ride on board.
Okay, Seb, Ware was only 15-20% on front left and 50% on rear left from Brendan's stint. So much more wear on the rear left, about 50%.
Interesting. So much more wear on the rear left, but still a lot of teams, car 83 that leads this race, of course, deciding to run a hard tyre on the right rear, not the left rear. So it might be, like I said, very different balance there on a Ferrari. So at this stage in the race, just to decipher what's going on, Kubica's basically got 4 new tyres on his car. Yes, the left side's got 5 laps. Give or take, there's a bit of difference there with the ultimate performance, but clearly a performance advantage over Giovinazzi. Like I said, old tyres still remain on the front, but a brand new set of mediums on the rear. Number 50 has got, as we look at the tyre graphics, feed 8 and 38 there on screen. But car 50, that's in 3rd place when Miguel Molina continues to drive at the wheel there, he's got just a left set of used tyres that went on probably 5 laps like Kubica had as well. So lots of different strategies going on even within the same team at Ferrari. It'd be interesting to see whose pays off the best, but like I said, very different balance sometimes on the different cars, different drivers' style on top of that. So yeah, Buemi's had the information from his engineer regarding Brendan's driving style. Now let's see what Buemi can do and if he'll suffer the same kind of wear on all 4 tyres.
And again, the difference between 38 that we ride with and the number 8 car behind of Buemi is that 38, Oliver Rasmussen had 2 left side tyres. So he's got a little bit more grip overall than the Toyota does with older tyres all round. So again, they're looking at different, whatever suits their car and their drivers, never mind even what the car on the other side of the garage is doing, they're learning from it, but it might not be what their driver wants on the car.
Yeah, just by the way, if you're confused about maybe Toyotas and Jotas changing positions, we're actually watching 2 different battles here, and they're in the opposite order. It is the 7 car with the 7 Toyota with the 12 Hertz Team Jota car, Nick DeVries and Calamara right behind the Cadillac, by the way, in a 3-car battle for 6th, and some little way back in 11th, it is the Hertz Team Jota number 38 car of Ollie Rasmussen fending off Seb Buemi and number 8 Toyota.
Well, behind this number 7, number 12 battle, you just saw the leaders in LMGT3, and that gap has come right down. At the top of the screen, Ian James in the Aston Martin, half a second now behind him. There is the Lamborghini of Sarah Bovy. That's 1-2 in LMGT3. So Bovy has gone from 10 seconds back to 6. Right there.
About 6. About 6 or 7.
Yeah, it was about 6.
But that all happened in quite a rush. So I wonder whether or not Ian James at some point coming out of pit lane in his early laps of this stint had something of a moment. He lost about 5 seconds very quickly.
Ian James just thinking about defending slightly into turn 12 there. He didn't take the full race in line, didn't get the car all the way over to the right-hand side like you see from Sarah Bovy, who follows. So yeah, Bovy now starting to pile the pressure on. This is going to be a great scrap in the next couple of laps.
Well, we saw before they got into the cars, the Iron Dames drivers all with sort of packets of tea bags or something on. Those were their cool suits, little cool gel pouches.
Yeah.
Exactly, so they'll have been in the freezer overnight or whatever to get them as cold as possible. And the idea is that hopefully having that cold outside of your fireproof underwear just helps you maintain that body temperature. But it is going to be, I mean, in the garage with the fans blowing, it's hot. I mean, it's really hot. So inside the cars, must just be purgatory.
Well, having the fan there is blowing just hot air on you, but inside the car, despite having the AC blowing at you a bit, the air is just so static in these closed cars, and that's the biggest problem.
This is the battle for 10th place. Nico Müller trying to fend off Ollie Rasmussen with the 38 car, and not far behind, just under 2 seconds behind. Seb Buemi trying to close the gap again. just dropped off the back of the Hertz Team Jona car with the Mobile 1 branding on for that 50th anniversary celebration this year.
Oh, plenty of pace still in the Peugeots, by the way. Stoffel van Dorn in the other Peugeot, although he's last in Hypercar at the moment. Car number 94 just set its fastest lap of the race, 1:54.7. That was some busy moments on the track there.
Oh, it's off. The Peugeot's run too deep.
Way in deep. Up one and down two. Didn't find a ladder, he found a snake.
Yeah, as he went off onto the inside of the corner, picked up some marbles and just suffered the front lock-up. So, yeah, lost a position, 2 positions there to the cars fighting him, but there's been a damage as well on that Peugeot. The front right dive plane just wobbling around, spotted through the bumpier parts of the track. There's now Rasmussen, but the thing with Rasmussen there, really properly sent the car off the track. 1 car to the inside, 1 car to the outside of the Aston Martin, and I think that's what caused the bit of confusion for the Peugeot as he rejoined the circuit, immediately darted back towards the inside.
Sarabovi was probably watching these cars come up behind them and wondering whether she'd get a chance to get by Ian James, but she didn't. The Peugeot far too deep down the inside, defending, and that's the pressure from behind, forcing him offline to defend in the wrong place, and the car just wouldn't stop.
But he was only really forced offline and under attack into that corner because of what he did on the outside and going all 4 wheels fully off the track to overtake the GT car. That's definitely one to look at.
Yeah, no, I'm not in position to attack. I don't have enough force to launch an attack, so let's try to be smart to stay here until he doesn't mistake.
Copy.
Yeah, go on, don't decide whether to attack or not, just attack, see what you can do.
What is she? I don't have enough what to attack? Enough power or enough grip, or just not quite enough of everything. And they're both on the same tyre strategy. They both had brand new tyres on the grid. Well, let's hear from our race leader, Robert Kubica.
The track is creeping up quite a lot, so I think hard will work well.
Copy.
I think this tire could be, it's going to be double, I think. It's very good paint. I think if you have to double stint, you have to put hard on the left, it would be good.
Robert, if we could double stint this set of tires, we are considering to let you to stay in the car. Would you be okay for a 3rd stint?
Yes, but let's see how we would attack.
Copy.
All right, let's see how I last, let's see how the tyres last. But the key detail in that is what everybody else will be experiencing, is the track is gripping up. It's getting more and more grip, which means the tyres are sliding less, Anthony, which means you're not overheating them so much as you might have been doing in free practice.
It's an interesting one from Kubica there as the track continues to rubber, and he's saying we can use the tyre with less grip but more durability. You can look at it 2 ways. As the track grips up and starts to slowly cool down as we go deeper into this race today, some would argue that you can therefore run a softer compound tyre and make it last more, because the less sliding around you do and the cooler track conditions that will come later on in the race, it could open up the opportunity for the mediums to work even better than they are at the moment. So yeah, we're going to see some even more differences, I think, as this race continues.
Also an interesting little encapsulation of what Robert Kubica's role is in this number 83 team. Huge experience, huge pace, but also helping this team, the young drivers, to progress for the future of Ferrari's Hypercar program.
The other key thing to remember about Kubica is that he changed all 4 tyres. Based on what they'd experienced up to that stage, he was predicting, or they were expecting, the tyres to be a bit beyond their best. Now he's going back going, we definitely need to be double stinting these tyres. They are going to last longer.
Yeah, it's pretty normal, actually. Yeah,
but they were the only Ferrari that did change all their tyres, so they had a different feel.
Come on, this guy needs to lift up.
Is that
too hot? Hear that?
I think she said too hot.
I thought she said, do I need to lift?
I thought I heard lift as well somewhere in there, need to lift. Maybe they got side by side earlier on and she wasn't happy about something. I don't know, but yeah, a bit of a difficult message to try and
If you get alongside somebody and they don't
contact.
lift, then what are you expecting? Yeah, that was
Giovinazzi
Just a
with
little
the Lexus.
too tight. Was that 78? I think it
Around
might
the
have
outside
been.
of turn 7.
Yes, it was 78.
It's a racing incident there between the two of them. He just went for the. There was a gap there, and yeah, the Lexus drifting out, and there was room when he went for the move, but it wasn't like he lunged down the inside.
That S's element, although everybody says, oh, it's a bit like the Beckett's S's, it's not, because you sort of straight line the first 2 or 3 corners, and all categories, all cars, try and run straight through all the curbs, and so you're not sinuously following the early part, you're just going blatting straight over the curbs, and that makes it very different to find room to get by someone.
So the problem with turn 7 is that the complication there is that you don't usually run all the way to the exit, and that's what Giovinazzi was betting on as he went around the outside. You have to compromise turn 7 to open up turn 8.
Yeah.
So the racing line isn't actually going all the way like you do here on the exit of turn 11, for example. You don't actually use all of the track on the exit of 7. So that's why I say racing incident. Giovinazzi wasn't expecting the GT to come all the way over, and they had the contact. I think no harm done.
The only slight problem is that apparently there is now some debris between turn 7 and 8, and what that normally means is that we might end up having to have a full course yellow or a safety car to allow marshals to get out and remove. It depends how big the debris is.
I think BMW might be thinking about swapping these cars here.
This might be happening right now. It just happened. Anthony Davidson, are you running them by remote control?
Well, I didn't know that was going to happen, but I just saw, yeah, huge pressure from René Rast on Marco Wittmann. I think he's been a bit faster the whole way through this race so far. Certainly looked after the fuel a bit more efficiently, and he's really on the attack.
And he waited patiently all the way through the first stint, didn't make anything approaching a move, just sat a second and a half back.
And they're on the same
car.
They're on the same tyre strategy as well.
Yeah.
So a set of left-hand tyres, of used left-hand tyres, went on to both cars there. So it's exactly the same tyre strategy right now for those two.
Car 38, by the way, is going to get a 5-second addition to its next pit stop. That's Oliver Rasmussen after overtaking off track a little while ago. Would be interested at some point to the energy graphic to see whether or not that switch. René Rast's pace has certainly moved up a notch to Marco Wittmann, who's now behind him and has been ahead to this point. But is this the point at which they're adopting a different approach to their energy management?
Let's hear from Ferrari number 51. They are currently lying in second place. Antonio Giovinazzi.
19 laps to go. 19 laps to go. Let's go for it.
I mean, that's a bit endless, doesn't it, when you've already done 45 laps? Oh, just another half as much to go again before you get a chance to get out and collapse in a muddy heap.
Ollie Rasmussen is going to get 2 time penalties for 2 separate overtaking off track and take advantage. One at 14.10, one at 14.19. The first is 5 seconds, as we just said, an additional 10 seconds. He will be 15 seconds longer stationary, and that's going to hurt.
Need to give him a copy of Cars, the movie, so he can absorb the words of the great Doc Hudson. Stay on the grey stuff, son. That's what it's there for.
Give you an idea, that is going to cost him 3 positions in this race as things stand right now.
Yeah. And he has to take it at the next stop, so it will all be served in one lump.
Indeed.
Yeah, so, yeah. And track limits exclusion on the last lap as well, so he's really not winning friends and influencing people. Lead 2 in LMGT3, Ian James and Sarah Bovey, still within a second of each other. 6.5 seconds back to Tom van Rompuy in 3rd place, and another near 5 seconds back to Maxime Martin in 4th in the 46 BMW.
Copy.
Right, well, that was very enlightening. Yeah, copy that. What? Anyone?
I didn't quite catch that.
Answers on a postcard.
Didn't quite catch Will Stevens' message there, unfortunately.
Callum behind Nick de Vries. And you can see their relative progress. Nick has been just knocking on the door of the number 7 car has, by Conway started it, knocking on the door of the top half dozen. Not quite able to get in there. And there is Callum Islet, car number 12. Coming past. quite a battle between the 777D Station Aston and the 777 and 77, Clement Mateur and Zach Rubichon, and they are currently battling for 8th place. So what has happened to Ben Keating? Well, he's dropped a couple of spots behind them and behind Darren Leung in the 31 BMW. So Ben Keating's Proton competition car, the black and gold 88 Mustang, is now down to 11th in LMGT3.
Really rasped, by the way, since the BMW positions were reversed. It's pulled away by 4.5 seconds. He's a second behind Miguel Molina in a growing battle, in fact, at the moment for 3rd place. The BMWs have been revelatory here.
Yeah, really strong, and there's clearly something about this track that goes very well with them, and whatever it is, don't know. The IMSA program, BMW North America, have been running the cars for a year longer, but they don't race on this track, Graham, so it's not like there's a phenomenal backlog of data about the setup that works on this track from the IMSA team. Harder Racing leading from Iron Dames, that's still within a second. Saraboga behind Ian James, the pole sitter, who ride on board in the Lamborghini. We heard her on the radio saying she lacked something to get by.
She's just definitely enough to attack, I'm being told. Thanks very much to James Hewitt through one of the Discord channels I keep an eye on through these races, but he tells me that's what he said. She doesn't have enough to attack.
Yeah, she said she was going to sit behind him and just keep piling on the pressure and to try and make him make a mistake, and that's what you do, Anthony. If you don't have a speed advantage, then you have to just try and relentlessly pressurise somebody in the hope that they're distracted by a quicker car, make a mistake, and leave the door open.
Yeah, you have to either, it becomes a bit of a high-speed chess game, really. You have to look at the traffic as they come past you with the hypercars and try and just take advantage sometimes, if you're lucky in the traffic, take advantage of the car in front being put offline somehow by an overtake that happens. And or you can just start to save fuel as well and attack later on with that advantage. So we spoke about earlier on with the BMWs, but they seem to have cancelled that out.
Let's try to stick on this plan to double stint this set of tires for now. You still think this is possible?
Well, I don't have a strategy, but everything is possible. Depends on the brain.
I love Robert Kubica's positivity. I don't have a strategy, but anything's possible. If you want me to try and slog it through a 3rd stint, I'll try and slog it through a 3rd stint. I mean, the question is, right, he gets to the end of a double, why not just leave the tyres on and hand it over to another driver?
I wouldn't say it's positivity, it's more, Robert's always been like this as a driver his whole career. He's just incredibly, sometimes painfully matter-of-fact.
Maybe that's him, his way of speaking English. I mean,
look at this though. We got a fight here with the Cadillac number 2 and the 15 BMW. So yeah, a pass into turn 1.
And in fact, the Toyota's right there as well. Nick de Vries is right with Marco Wittmann. So suddenly,
what's happened here with Wittmann then?
Well, either Marco is dropping off or his tyres are dropping off, or both. Because suddenly he has been caught by Alex Lynn. Last lap, he was 1.5 seconds slower than Alex.
Yeah, there's clearly something on him. His teammate, Rask, suddenly had the speed over him. They swapped positions, and now he's going back and back. We're hearing could be a slow puncture.
All right. Again, it's... Hello, why is Harry Tittle in the pit?
It's a drive-through penalty, back the bits. So Harry's is in pit lane now, will be driving through, rejoining. That will cost him a single position. Now drops behind Mick Schumacher.
It's either way though for car 15 for Marco Wittmann. Yeah, such bad luck to be losing that performance that he had.
And he's got half an hour to survive on that tyre, because what they desperately don't want to do is be forced to pit, but they might be if he's losing so much time. Well, let's hear from the team what they've got to say.
There is all over the place.
Okay, copy Marco, hang in there, hang in there. As soon as the pit window opens, we'll box.
Yeah, so that's what they're waiting for, the pit window to it. They know at this stage the strategy wouldn't fit. Despite him going rearward, the strategy doesn't fit at all if you had to put more fuel into the car for later on in the race.
In fact, as we heard it, you saw the back end of the BMW step out from the point of view of the chasing Toyota, Nick de Vries, who's looking to be high as soon as he possibly can.
And that was the move.
And
Nice
is
move.
that why René Rast was suddenly up and past him?
Absolutely, yeah. So he's clearly losing performance to his teammate because René Rast's lap times are still incredibly competitive to the front runners.
And to everybody, and he's losing time to everybody else as well. But there's that lock-up in the left, inside left. Well, that's unladen as you go over the brow and sort of hairpin down the hill again.
No, so that was a good move there by Alex Lynn. He could see the opportunity and around the outside, off the track as well for the BMW. He could argue that was for safety reasons, but as we've seen, cars earlier on in this race getting penalised for that exact manoeuvre.
Nick de Vries got through. Callum Islet did get through as well.
So lost 2 positions. That did that in amongst the lead battle for LMGT3. Further penalty coming, this time for a second place car. 5 seconds added for the instant at turn 7. That was the brush with the Lexus at 14.23.
Yeah, so they look at the cause of contact and yeah, I mean, I saw it as a racing incident, but the stewards really don't like it if you see contact between the cars, and I think, no, yeah, that's another view of that move. So yeah, I think seeing as we've seen another car have a penalty for that and the precedent is set, I think that poor old Marco Wittmann's afternoon might go from bad to worse.
He's dropped down now in pretty short order from a fighting 5th to a struggling 8th.
Well, he was, after the pit stops, 4th.
Yes, indeed he was.
Because he was 4th from the first lap behind the 3 Ferraris. He was the best of the rest, and now he's reversing out of the points. And they're saying, OK, I mean, when does the pit stop window open? How close to the end of the stint do they think that they can actually stop him? Because at this stage, how much is he losing a lap? His last lap was a 1 minute 57.6. That's 4 seconds slower than the leader is going.
That was around the outside and really not sure where the Lexus was left to go there.
It was actually after the corners. The overtake was almost completed, and it was as he moved back towards the racing line. Basically, if he had stayed straight, and that's probably what the stewards are looking at, if he had stayed straight and didn't move back towards the left-hand side to open up turn 8, I don't think there would have been the contact. Yeah. That's what it was all about.
96 minutes into the Lone Solomon, the 6-hour race here at COTA. Round 6 of the 2024 FIA World Endurance Championship. And if you think you've sussed where this is going,
can you let us know?
Well, well, what we've learned in this hypercar class is the established order in an hour of racing can change dramatically when you get deeper into a second stint.
Yeah, what you see at the start does not necessarily reflect what you're going to see at the end. And Marco Wittmann, a case in point, 4th out of the first couple of corners, 4th out of the pits after the end of the first hour, and now down with a slow puncture to 9th place and being caught by Oliver Rasmussen. Rasmussen is 2.5 seconds behind him and lapping about half a second quicker. So Oliver Rasmussen, the number 12, Hertz Team Jota car in 10th, chasing the 15 BMW. Great view there of the viewing platform. That is open to any members of the public, the media and everything else. Probably should have our commentary position up there, shouldn't we? In the open air.
See what else we've got? It's spotters up there this weekend.
Yeah. And you can see a lot. You don't just see the triple right-handers below you. You can see the 2 corners before them, the end of the straight. So you see 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way down just the other side of the fence.
James stretching his advantage over Sarapovi at the moment.
Well, that happened in traffic. She got held up badly by the 3-car hypercar battle and just got really edged out up at the hairpin at turn 12.
Yeah,
11.
Callum Ilott through the S's as well, made a move down the inside and held her up even further. So the gap naturally gets bigger and smaller in traffic, and that's what I was referring to before, where, oh no, and this is Marco Wittmann off.
Has to be.
You can do it, mate. You can do it 5 laps.
Mate, you're increasing. I'm done. I'm really done.
Yeah, I'm reducing. 5 laps to go. 5 laps.
Yeah, but if the cars, that's not driver error. That's just no air left in the tyre.
Let's have a look at this running on board. There's turn 6, feed the car into 7 with the car. Was really fighting him a lot there, and it was almost inevitable before even turning into the corner that the rear was going to let go. But was he talking about his own physicality?
I think
there?
he was. I think really that sounded to me like it's fatigue.
The mental fatigue of wrestling a car that's oversteering so badly.
Not mental, but I think he's physically fatigued.
And it's going to go from bad potentially to worse. It's also an investigation for overtaking off track and lasting advantage. That would have been the overtake from the LMGT3 as he was overtaken by the other 2 hypercars.
Well, that was 5 minutes ago. He didn't gain an advantage. He lost 2 places.
He gained an advantage over the LMGT3. He took the LMGT3 off track and rejoined. That's the overtake they're talking about.
Exactly. The gaining an advantage is basically he didn't have to slow down to overtake the GT3 car. So in effect, it is. They see it as an advantage.
But he lost 2 places to his own rivals while lapping. Okay. All right. That's a bizarre one. That does, however, move the Cadillac of Alex Lynn up to the top 5. And Marco Wittmann is in the pit lane. Also in the pit lane is Bruce Schwani. And Earl Bamber has cooled down enough from his first stint to talk to him.
Earl, not too hot at the beginning. The first stint was not great because you had a contact with the Alpine, but now he's recovering, your teammate's recovering, and it's going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we had really good pace. It's just a shame that the Alpine missed his braking point, and then he hit us to avoid hitting the BMW, so that compromised us a bit and we lost some track position, but our pace is good. Alex is doing a great job with the tyres at the moment and about to jump in for the next stint.
You look pretty fresh.
Yeah, no, actually the first stint was not too bad, so I felt pretty fresh, and it's going to be a long day for both of us alternating throughout the day, but you know, I think he's done a great job fighting in a really tight fight with the Toyota right now, so everything's to play at a home race.
All right, thank you very much, Earl.
Thank you.
So Earl Bamber feeling fairly positive, and that problem for Marco Wittmann has meant that the Cadillac's moved up into 5th place. It is still the number 20 BMW of René Rast in 4th, behind a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, and Raffaele Marcello has taken a number 15 BMW out of the pits. Here is the battle for 3rd place now. The 50 Ferrari, that is Miguel Molina, our Le Mans winning team, right behind René Rast in the number 20 BMW M team run by WRT. And this BMW really looking quicker than it did at Imola, its previous best race.
Fundamentally so, it's been in the mix all the way through. As this car's race goes from strength to strength, I'm afraid the other one's is turning to ashes. That driver change seems to indicate we were right that it might well have been driver fatigue in the number 15 car, and worse still, the next time around, next time down pit lane, there will be a further 5 seconds to serve for the 15 car for that overtaking off track. That was the GT3 car in the battle between the 3 hypercars. Marco Wittmann choosing to go to the outside and off track as the other 2 went up the inside, took him and advantage over the GT3.
And don't forget, a lot of what goes on behind the scenes is caught by our All Access team, and the All Access program from Texas will be out before we race in Fuji in 2 weeks' time, so you can see the full access show. They're all on our YouTube channel, so you can see the season so far from behind the scenes. It's not exclusively Kevin Esch and Andrea Lotter giggling in the back of the Porsche garage, although that is the content you're going for. There is other stuff there too. Maxime Martin chased by Tom Van Rompuy. Max in the 3rd place car now in LMGT3. He's brought the 46 BMW up ahead of the Corvette that was 3rd from the start of the race. So good battle. Car started by Ahmed El-Hati, that BMW. Maxime Martin is their top-ranked driver. And of course, Valentino Rossi, the man whose signature signing hand is most under pressure in the entire pit lane.
We're just 2 minutes from the point where there's good news for all bar a handful of our LMGT3 teams, because we're an hour and 45 minutes in a couple of minutes into the race, which means anybody that's run full bronze time from the start will be able to switch should the opportunity arise, either against their established green flag strategy, or if there's an interruption that allows that to happen earlier. Ian James, therefore, will be done. He's got a cracking run. He's had Sarabovi still with him, 1.5 seconds behind Tom van Rompuy, Alexander Malikin, and looking for the down Clement Mathieu, Darren Young, Ben Keating, Josh Cahill, Arnaud Robin, Yasser Shaheen, who's just, by the way, had a drive-through penalty for track limits, Hiroshi Kazumi, Takeshi Kimura, and the luckless Thomas Fleur, although he will have to wait a little longer, will be done with their driver time.
Yeah, Thomas Fleur will have to start his drive time because he didn't begin the race. So this is his first stint. Looking here again at the action with the Toyota Hertz Team Jota. Nick de Vries ahead of Callum Eilert. So 7 and 12 battle for 6th position. And that's where the car, 3 places up from where the car qualified. They started in 9th place, and the sister Toyota now into the points in the top 10. It is all about maximising your potential, not necessarily always trying to get the car on the podium if it isn't in that sort of position, but trying to get what you can out of it. And now Maxime Martin in the 46 BMW, right up behind Sarabovi in the number 85 Iron Dames Lamborghini. And that black BMW on the march. 2:07.7 his last lap, 2:09.2 for race leader Ian James, 2:10.44 for Sarabovi. So she is the slowest of the top 3. It looks like Maxime Martin is about to try and make it up into 2nd spot.
Well, this is why, because she's under pressure, she's in defensive mode now from platinum-rated Maxime Martin, rather than an attacking mode. She was struggling, as we heard a little earlier, to get onto terms and attack Ian James in the leading car. It's been a stellar opening spell from, well, 3 of these top 4. So Ian James in the car from the beginning, as is Sarabovi still in 2nd at the moment, with Maxime Martin looking to get by, and Tom van Rompuy still right there with this pair on the inside. Is Martin going to make it through?
We go the long way around the outside, but he runs out of traction and luck. Has to settle for 3rd place for the moment.
Oh, trouble! That's the 51.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's down to turn 12.
And there goes 50. So that is the car that was in 2nd place, Antonio Giovinazzi. Now, was that traffic? Let's have a look. It is traffic.
Oh,
one of the McLarens and the
Peugeot. He hit the Peugeot.
Ooh, there could be a penalty coming for that, and not just the time that he's lost on track. He was right at the apex. I'm not sure, was that 94? Not sure that Stoffel van Dorn was expecting him to make that lunge.
He's still not going.
He is still parked there. There are yellows at turn 12. The Ferrari is stranded. Meanwhile, back with the battle, change for 2nd place. Up has gone Team WRT. Maxime Martin, I'm sure, will stay in, and the Ferrari is still stationary.
He will get it going, yeah. He's making a bit of progress now, I think. But, yeah, that was just, I think
he's still looking down. It's still... He's got an engine.
Hearing he's stuck in gear, but yeah, they'll figure it out, I'm sure, as yeah, his teammate looks on, Alessandro Pierguidi. Oh, such disappointing scenes there for car 51, and I think he felt like the Peugeot was going to give him room as he was getting closer to the corner, because the Peugeot was a bit late turning in. And I'm not sure.
Sounds like he's stuck in neutral. You can hear him revving the engine and nothing is moving.
Well, the bad news for him is we've been full green from the start. He is tumbling down the order, down to 15th already from 2nd place at the point at which that incident occurred. That's before we see whether or not Ant Davidson there's a penalty to come as well.
Yeah, I'm still yet to see if there was actual contact between the 2 cars. From the off-board, it looked like there might have been, but it was a bit obscured by the off. Yeah, he's finally got to go in again now. I thought it would be just a matter of time. They're quite complex things to, if you're stuck in gear and you've stalled the engine, to get it back into neutral. So he is on his way. But when I went to the onboard shot, or when we looked at the onboard shot, it looked like there might not have been the contact I was expected, but still, they're out of the race. Or at least out of the running for fighting for a win today.
Mike, a lot happening right now with number 51, who just spun avoiding the Peugeot, so anything can happen, and you guys are doing pretty well at the moment, running 5th, steadily going back up.
Yeah, it was quite a jungle, to be honest, at the beginning. So just trying to get through that unscathed was tricky, but yeah, managed to gain some positions. And then, yeah, Nick's doing a solid job as well. And obviously now some issues with some of the Ferraris. So we weren't sure what was going to happen this race. We knew the Ferrari was very quick, but yeah, unfortunately now they're hitting some trouble. So brings us back in the game, which is good. And yeah, let's see. Long way to go, though.
Thank you very much. Have good luck.
Cheers. Thank you.
Right, LMGT3 pit stop. So Sarah Bovey out, Ian James out, Tom von Rompuy out, Simon Mann will probably come out as well after a single stint. Elwin Bata has taken over the D station car. Sean Galel has stopped. Mikkel Pedersen is in the 88 Proton car. Nico Pino's taken over 95 at United. Whole host of stops, but the big story is the 51 Ferrari. He was power cycling the car to try and get it to restart, but that is in limp home mode. That is not good news. Now, the good news is he was close to the pit lane and he's got in there, and then they can get the laptops plugged in and try and persuade the car to play ball. The bad news is they're last and they're off the lead lap.
I reckon he might have been in electric mode coming
I
back.
think you're probably quite right. I think all of those LMGT3 cars all pitted, believing that this race might go to caution,
full course
but
yellow.
it didn't, and then we can see it's order restored between the previous three leading cars.
But anybody who started has completed their minimum 1 hour 45 drive time by 3 minutes. So that was absolutely the time that they all thought, okay, that's it, we're going full course yellow. And actually, had he been 2 corners further back, we would have gone. And that's the end of his energy. If we see the energy graphic now, I bet that is on absolutely zero. They're going to have to use human power.
Jovi, you stay in the car for 5 seconds and then you jump out. We have a 5 seconds penalty, so stay in the car for 5 seconds. At the end of my countdown, you jump out.
Not move, I don't know why.
Okay, let's see the energy graphic if we can, because I guarantee that's on zero. He has brought it home on electrical power, I'm sure you're right, and it's now stranded halfway between the fire lane and the working lane. So those 4 Ferrari mechanics, because it's not warm enough, are now going to have to push his head car.
I don't think he's out of energy. I think he's got a significant problem here.
Yeah.
They can't go that far on the electrical power.
No. Can't get it to first gear. Can't get it into first gear.
Well, you can't bump start it anyway.
So disaster, the smallest of errors and the largest of consequences for the car that was comfortably in second position here. And you have to believe, by the way, if it had continued in this order for another 4 hours and 10 minutes, that there's no way that Ferrari would have allowed that order to stay the way it was.
Going by some of our other LMGT3 cars that have stopped, including Ian James Harter Racing, including Maxime Martin. So for the second time this race, a Mustang leads. This time it's Zach Robichon in the turquoise and white 77 car.
Because they've switched to one of their pro drivers in that car, of course. His pace, like Maxime Martin, who's now on pit lane.
Now you got to do your 5 seconds once it's into the pit box. So. Yeah.
All right, let's hear what the radio tells us.
Try to put first and then second gear. Stay neutral, wait for the car to be in front of the box.
Well, the body English as Antonio Giovinazzi got out of the car tells you everything that he felt, absolutely crushed. Meanwhile, the remaining red Ferrari, Miguel Molina, under pressure for now second place. The dominoes at the top of the pile are starting to fall. The BMW in third now, it was in fourth, best of the rest, and the best of the Toyotas already up to fifth place.
Well, all of a sudden, the tortoise of the Ferrari trio has to be a hare. And has he got a strategy that allows him to do that? It's an astounding performance here from the BMW.
Yeah.
So start to the engine, you can hear there under my voice.
Which would normally be the cue for him to leave. We heard him start the engine before, and it was revving, and he didn't move.
Maybe
it's not getting gears.
Yeah, still struggling to get into gear, and I think the way that their system works.
Ale switched it off.
So the way the system works, I think the car can still be driven even though you're not in gear on the electric mode. Right. You dip your clutch. You dip the clutch, and then you can drive in electric. So that's probably why it's stopped in the pit lane. And then now with the engines running, you're trying to get it back into gear. But yeah, the car's on the wheels. It's going back into the garage.
Yeah. Hello, dollies. I'm
what
afraid.
A shame.
All right, so
away it goes.
So people at home might be thinking, all right, he's already a lap behind or 2 laps behind, wherever he is now, 3 laps behind. Why bother? What's the point? There's 18 cars, only 10 of them are going to score points. Clearly, they're a long way from that. Well, the point is that if it happened to them, it can happen to anybody else. And also what we know historically, having raced at this track before, is that there can be weather, and that can be carnage. Right, the car is in gear. All right, well, Bruce Girani is down there, so let's see if he can find a little bit more ferreting around. There's the Heart of Racing Aston that leads. Daniel Mancinelli has taken that car over. Zach Robichon in the pit lane in the Proton competition. Mustang having led the race, but it is still the Iron Dames who are in 3rd place behind Team WRT. Bruce Girani, what's the look of the garage down there at Ferrari?
Yes, I'm just watching at the car, now the rear wheels are running, but in fact the car was in gear. It's just like if they could not release the clutch. So there must be an electronic system that doesn't allow them to release the clutch, because the car was in 1st gear or in gear anyways.
All right, okay. Yeah, well, the other thing that happened, of course, with the 54 Ferrari was that car left the pit lane going to the grid and had a clutch problem that was electronic related. What do electronics not like? Heat and vibration.
I wonder if it's the same problem they suffered last year, I believe, for the leading car of the race in Le Mans. Every pit stop, remember, they couldn't get the car going.
Last 2 stops, yeah.
Was that clutch related? I seem to remember it was.
No, it wasn't. The engine wouldn't fire. And that was a subsystem that they had never had malfunction before, which they have since changed. So that's not repeated itself. But again, with so much sophisticated electronics on these cars, in sweltering temperatures, they seem to be having an issue. Here's our battle for 2nd place then. A 50 Ferrari, BMW number 20 just having his nose cut off by the silver AF Corsa GT Ferrari, and right behind, look in the mirrors, yes, there's the blue nose of Earl Bamber. So and this is concertina up.
The black nose of Tota. It is going to be a 4-car battle for 2nd place very shortly here. That's because the pacer, Big El Molina, in defence of his position for René Rast, has dropped off a little here, and he's been caught by 2-3 cars from behind.
René Rast absolutely on the ragged edge there, through doing anything he could to get past the slower cars through the S's, fully on the attack. But yeah, lost quite a lot of time there behind the AF Corsa LMGT3 Ferrari.
It's not Earl Bamber, the caddy, of course. He's in the pit lane chatting to us. It's still Alex Lynn in the Cadillac, and behind him is Nick de Vries, Callum Eilert, and in fact Alex Lynn has now peeled out to that battle. That's where the Cadillac has gone. Alex is in the pit lane, so the Cadillac already topping up its energy. And again, look at the BMW compared to the cars in front. 4% and 5% energy. He's got 11% in hand, and he's still attacking the Ferrari in front. How are they doing this? Are they running on fairy dust or what?
Well, but they ended up pitting on this very similar lap, didn't they, to everybody else? That's a strange. It's just maybe it's a sensor issue or something on that car, but it wouldn't make sense that he's managing to save that amount of fuel but not actually utilising it.
Could I point out the one thing that it could be here, if indeed this proves not to be a sensor issue? It is the lead car that is an LMDH spec car, not an LMH car. It's deploying all of its energy through the rear wheels. Is there something about the way in which they're strategizing this car that's allowing them to maximize that?
I have to say, we're going to need answers later from the people that know, because right now we're just guessing, but...
there's touch. That's going to make a change here.
No, now the BMW has to go the long way round, 3 wide, and here he comes.
He's got it.
And this is for 2nd place, BMW up to 2nd, and in fact they will lead at the end of this lap, because look at your graphic. Our race leading yellow Ferrari of Robert Kubica is in the pit lane. the BMW won't need to stop for at least another 2 laps. And again, it was a slower traffic this time that gave him the chance, and there was contact with the Ferrari, so that will be a penalty.
Yeah, it'd be a penalty for the GT driver there. What happened there, actually, the GT went to the inside to defend its position from car number 20 from René Rast, and in doing so, outbraked himself and ended up hitting the car that's in second place overall of the race. So, yeah, that's you often see the GT drivers want to defend that, and rightly so, defend their position because they decide where they do or don't get overtaken, but you've got to keep your nose clean at all times. So that, I'm afraid, it's going to be a penalty coming their way.
René Rast leads the race for BMW. The 50 Ferrari in second, Toyota up to third. In the pits, Bruce Ioanni.
Yeah, I have bad news for car 51. Even though the race was very compromised, it's now over. They are stopping and retiring the car.
Yeah, that had all the hallmarks of not going much further. Thank you, Bruce. 12% energy left for the BMW. He's already running away from the Ferrari and saving energy.
But that might have dramatic effect on Ferrari's bid in the Manufacturers' Championship. They need the points right now, so that's very bad news indeed for the Ferrari manufacturer points total.
Yeah, because 2 cars score, so they'll only have 1 dog in the fight. There is still fight in that dog. Miguel Molina in that 50 Ferrari, also now being warned about exceeding track limits, trying to stay ahead of and now stay in touch with René Rast in the BMW. We saw Robin Friens helmeted up and ready to go at BMW, and he is obviously going to be looking forward to getting into this car. The Ferrari will stop possibly at the end of this lap, the Toyota with it, and look at Nick de Vries.
Yeah, Nick de Vries right in this fight as well. In comes the Ferrari. De Vries goes through, will take that position for the moment. What can he do about the BMW ahead?
Wow.
Well, we said we thought we might see something thrown at this race. We talked about Alpine, we talked about Cadillac, we talked about, so we didn't talk about Lamborghini.
Alpine Lamborghini, that's for 7th. Lamborghini hangs on there, the lime green car. Mirko Bortolotti took it over at the last stop. Mick Schumacher is in the 36 Alpine, so they're single stinting their drivers as well. And Schumacher inside Bortolotti moves up, so that is a change for 7th place.
Taking a look at the bodywork where that impact happened at the rear left.
Yeah, I mean, we saw bodywork fly, didn't we? And I'm sure it came mostly from the Ferrari, not the McLaren. Here's another look at it. Sorry, the Corvette. Yeah, so maybe it was more from the Corvette, actually. But either way. So Molina at car 50's had a penalty or an investigation for abusing track limits. Again, I don't know where.
It was just a warning, it's not a potential penalty.
So we saw 4 hard tyres, we believe, go on to the race leader, car 83. What are they going to do this time around on car 50? A hard goes there on the right rear.
So they've done rears only.
No, they did all 4.
No, they did all 4. Okay, but it's what 83 did: 3 mediums and a right rear hard. It looks like so they've gone to 83's strategy, and 83 kept their tyres on, did they?
So as we look at René Rast, this, my friend, is what it feels like to be unleashed.
Right.
Gone is the dirty air, and you now got a free track in front of you.
And a Hunter Killer Toyota behind. 83 went for 4 hard tyres. And here is a change for 2nd place in LMGT3. For 3rd place, rather, Rahul Fry having just taken over from Sarah Bovey, and Rui Andrade up the inside. That's a good move by the Angolan driver.
This Corvette beginning to come on strong. Brand new car, remember, at the start of this season. Racing around the world.
And the Cadillac putting pressure down the inside. He's going to have a look here, but the Ferrari moves to the inside just to defend it at the last minute. Can you go around the outside? I think he's made it work there. So the colder tyres, even if it was just on the rear of that Ferrari, we believe it's enough to penalise you ever so slightly on that outlap, and that was enough. That's all it took for El Bamba to make his way through.
Being told by BMW there was no puncture on the number 15 Ferrari, so it was Marco Wittmann who had just run out of energy.
The BMW, yeah, 15
sorry,
yeah,
BMW. Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, the driver. That's how I read his message to the team. Is shorten my stint, shorten my stint. I basically, yeah, this is becoming more and more difficult. What are we looking at here into turn 15? We got the Lamborghini down the inside of the 46 BMW.
Well, this is the BMW trying to take another place away from the Iron Dames. So that was Ahmed El Harti back in the car for his second stint, which will be his last, but trying to get up into third place where the Iron Dames Lamborghini is. And they're not too far ahead of the battle for fifth place, which is Manthey Pure Racing's Joel Sturm ahead of Francois Heriot in the AF Corsica, and James Cottingham close to them in the number 59 at McLaren.
This is where it all sweeps back, doesn't it? The teams that have put in a more highly rated driver to single stint their bronze are now suffering with the bronze back in the car, as Ahmed El Harti takes over from Maxime Martin.
Nick de Vries in car 7, that has suddenly come alive, hasn't it? And it's now closing in on the BMW hand over fist. So just looking at the average lap times, as you see Nick de Vries in the pit lane now in that car 7. The average lap times of their stints, by the way, Nick de Vries was 2/10 on average faster than that of the BMW René Rast.
Earl Bamber made a point in the pre-event press conference of saying how impressive Toyota was in the heat and abrasive circuit of Brazil on the medium tyres. He said, we couldn't do that. And Toyota was saying how quick the Ferrari had been on hards that they couldn't make work. So, again, different cars, different thought processes in the design, and yeah, Conway back in. Well, maybe they're just, Mike Conway still suffering with his ribs, but...
Maybe Kobayashi's just pulled rank. No, I'm going to wait till... Oh, look,
no, there's a big... Now, that doesn't look pretty. Is it going to affect cooling? It probably shouldn't where it is, but anything that affects airflow through and under the car is definitely going to affect cooling in some way, shape or form. Potential debris at turn 1. Tyre changes all round for Mike.
It's just, it's odd.
They're going on the mediums again.
I find it's odd that Mike's back in the car. Why wouldn't you put Kobayashi in it? Yeah, it was definitely Mike that started the race.
Yes.
Handed over to de Vries. Great stint by both of those drivers. Now it's Mike back in.
It's going to be okay.
BMW still leads. René Rast, well, he was okay this morning in the autograph session, so unless he's fallen off something, I'm assuming so. René Rast still leads. So René Rast now at least one more lap than anybody else, and 2 more than most.
Could be a management Zoom call, PowerPoint presentation.
PowerPoint presentation.
That's what I said. His team principal is pulled rank. Said, "No, I'll do the latest stint. Thanks, guys." When it just cools down a little bit. Now we see car 20 back into the pit lane.
Yeah, finally the race leader René Rast is in the pits. What a great moment for him and for WR Team BMW, though, to be leading here in Texas. Don't forget, this car is the product of BMW North America.
Brilliant.
Conceived and designed in the States. So this is very much their baby here in North America. I'm sure the BMW North America people, as well as everybody back home in Munich and WRT, will be really excited with the potential that this car has got in the race.
Yeah, some fantastic stints there by René Rast. He kept it cool when he needed to. No heroics in traffic. He waited, he bided his time until that the moment with the traffic that struck car 50 and was able to find his way through. I think looked after his tyres. He got the best out of them. Following cars as well, very difficult for his pretty much entire double stint there.
83's just gone by to resume the lead, but is he going to be second? Should be ahead of the number 7 Toyota. There's the end of the road for the 51 Ferrari. So that is done for the day, as we heard from Bruce Ioani. But it is a battle between Ferrari, BMW, Toyota and Cadillac right now. Best of the Porsches, 6th place Hertz Team Jota, Penske in 8th place and way down in 13th. But it's a good mix of different manufacturers. And are Alpine out of it? Well, right now they're not looking as strong as they did at the beginning. But there is Yiffy Yi in the yellow Ferrari that leads, and the Toyota in 2nd place ahead of the Caddy as the BMW rejoins.
That's the Caddy taking position.
Yeah, of course the BMW on cold tyres and the Ferrari trying to get by as well. So Robin Freins losing a spot to the number 50 Ferrari. He's just taken over the car. He's got cold tyres. It's his outlap. They're brand new. He will have a very slender advantage in another lap in terms of the ultimate pace of the tyre. But on cold tyres, through goes Earl Bamber because he's back in the car now and he's up to third. Mike Conway up to second in the number 7 Toyota, and the BMW that led and ran faster and or longer on fuel than anybody else is now back down to 5th place.
Bamber judged that beautifully well. He was thinking about going to the inside of turn 2, saw the BMW just start to drift to the inside of the corner, changed his mind and went to the left-hand side and was just given enough room to carry on with that momentum that he gained out of turn 1.
That pit stop, by the way, from Toyota Gazoo Racing for the number 7 car, 5 seconds quicker, 4 or 5 seconds quicker than the 3 cars around it. That has gained them 3 places with that quicker pit stop.
Did they do all 4 or only 2 tyres?
See that.
Sorry, who were you talking about?
Number 7.
Number 7. Yeah, well, Anthony's got his toy box out again.
The trusty app is, yep, he took
four
new
and they were still 5 seconds quicker.
So
in
this
which case, how have they done that?
This is really interesting. So Conway has taken on, as we say, 4 new mediums. Nicholas Nilsson took on 3 new mediums and 1 new hard on the right rear.
Oh, trouble for 12. This is Norman Nato, only just into the car and back in the pit lane.
This is 9th place for Norman Nato. That's going to go.
This is not a scheduled stop.
No, it's not.
This is a definite issue for Hertz Team Jota's number 12 car.
He had done 4 time laps.
Yeah. No, that did not have all the hallmarks of coming in quickly. That was coming in very slowly.
And yeah, just to finish what I was saying about the tyres, and I've had it confirmed that car 83 with EFA at the wheel has 4 brand new hard tyres. So, wow, let's see who gets the tyre strategy right. It was Kubica's call, wasn't it? He read the track conditions and wanted 4 hard tyres.
Oh, hello, BMW and Mustang. Whoa! The turquoise car, 77, Ryan Hardwick, Sean Gallale in the red, white and blue. BMW has just crept in front for 9th place.
2 silver drivers, or silver rank drivers here, battling away. Could there be 2 more different front-engine cars than these 2?
Well, there's an Aston Martin in front, so 3. That's a third. That's 3 different front-engine cars right there. And we've got a whole host of mid-engine cars as well. Of course, the Porsche, the Corvette, the Lamborghini, the McLaren, and that's Norman Nato again. He's come in, whatever it was, they've shooed him off, and it did not work. And that's what happened to the 54 Ferrari, leaving the pits to go to the grid.
I have lost everything again. I think we need to go power cycle.
Copy. So yeah, power cycles, hybrid off, ignition off, main off.
Okay, that is not good news for Hertz Team Jota. Norman Nato made an unexpected pit stop. They waved him straight through pretty much, immediately leaving the pit lane and stopping uphill on the climb up to turn 1. Pit exit, drivers left. Yellow flag warning from race control. And he is actually officially in the pit exit road as well. Luckily, almost everybody has just stopped.
Pit exit road is now clear. Pit exit road is now clear.
Right, he is moving again. He's creeping out of turn 1 and heading down the hill into turn 2. So just ahead of this battle, they will come up behind a very, very slow Norman Nato. He's barely got into turn 2. I think he's looking for somewhere to stop and recycle, or possibly park it and walk home without getting too hot and sweaty.
I was going to say that would be a very nerve-wracking speed to be heading towards the slow speed towards the chicane. I think the car stopped before even...
yeah, for me, I'd have been going left there, not trying to follow the track. I'd have been getting as far out of the way as possible.
I'm sure we've got race control talking to Hertz Team Jota. Radio and or Discord channel to find out just exactly what their prognosis is here before a decision is made as to whether or not we'll get the first intervention in this race.
Well, we have yellow flags currently at turn 2, guarding Norman Nato, but Here we go, battle between Rui Andrade and Rahal Frey, and Andrade in the yellow and black rather than the black and yellow Corvette is easing away, and through goes the BMW. Robin Freins now in 5th ahead of Raffaele Marcello, and the gap between them down to 8 seconds. But don't forget that the 15 BMW stopped half a dozen laps earlier than, or in fact quite a lot more than that, almost nearly 10 laps earlier than the 20 BMW because of driver exhaustion.
Yeah, Raffaele Marcello has done 17 timed laps on those brand new quad of medium tyres. And car 20 has done 3 laps, Robin Freins.
Yeah, that was a big, big difference.
Okay, so stand by Norman. We're trying to fix the car.
Every time I go again, like everything switch off. Like I lose everything.
So frustrating for the driver, isn't it? You know, it's just electronics, there's nothing you can do. White flag, slow-moving car, that's often to guard somebody coming out of the pit lane.
It has, and it's not moved. Sorry, no. The 12 has not moved since we last saw it. Still down at turn 2 as he tries, there we go.
And again, double yellows being shown to Michael Christensen. The driver's safety system inside the car reflects all the flag signals being shown at the specific part of the track you're on. So as you're coming into the flag zone, it shows. As you depart it, it goes. And the race control also have the ability to send messages directly either to all the cars in one go, like a full course yellow or a red flag, or a safety car, or specifically to drivers about track infringements. Here's Alex Malikin. It's not, it's Joel Sturm and Ahmed Al-Hati. This is for 3rd now. Joel Sturm goes through for 4th place, rather, in LMGT3. Joel Sturm in the points leading Manthey Pure Racing Porsche, as we're now 2¼ hours into our 6-hour race. What's the temperatures looking like, Ant? Is it hotter than it was at the beginning of the race?
Track temp 45.1, air temperature 35.6.
The question now comes as we 12 is moving again. 12, I was just about to say, how long will they allow this to go on?
It was in a, I would deem that as quite a dangerous position. So they were, the officials would have been having a very watchful eye on that car's progress, and good to see it moving again into hopefully a less dangerous part of the track if it were to stop again.
So air temperature for those of a Fahrenheit persuasion, just 95 degrees Fahrenheit of air temperature in the shade, and there ain't much of that here. Track temperature is around 115 degrees Fahrenheit. So warm enough, warm enough.
I can tell you, by the way, Norman Nato has now cleared the S's. Down towards turn 10, turn 11.
So Anthony, if you want a cup of tea, if you left a cup of water on the track, it would boil faster than a kettle on 110 volts.
we learned that. Our own scientific experiment there.
I just threw America under a bus.
You have to respect the 20 kph, if not we don't have enough energy to make it back to the box.
Okay, copy.
Okay, so try to bump start carefully, We don't have enough SOC to make it back to the box.
As we suspected earlier on with the Ferrari, if it was on electrical power, they're very limited in how far they can go, and so they've put a 20km/h restriction in place there at Porsche, and Jota relaying that information to the driver is something that they would have gone through many a time in the debrief before the race. In terms of like a damage limitation process, but it's easy to forget when you're in the heat of the moment.
He's on the back straight. He's doing a pretty decent job of getting it back.
Lights off again, though. I think he's recycling once again.
Well, he can recycle as many times as he wants. The key message there that we heard is that if he can't get the combustion engine working, he's not going to make it to the pits.
Yeah. Not enough SOC, state of charge, was basically how much juice is left in your Duracells.
So yeah, for any of you out there with an electric car, he's going through range anxiety right now. Big time.
And he's not alone. When you're doing it in your car, waiting to try and find a charger, you're alone. All his teammates are watching him. It's like you're on FaceTime to all your family and friends while you're desperately trying to get the car to move.
I think he stopped again.
Yeah, he has.
Yellows down turn 11. Yeah. Exit C, that's midway down that long back straight.
I wonder how many chances the officials are going to give them to keep stopping the car and restarting. But yeah, the complexities of modern day machinery And the limits are pushed, of course, in motor racing more than any others. This was a swap of position up at turn 1 between number 36 and car 5. Michael Christensen finding his way by Nico Lapierre.
So AF Courses 83 leads this race by 12 seconds now, AFA from Mike Conway. Earl Bamber 3 seconds back from Mike Conway's Toyota in the number 2 Cadillac. The other 1, 2, 3 with Nicholas Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari, now 4th. Then the 2 BMWs, 20 from number 15. Porsche Penske Motorsport 6. The 2nd Toyota, the number 8 car, Hertz Team Jotas surviving healthy 963, and the 93 Peugeot completes the top 10.
Earl Bamber in the caddy in 3rd, and Robin Freins in 20 BMW in 5th have both just set their fastest laps of the race so far. 153.3 and 153.5. The leader did a 154 dead. There's Yefei.
Just going back to that scrap between Michael Christensen and Nico Lapierre. So the 36 car has done 5 laps on a set of used left-hand side tyres and continued on from the stint before to double stint the right side of the tyres, whereas Christensen had a set of brand new medium tyres and he's done 11 laps on them. So quite a bit of a tyre advantage there, and would explain why he's found his way by.
But look at where the Alpines are. They're 12th and 13th. In the first hour, they were way up inside the top 10, knocking on the door of the top 5.
Actually, that explains why he found his way by, because on top of that tyre advantage, Nico Lapierre just opened the door, rolled out the red carpet and put some LED signs with big arrows on it.
That was a gimme, wasn't it? And unfortunately, that's slightly tired tyres.
We'll tell you, by the way, number 12 is on the move again, slowly still. This doesn't look great, does it, I'm afraid, for Norman Nato.
Well, you sort of think
down at turn 14.
If he gets to the pit lane, probably like the 50 Ferrari, or 51 Ferrari, that's as far as he's going to get.
I think he may be stopped again at turn 15. His yellows come out as I speak.
Right then, Mr. Conway in car number 7, Toyota, with your best lap, or theoretical best lap of a 1 minute 54.1 on your medium tyres. You are catching Yefei at this point, so
and he's just set a 153.3, so his theoretical best lap has just been blown out of the water. Toyota come here to look for points. Right now, Mike Conway might be contemplating the fact that the top step of the podium isn't that far away. There's only one car in front of them. Yes, the Cadillac is there and still very close and still lapping at very nearly the same speed, but Earl Bamber in 3rd. You know, Mike Conway is definitely having a race, I think, that Toyota did not expect at this stage.
Yeah, us as well, because we were sold the story that they weren't going to have the speed when I spoke to the drivers, but we expected this car we're riding on board with to have the speed in the race today based on their free practice performance. And Earl Bamber's theoretical best lap time, 1 minute 52.9.
Wow.
So if obviously like they are your best sectors you've done, amalgamated, put together, so it's a genuine lap time that he's done, albeit from different sectors throughout this stint.
Which, by the way, would be 3/10 quicker than the current fastest lap of the race. Cadillac looks strong here. They've been looking strong here all week. This is not the race we expected, gentlemen, with BMW in the mix. With Cadillac, okay, we thought might be in the mix, but they've been super strong. With Toyota right up there, and with Ferrari with a couple of problems, 1 or 2 of them pretty much self-inflicted.
Yeah. It's and here comes Hertz Team Josie. Is that sitting down on the left rear as well?
No, that looks to be okay.
Yeah, no. Okay. Sorry, my Earl Bamberism creeping in there. In he comes. Well, now that looks a little quicker than the Ferrari came in. I wonder if he's managed to get the internal combustion engine running, because that did not look like the last dregs of electrical power.
12.5 minutes that lap took him, from pit out to pit in.
Still quicker than me, probably, in a hypercar, and that's why I'm doing this.
Here's your championship leaders, riding on board with Andre Lotterer in car number 6, Porsche. And actually, he's put in a very handy stint so far on his... he's done 14 laps, theoretical best lap time, 1 minute 53.4, but his consistency, his average lap time through this stint has been 1 minute 54.5. So, yeah, that's very competitive, actually, compared to, say, Yefei, for example, 12 laps, 54.5 average lap time.
Yeah, never underestimate an older guy. That's what I always tell people who underestimate me and Martin.
Yep. Yeah, when we get older, never underestimate us then either.
Absolutely.
So, Hurst Team Joe to wheel the number 12 car away. Whether it comes back or not, only time will tell, I'm afraid. But we might have just lost our second hypercar. This is probably the most extreme heat we've raced in this season. I wonder if that is going to be part of the answer. Rui Andrade in second place, battling with Rahel Fry in LMGT3. We ride on board with the Iron Dames, Norman Nato. Well, he wasn't in there long, but that is hot work, that frustration of constantly trying to go through all the procedures and get the car back. Because if you can't get it to the team, you've got no chance. He did all that was asked of him, somehow got it back to the garage, and then it's up to them to plug in the laptop and see whether there's anybody home and whether it's going to leave again.
Remember, this is a car that earlier in the season sat second in the Drivers' Championship. Why they're still pushing here? Well, number one, because of the race team, and that's what you do. But number two, there is something else up for grabs here, which is the Hypercar World Cup, which they take part in. There are 4 cars in that fight. The lead one at the moment is this car. Could we actually get to the point where 2 races out of the 6 so far are won by non-factory teams? 5 different cars have won a race this year in 5 races. What's going to be the 6th winner?
Yeah, that's a very valid point. And that's one of the joys of the category, is that no matter what you've brought, what it looks like, what it sounds like, how it works, what it's powered by, the parameters are the same. You can't have more power, you can't have less weight, you can't produce more aero, you can't produce more drag. So it just, they look different, they sound different, they work differently, but the maxima and the minima are the same, and that's what makes them so close.
The other major point to make here, by the way, is should we get the checkered flag at this moment, and of course we won't, the 25 points for the win in the Manufacturers' Championship would go to Toyota.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's a couple of questions out there. Why not Ferrari? Let's have a listen to what's going on with AFA. We'll explain that when we've listened to what's going on.
Position 1, ABS, position 1.
What is ABS?
ABS, position 1, that's driver knob grey. Driver knob grey.
We're talking. Oh, Sarah Bovey properly, I beg your pardon, Rahel Frey properly shoulder charges Rui Andrade.
There's a significant damage to the Corvette, front left corner as a result of that.
That is going to end up with a penalty from the stewards for the Lamborghini team, and I think she's got a penalty now. That's a right rear puncture.
Yeah.
Now we need to rewind that a little further, or maybe a suspension breakage. It looked like air in the tyre. The Corvette continues. They build them forward tough.
So let's have another look. Yeah, sense it up the inside, but not quite enough space aside on impact. And I wonder, I think you might be right here, Martin. I think the right rear might be damaged, the toe link or something. But yeah, it's just, it's a little bit late and a bit unseen as well. Here's how it looked from Andrade's point of view. That is the normal racing line, you'd have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's going to have to pit with that damage, or he's going to lose the hood. But I think the right rear suspension is broken. So this is another disastrous race for the Iron Dames. They're having no luck in the World Endurance Championship. And Graham, equally small amounts of luck in the European Le Mans Series.
It's just been chaotic, hasn't it? Sorry, Anne.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't think she was seen on the inside by Andrade there.
Yeah, and there's the damage to the Corvette, and that is... It might last another dozen or 15 laps. On the other hand, it really might not.
I'm just going to... I know we don't do this very often, Martin, but I'm going to correct you.
Are you?
They
Okay.
do not build Chevy Corvettes Ford Tough.
No, that's true. But it's a phrase.
It'll work.
Yeah.
But that, again, has become quite a regular sight of a magenta and white Lamborghini being pushed into a garage. And it looks to me like TF Sport are ready for attention needed to be paid to the Corvette as well. What a shame.
It's going to put a wrinkle in their race, but then again, lots of other stuff is going to happen. I think Rahel Fry is a little bit disappointed with herself there.
I have to say,
getting out the car yet.
It wasn't quite as blunt a moment as perhaps it looked at the end of it. There was a gap there for her to go for. It didn't look to me like Rui had the perfect line into that corner. I think he'd left space but then closed it. It was a bit disastrous.
He was on the normal racing line, like I said, when we rode on board with him into that corner. But it was basically like a karting lunge down the inside, which you're okay to do. And she did have room when she went down the inside, first of all. But you've always got to look at the reason for contact. That's how the stewards, they're trying to look at it as emotionless as possible. The reason for contact. If one car's on the racing line and it's a late lunge down the inside, I think they might pass the blame this time onto the car making the overtake. Well, but the move was on when it started. I don't think the move was on as you got later into the corner.
Yeah, unfortunately the door closed, didn't it, before she could get her nose out of the way. And it's always the inherent duty of the driver trying to overtake to do it safely.
And you've always got to realise as well, when you're the overtaker, you damn well better be seen. You're in a bright pink car, that's going to help. But these cars, you're so cocooned from inside them, it's sometimes impossibly hard to see directly alongside you.
Riding on board with Porsche Penske Motorsport, the number 6 car, now up in the 7th place, Andre Lotterer, chasing Raffaele Marcello's BMW, and the gap under a second now. So in another form of racing, he'd be within DRS range. We don't have that. You have to do it all by your own hard work.
I have to say, you know, we're looking at the progress of Andre Lotterer here. These are the championship. This is the championship leading car. Could this be that drive that at the end of the season we look back at?
Prepare full course yellow at 15:31.
Debris.
30 seconds for full course yellow.
Yeah.
Right.
2.5 hours in, gentlemen, and the first full course yellow is coming.
Who could this benefit? Who is getting
full course yellow in 20 seconds?
I think we're half an hour away from anybody needing a pit stop.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
You saw it being counted down to the drivers in the cars. The car that might possibly benefit, depending where they are on the racetrack, is the one that's out of kilter with everybody else because of an out-of-position stop, and that is the number 15 BMW. Don't forget, they stopped early to swap drivers because of driver fatigue. Marco Wittmann couldn't complete the second stint, so they are getting close to the end of their stint. Everybody else is sort of right in the meat of it, and it doesn't make any sense. Well, there's the corner workers running back with the bit of debris.
Isn't there another bit on the exit of the curb as well? They've got the main piece, but
I can't imagine he'd have left some there and run back. But under full course yellow, of course, it's not all the cars coming by in one go. They come by in the groups that they were in previously. Full ground-up restoration work going on the number 12 Hertz Team Jota car. Why are they doing that? Well, it might be something that they can fix here. The other thing, of course, is that they're going to leave here, go to LA, and then go on a boat to Japan.
Yes.
So it's not going home.
No.
It's not going home until after Bahrain, and even then it's not going home because they won't be using it again.
They're talking to on the radio to post controllers to find out where the gaps are that they can most safely deploy these heroes, without which none of us would be racing. And albeit you might be at home screaming, "Go and get it, let's go racing," you're not the guy doing it.
Look at the speed of that.
Look at that.
And bear in mind, he's wearing a fireproof overalls and a helmet. It's 95 degrees out. And he's sprinting across a gravel trap.
And he's not getting paid.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well done. I mean, you know, goodness me. They're close to the action. Sometimes they're part of the action as well.
It's worth saying, isn't it, of this moment before we go down to see Norman Nato. Thanks to everybody in the Marshland community worldwide. But now we're going to go down to Bruce Rani. He's on pit lane with Norman Nato from the 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche.
Norman, you must be disappointed. The beginning of the race, you started strong, and now, you're unlucky.
Yeah, at the moment we still don't know, still not sure what the issue is. I arrived in turn 19 and I've lost the connection with
with the car, like it's not mechanical, like it's an electrical issue at the moment, but it's a kind of issue, it takes time and you never know from where it's coming. So we're still looking at it. Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. I think again, like we had great pace in race. So yeah, I think we're playing at least for top 5. We all know it's a long race, but yeah, I mean, it's part of the game. So far this season, honestly, we had no issue on the car, so it's a bit unlucky, but that's what it is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, you could hear it in his voice, couldn't you, Ant? Bitter disappointment from Norman Nato. That number 12 car's been in the mix all through the season, but electrical. That's a tough one at this stage.
And they were in the mix as well. They were, for some part in the race, shadowing that of the Cadillac and the Toyota car number 7. They were in the mix after the Ferraris, but disappointing scenes to see that car in the garage. But at least it has made it back to the garage.
2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
We're back to green flag racing. There are 3 hours, 26 minutes left. This 6-hour race in the World Endurance Championship here at the Circuit of the Americas. Lone Star Le Mans is back and will be back again next year. And if you're enjoying this and you're sitting watching this in the United States, make plans. Come and see us. We'd love to have you here trackside.
Just looking at where the cars were, number 83 and car 7 who lead this race. And looks like it's pretty even Stevens after that full course yellow period, where we sometimes see cars gain an advantage or lose out depending on where you were on track when you get the full course yellow. If you're in a slow speed corner and you're already doing 80 kilometers an hour and you get the full course yellow button that limits your car to the 80 kph, then it makes no difference. But if you're flat out barreling down the main straight, for example,
could be a few seconds in hand there. Great little battle here between 2 of the LMGT3 cars. This is the 95 United Autosports McLaren, 11th place for Nico Pino, and Maurice Schuring in the number 91 car, the Porsche from Monti Team EMA. If you want to know the difference, McLaren is the black and orange one, and the Porsche is the orange and black one.
Yeah, I got to throw the Corvette into there as well, because as we see the Lamborghini come back out finally from the garage.
So the damage, we hope, repaired for the number 85 Iron Dames car. That car, of course, has dropped to the back of the field.
And it is under investigation. The car 85 and 81, that incident at turn 15. Stewards are going to have a look at that one.
So with the Iron Dames about to rejoin the race, that means the only 2 cars still in trouble. Well, it is the 51 car we know to be out of the race. The number 12 Hertz Team Joda car we heard from Norman Nato just a moment ago with Bruce Schwani. Electrical troubles from that one. Under investigation at the moment. Unsurprisingly, that incident between Rahal Fry and Rui Andrade, that one under investigation. We saw that one, the contact that led to problems for both cars, and we've not seen the Corvette down pit lane to fix that problem. The flapping bodywork. Car 77 though for Ryan Hardwick, that is the Corvette, the number 77 Proton competition car, in 10th place at the moment, under investigation for full course yellow procedures. So at the moment the 2 Corvettes running in 9th and 10th. We're sticking with this LMGT3 battle between the Le Mans winning Porsche.
Second in the standing as well, Manti EMA, the orange and black car. While Schuring aboard that car. He is just half a second ahead, half a second behind Nico Pino in the United Autosport 95 car. Back with the BMW, Raffaele Marcello. Now, they didn't stop under that full course yellow. They obviously weren't in the right place on the track, but they will need to stop soon, and they're going to be out of kilter with everybody else for a while.
Under pressure here from Andre Lotterer. I think a stellar stint, Andre.
There's been all sorts of chat that this is probably, possibly, maybe, conceivably going to be Andre's last year as a racer. I'm not sure he looks like he's a man who's heading towards retirement. He's got the bit between his ears. I think he's really enjoying himself with his teammates, with this team, and now they've gone from being kind of nowhere last year Penske are very much in the fight every time they roll the car off the truck. And that does an awful lot for your motivation, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, I have a journalistic policy of never messing with drivers' careers, and you know they will either decide when it's time to go, or their teams will decide for them, because you see that change, at least briefly, between the McLaren and the Porsche. As he made that stick, I think Marushoga's made his way through. What did Nico Pinu say about that? The Chilean driver to the inside, goes to the outside, but I think that move is done. Andre's still got pace, he's still got a lot of heart, and he's got a lot to give in whatever capacity he stays in this sport, and it would be a poorer sport should he decide to hang up his helmet.
Well, I think if he hangs up his helmet, a little bit like Alex Wurz, I'm not sure he's going to be allowed to leave the Porsche family. He's got so much experience, you know, that he brings to bear, as well as obvious pace.
Yep.
And he's really having a strong season. He's having a great race here as well. We're on board with the sister car. This is Michael Christensen. Again, this is to get both of the Penske cars into the points. And so attacking Mikkel Jensen in the 93 Peugeot, the better placed of the two. Paul di Resta in the 94 is still a lap behind that car after its puncture on the opening lap.
Yep. So Lotra in the 6, all over the back of Raffaele Marciello. This is the battle for the last position in the top 10. Not the last position, by the way, the manufacturer standings, because we've still got two private cars in that top 10, the lead car, the 83, and the undelayed 38, or the less delayed 38, from Hertz Team Jota. So manufacturers' points in the moment going down to 12th, in the first of the Alpines, that's at 12th and 13th at the moment. Mikkel Jensen and Michael Christensen.
Yeah, what's happened to Alpine's pace? They had really decent one-lap pace in qualifying, and nothing in the race.
Rumours that there may be in this heat with that package some cooling issues that might be around the rear end of that Peugeot. Looks absolutely wild. It's day-on-day action here.
Quite lively.
Yeah,
quite lively.
Double Danish.
Yeah.
Which is a tasty breakfast.
We all love a Danish.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Tastier still here.
Plenty of Danish in this field, of course. Now then, this is all about LMGT3. 87, the Codis ASP car of teenager Esteban Masson behind Sebastian Bode. And Sebastian Bode in the TF Sport 82 car. The other Lexus, by the way, has just pitted. Kelvin van der Linde has brought it in from what was 12th place. Drops down a couple of spots. So 2 retirements so far. That's the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari that started on pole, and the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche. But the lead group closing up. Yefei leading in 83, Mike Conway 10.7 seconds back in second, but Earl Bamber 2.5 seconds behind him, and he took a second out of Conway last time round with a Caddy's fastest lap of the race. And behind him, 50, the Ferrari of Nick Nielsen, 10 seconds further back, but it too has just set its fastest lap of the race. So heat or no heat, the track continues to rubber in, produce more grip, and this time the Porsche goes for it up the inside. Does he overshoot? Yes, he does. This is sort of like the mirror image of the first corner at Spielberg in Austria. Uphill, hairpin right, tweak the handbrake. Unfortunately, the handbrake didn't really rotate the car enough there. So, yeah.
It's an amazing turn. We're looking from the corridor from where outside our booth and looking out the window down pit lane. You see
the corridor of uncertainty.
It's corridor of uncertainty. This grey wall with red and white stripes on the sides, and you suddenly realise, no, that's the run up to turn 1, yes. And it literally fills the window. It is a remarkable sight.
Well, if you're on the top floor of the race control building, you're basically looking at the apex, eye to eye. Yeah. And that's 3 stories up, and that's the climb, and it's not gradual. It's pretty steep.
I think if you're on the top floor of race control building, you're Eduardo Freitas. That's what you are. It is 3 hours 18 minutes to go, and battling away here, fighting group of LMGT3 cars. Timo Bernhard, we had him in the booth for part of our FP3.
And again, we're talking about keeping the genius of Porsche in the family. Another of those well-known names, particularly here in North America, is wearing a Porsche Penske Motorsport team. Alvin Springer.
Oh, yeah.
And Alvin Springer has been associated with Porsche in North America since he ran Andile, that produced all the engines in the Group C era for the GTP racers in a Camel IMSA GTP program. So he's been involved. He retired over 12 years ago,
yes.
and clearly
still keeps coming back to work.
Mrs. Springer likes him to leave the house.
There's a new fastest lap of the race. It's not for the race leader. It's not for the chasing Toyota. It's not for the chasing Cadillac. It's not for the sole remaining Ferrari. It's one of the BMWs. It's Raffaele Marciello with a 1:53.231.
It's all right. He got there in the end, Anthony. Anthony was geeing him up there. Who is it then? Who is it? It's Raffaele Marciello. But he must be running almost on fumes, because don't forget, that car is about a third of it, pitted about a third of a stint early. Everybody has wandered into our booth to eat cake.
It's marshmallow.
Oh, it's marshmallow.
It's
no, it's
Raffaele
not. It's Sam Smith, and that's just rude. So Sam Smith has joined us in the back of the booth to point out our obvious errors. Into the pit lane comes everybody in LMGT3. Joel Stern was in already for, I beg your pardon, Ahmed Al-Hati was in first for Team WRT.
The doctor,
then James Cottingham, Erwan Batar.
Yep, doctor climbing aboard, and that will be the end of Ahmed Al-Hati's drive time, I'm sure. Yep. This is the silver-rated driver, of course, but he's known certainly far more globally as the absolute international superstar that he is on two wheels, and now making a reputation on four. Valentino Rossi, of course.
Yeah, not his first season of racing. This is his third season racing GTs with Team WRT. Last year, he and Maxime Martin racing in the GT World Challenge Sprint Series, where he had his first wins for BMW. And he's having a very fun time here in the World Endurance Championship and signing a gazillion autographs for a gazillion fans at every race.
And doing it with a big smile on his face at every race too. Team Sport, by the way, left rear Andrade out with that damage to the front end of the Corvette. It's not going any worse, he's still second.
Yeah, he still said it feels absolutely fine. In fact, Tom Van Rompuy, when he got out of the car, said it is the best Corvette they have driven all year long. So it is really, really going well on this track. So that car, as it sort of looked like it might be, does still seem to be very much in the hunt.
Yeah, so both the bronze and silver driver graded drivers for the LMGT3 category. In a 6-hour race, minimum driving time is 1 hour 45.
Yep, 3 hours 15 minutes to go, approaching halfway in this race with just one short interruption to remove debris. James Cottingham?
Yeah, with Richard Dean in the white shirts, the co-owner of United Autosports. And James just out, having completed his drive time. That was his target for today, to do his double, or do all his drive time in a double. And I think that is, or did they?
No, he didn't. No. There we go. Let's polish that bit. And my guess is that the race tape might be coming out.
Polish that, because that's going to make it look so much better. That's how my Morris Minor gets restored. I just polish the shiny bit and ignore all the broken bits.
What, running in a Lamborghini into the sun of it?
No, it would have looked a lot better had that happened than it currently does. But whether or not they're going to work on the bodywork, I'm not entirely sure. Not quite sure what the drummer is doing on the front of the BMW there. I mean, obviously beating a staccato rhythm in 4/4, but I'm not sure what else was going on.
I wonder if they had...
BMW's coming in left, right and centre. That was 15, so Raffaele Marciello, a couple of laps ago, fastest race lap for the car, and it was because he was low on fuel.
There is a lot of race tape being applied there. It's not the way Brett Miller built that car, but...
well, they should have orange as well. You'd think a big orange bit. The cars are sort of like the McLarens, a mirror image of each other.
I wonder on the BMW whether or not the driver may have been saying that there's a bit of flappage on the
Might have been. But I'm not sure that just drumming on it with your hands is actually going to keep the bonnet down.
It's a technical term, Matt, you wouldn't understand.
Yeah. Out goes everybody. 88 leaves. Mikkel Pedersen in the black and gold Proton Engineering Porsche.
So
Proton Competition Mustang. There's a pound in the kitty.
Yeah, Fay, by the way, leads, but it's now under 12 seconds, 11.1 seconds. And Mike Conway is edging closer. Earl Bamber still 2.3 seconds back, and again edging closer. Nick Nielsen not at the moment making inroads there.
This is interesting. suddenly Charles Milesi is right with them. Charles Milesi, 1:55.7 last time round, between half and 3/4 of a second quicker than the cars in front of him.
New fastest lap of the race. Guess who? This time, Mike Conway, 1:52.994. The first lap under 1:53 in this motor race, and he draws the gap under 11 seconds.
Well, if only he didn't have broken ribs, he'd be able to drive quickly.
Meantime, by the way, Nick Nielsen makes a liar of me. He puts in a 1:53.0 for that car's fastest lap of the race. Stoffel Van Dorn, by the way, under investigation, speeding in pit lane. That car, I'm afraid, out of real contention moment. Lap down, it's in the hands now of Paul Di Resta.
Okay, so the car they're chasing here with car 5, Michael Christensen fighting the Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen. Mikkel Jensen has done 17 laps so far on a brand new set of mediums with one brand new right rear. So as we look back at this fight from the Peugeot and then flip to the onboard of the Porsche as you tackle the final corner of this 20-corner circuit anti-clockwise. Now, do you have a chance, Michael Christensen, to go down the inside? You're close enough. Do you do it? Oh, it's defended from inside. He knew. He anticipated that one very well. A little bit late, but he got the job done.
Block Christensen, but Christensen's got a good run down the hill. So, again, lots of Dane-on-Dane action. Mikkel Jensen being very strong in defence.
Christensen's got, by the way, a brand new set went on of all 4 mediums. He's on lap 24, so they're slightly older than the car he's fighting, but seems to have the speed.
Well, we're going to catch up with Corvette's Tom Van Rompuy as we watch this battle continue.
Tom, we just saw the pit stop that went pretty well. Your teammate Rui Andrade is doing a good job. You're having a strong weekend here in the US, which is good. It's kind of home soil for Corvette. How is this car going?
The car is feeling really well. We have a really strong car, as you said. I managed to have a good first double stint, managed to pull up to P3. It's a bit of a shame with the incident with the iron dames, but the team did a really good job on fixing it quite quickly. So let's hope we can have a good result here.
Okay, it's looking good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, just said Tom getting out the car and telling the team that that is the best Corvette they've had on track this season. In is our leader. So Daniel Mancinelli took over from Ian James. Ian started the race and did his double stint, got his drive time out of the way. And now Daniel will do a double stint.
So we look back to this three-way fight with Charles Milesi dropping back a little bit that lap, but probably through traffic. He's certainly got the speed and a very similar tyre age actually to the Peugeot that's in front of the car we ride on board with now. So yeah, genuine pace advantage, you have to say, from the Alpine of Charles Milesi.
In which case, look back at what his tyre usage has been.
Here we go. Is it going to be another late move and under the brakes this time into turn 1? But Christensen didn't quite have the run there that he wanted.
Just wondering what about the tyre usage in Alpine might have caused them to drop so far back so quickly.
Look at that, man.
That was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, always. Apparently the way to race here in WEC.
I know that was ugly. Stay calm, 3 laps more.
Yeah, I do think in all
seriousness... Because you wouldn't have done the same.
I do think in all seriousness, you know, they're moving under the braking zone it's not... it's a thing that drivers don't like, because if you make a late move and then the driver reacts to that move when you're on the brakes, you've already decided where you're going to be braking from the car behind.
Yeah.
So you can't stop any faster just because the car in front of you blocks you. So there is a serious risk of just ramming the car in front at that point. So that's why racing drivers don't like cars in front moving under the braking zone.
But, you know, every driver who's trying to attack and that happens to them forgets all the times that they've done it to defend against a similar car.
Absolutely. I've never done that in my life. What are you talking about?
So, officially, our third retirement of the race is the number 54 AF Corsa Ferrari. Now then, battle of BMWs. This is for 5th place. Valentino Rossi going by Sean Gelael, 2 silver-graded drivers.
Sean Gelael pop it back on the inside, though. That's the other way you can do it, but having to yield through turn 2.
Yeah, and actually Valle did a pretty decent job, because as you ride on board, the Ferrari was taking away the road from Valentino, and so Sean then had to allow for more than one car's width inside him. So
here we go,
good,
Christensen.
clean stuff.
This is the closest he's been.
Yeah.
And Jensen picks up a little bit of a toe from the Aston in front. They dart down now. Christensen's on the inside. Surely it's going to be his corner this time around, but Jensen goes to the outside to possibly switch back, but Christensen's got it covered.
But that's the difference. He made a move that was indefensible. So there you go. Undefendable, rather, indefensible. Sorry, I'm correcting my own things. It was undefendable. He made it late enough and deep enough that you couldn't shut the door as soon as he made it. What was very fortunate for Mikkel Jensen is actually that Charles Lacey wasn't quite close enough, because he very nearly lost 2 spots.
It's going to be close enough on the exit of turn 9 for a possible attack down towards turn 11, but do you wait until that run up towards turn 1? That's where Jensen seems a little bit more vulnerable.
So why did the Alpine fade, and how is Milesi now seeming to find a bit more get up and go? By the way, if you're a fan of the 94 Peugeot team, who are currently running last of the cars that are running in Hypercar, their day just got worse because they picked up a speeding drive-through as well. So Paul de Resta will have to serve that one, whether he incurred it leaving the pit lane or whether it was incurred by somebody else coming in. But 35 and 36, the Alpines. I'm trying to remember now just how far up the order it was early on, but Charles Lacey trying to go the long way round the Peugeot. I'm sure they were in the top 6 at the beginning of the race.
At the beginning of the race.
Yeah, to answer your question, guys, it's because he did over 50 laps on the right side tyres only after not this last pit stop, but the pit stop before. So they basically double stinted the right side tyres. So they took them very deep into this race. And then to top that off, when they were taking those right side tyres over 50 laps, they only put a used set of mediums on the left-hand side. And now we see him drag alongside the Peugeot. Surely this would be another easy move into turn 1.
That's a proper slam dunk, isn't it? And again, block pass, stops the car on the apex, rotates nicely and drives off down the hill. So he goes through. So it's early pain for long-term game for Alpine. And yeah, everybody is tyre limited. Who's this in the pit lane? Number 5, Michael Christensen.
Which means that pass on the Peugeot is for 9th and not 10th for the Alpine. So Charles Lacey up into 9th place now, as these 2 Alpines seem to be coming back into their own at the moment, in the same way that the Porsches have seemed to be doing that. That seemed to be...
Drivers' drink bottles are not normally serviced from the driver's door. That's normally the passenger door. So was that a steering wheel or a seatbelt issue?
Possible. I've seen seatbelt issues in 963s, but principally with the Proton car.
Might have
2 consecutive races.
Yes, that's right. Might have to send Bruce Schwanny down to have a little bit of a find out.
Maybe in that drinks bottle they're just putting in a tea bag, because by now I'm sure that's toasty.
Yeah. So drumming on the front of the BMW is to try and shake out any loose bits of debris out of the cooling ducts.
There you go.
At least that's what Emma's telling me, in the hope that I'll repeat it on air.
I literally believe everything that Emma tells me.
Boris Schuring and Mikkel Pedersen in a battle here of brands. The Manthey EMA Porsche, the orange and black car, ahead of Mikkel Pedersen's Proton Mustang, the black and gold car. And this is at the tail of the points, 9th and 10th place.
I should explain, Emma, by the way, the excellent PR for Team WRT works alongside her BMW factory colleagues here. It's a great conduit of useful knowledge. Closing in on the halfway point here. And Campbell cycles back round to just 15th place. After that last pit stop, that was a minute 16 on pit lane, so whatever that was in the driver's compartment, that would, of course, I think that's a driver change. It probably would have been somebody assisting with the belts, but that certainly did not delay them. The lead gap, by the way, 9.3 seconds, and Mike Conway continues to edge closer and closer to Eyefe. Earl Bamber dropping back just a little from a charging Mike Conway. Nick Nielsen under 10 seconds back now from Bamber, beginning to find his pace again.
Remember how Maxime Martin drove the BMW back up towards the front of LMGT3?
Yes.
Valentino Rossi's doing exactly the same, isn't he? He's just picked off one car and now attacking Grégoire Saucy, and this is to move up into 4th position, and he's definitely got the speed over the McLaren.
Yeah, he's got a tyre advantage as well, but so far it looks like he's got into this stint very nicely indeed. You see the rear wing of the BMW just shaking in the turbulence, and he looks to the inside into turn 1. It's late.
Now there's a man who knows all about braking late and parking it on the apex, because that is an absolutely classic MotoGP pass here. Raced here several times, never a winner on 2 wheels here. I wonder if it's possible he might end up on the top of the pile on 4 wheels.
Yeah, metaphorically got his knee down there, but it didn't quite work. Now it's time for that sweeping bunch of turns, but they've got clear air to do that without the interruption of the hypercar.
I'm now trying to imagine him waving his leg, dangling the anchor as he comes up under braking like they used to do. There we go. All right, it pleased me. Andre Lotterer has brought in the number 6 Porsche.
Good stint from Andre.
Yeah, really good stint. There is Vincent Vos.
It was a good stint by Andre. It's, yeah, I would say his strongest stint so far this season, as the performance has not quite been the Andre Lotterer of the past from the LMP1 era, I'd have to say. I think, yeah, Kevin Estre and Vantor have had a slight speed advantage on average through this season, but that was a very strong stint there for Lotterer. 31 laps with an average lap time. Well, they've included the full course yellow, so it's a 1 minute 57 average lap time. But theoretical best lap time, 1 minute 52.9. So he was very competitive. It was the best out there. Sorry, some of the best out there. If you look at the race leader, 52.9 as well, theoretical best lap time.
Here comes Valentino again. A quicker car offers up the opportunity. Grégoire Saucy couldn't hold the line he needed to. Valentino Rossi, having initially been held up by the hypercar, then got a chance to close. He is still all over the back of the McLaren. Again, look, 2 very different cars, and still racing nose to tail. Porsche on Porsche action. So this is 99 Neil Jarni behind the number 6 car of Andre Lotterer, who has just come out of the pit lane.
Okay, you are doing a mega job, Andre. Mega job for old man. It's not too bad. You have a purple in sector 1.
Lawrence, I just heard your engineer telling Andre, not too bad for an old man. He put some purple sectors out there and he's closing the gap with the car in front. You started 14, you're P6 at the moment, so you're doing that magic again.
Yeah, Andre's doing really well, and slowly we're coming back. Hopefully we can still gain a couple more positions and especially get ahead of the Toyota and the Ferrari, but might be more difficult. But yeah, we're making progress and so far so good, so hopefully we can continue this.
Okay, fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, he didn't throw Andre under the bus in quite the fashion that his engineer did on the radio. Not bad for an old man. Well, no, but I was talking to Andre actually in the driver's autograph session. I said, what's it like in the car? And he said, well, what's the air conditioning like? You're using coolers. And I said, the air conditioning's okay. He said, probably as good as it was in LMP1. So the problem is, these cars are so much more physical than LMP1 cars. If they were more technical and they were quicker, these aren't as fast, but it is like wrestling an alligator in a sauna.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you know, to keep that pace up, and he isn't the youngest of drivers. I mean, I'm still sure he's as fit as he probably ever was. But his motivation is absolutely right there. So yeah, another great stint from Andre Lotterer, and he's back out for another one.
The great thing about this trio, there's real good spirit. And I was trying to remember the insult that was thrown at them on the internet that they've just taken on board, and it was, as I recall it and read it,
The Three Stooges?
No, it was past his prime Estre, 80-year-old Lotterer and second best Vantor, and I think they've had T-shirts made. By the way, the trio, by the way, leading the World Championship.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
It's beyond harsh.
And have been since the first race of the championship as well, second race of the championship. So it's a really strong combination. And I do refer to the fact that when we're looking at our full access programme, there's always them giggling and sniggering in the back of the garage, either at somebody else's misfortune or especially at one of their own teammates' misfortune. But boy, when you're that relaxed, Anthony, among a trio of drivers, or 6 drivers as they are across the 2 cars, that's a sign that the team spirit is absolutely phenomenal. And this year, justifiably, Penske are reaping the rewards of a lot of hard work on the car, and they've got the right drivers in place.
Mike Conway on pit lane from 2nd place, by the way.
Yeah, he had brought that gap down to 9 seconds. So when they first started their stints, it was over 12 seconds. So yeah, Mike's been slowly chipping away, but I'm intrigued to see how these hard tyres all round are going to get on for EFA as this battle between Valentino Rossi in car 46 and Sosei down in towards turn 13. Can Rossi find a way by? He does have the tyre advantage. Tries to set himself up to a switchback on the inside, but the tyre didn't really like it. They did well not to make contact there.
It's a great little battle, this, isn't it? We have, by the way, we're going to have 4 drive-through penalties, all for GT cars, full course yellow procedures. It's car 31, which is the other WRT car. It is, unfortunately, my message has now disappeared. I think it's the 82 Corvette, the 77 Mustang, and one other 60, I think, Lamborghini.
Yeah, I'm thinking that move that Rossi was trying, I could see what was going through his mind, but the car just couldn't quite take it. And then he had a big snap of oversteer. I think he felt like he might have been in a single-seater for a minute there, but he's going to try again, because he's certainly got the speed over the McLaren in front. As now the Alpine's going to work its way around the outside of turn 2. Can he get both of them before turn 3 is critical? And he does it, because if you sit behind the GTs through that sequence of corners at high speed, you can see how much you would lose by how far he's making progress as the Alpine over these 2 GTs. Look at that, they come to turn 7. You don't want to be giving up that much track distance.
Good stuff. As in comes the lead car in the hands of EFA. Good stint from him.
So fully expecting the tyres just to remain on the car this time.
77, by the way, has just served its penalty. But there's problem for D station. 777 has been in the pits for a long while, actually, several laps. It's now 19 laps behind the leaders, 6 laps behind the Iron Dames Rahal Frey, and they lost nearly a dozen laps. So 777 in the garage, and just hearing from Bruce Ryan, in fact, is just being pushed out onto the apron.
It was Bastar who was that brought the car in. We'll see whether or not he takes back to the track.
Car 7 is in, it's just gone back out, Nick de Vries.
Just see in the background of this shot, by the way, the 777 car, just behind the 83, the dark green car.
So Nick de Vries back in the Toyota, still no Kobayashi.
Yeah, that Zoom meeting really is going on quite a long while, isn't it? Maybe he's just hoping that later on in the last double stint it'll be a little bit less humid and hot. I tell you what, he wants to ride a motorcycle at Suzuka in the 8 hours if he wants to know what hot and humid feels like.
I'm beginning to wonder whether or not he may be under the weather.
He was fine this morning, chatting to them in their autograph sessions. At 10:30, he was tickety-boo. Nobody's pushed him down the stairs to steal his drive, so...
on board, by the way, with the number 7 Toyota, in the hands of Nick de Vries. Chasing hard, as he has been throughout the race so far. LMGT3, by the way, still led by the Heart of Racing number 27 car. Hands of Daniel Mancinelli. Joel Sturm now, the 92 car, the championship leading Monza Pure Racing Porsche. 18 seconds back from the Aston Martin that's pretty much led throughout. And Rui Andrade, the now rather stickered 81 TF Sport Corvette in 3rd.
Well, let's catch up with Bruce Joanny in the pit lane. Bruce, what do you know?
Well, about the station car, it's really a shame the car didn't restart after the pit stop. They just pressed the button, it wouldn't go, super frustrating, so they had to bring it back in to fix the starter motor.
Starter motor, okay, so not electronics this time, but there's been a lot of it going around, cars refusing to fire. Riding on board with the Alpine.
It's the Alpine closing in on Alex Lynn in the Cadillac.
Yeah, he does. He's ahead on track at the moment, so he's got the move done there into turn 1. But yeah, the Cadillac, as we know, has had immense speed the whole way through the race.
They've now sagged down to 9th place, the Caddy.
What's the situation with their tyres, Ant?
Still round and black.
So the Caddy did have a set of all 4 new mediums go on to do their stint of 31 laps. And
well, that wasn't an outlap for the Caddy either.
And they've put, no, it wasn't an outlap, but they have put on 2 new mediums on the left-hand side.
Okay, well, that was a couple of laps ago. Caddy, well, 9th place, yeah, Nick de Vries in 5th place in the number 7 Toyota, having taken over again. And in comes, okay, so we're now going to start to see most of our hypercars coming in. The Lamborghini is in the pit lane, 50 Ferrari is in the pit lane, so too is the number 36 Alpine. You could see Nico Lapierre hanging up his belts.
And fishtailed under braking just before the speed limit zone there.
And he's just done the stint that the sister car did before, where they had only put an older set of left-hand tyres on to take the right tyres really far into the race of over 50 laps.
Number 50 Ferrari, Niklas Nielsen, out of the pit lane, left sides only. It had mediums fitted on, and no further action for them, or for 82 for contact back at turn 14.
That was the incident between the Corvette and the number 50 Ferrari.
Yeah, the TF Sport car of Sebastian Bode.
Sorry, that's not over 50 laps. It's 64 laps on
Whoa,
the right side of the tyres.
Hang on a minute, we've only done 96 laps. So he's done 2/3 of the race on that one set. Blimey, they're going to be sending tyres back unused at the end of the race.
This 51 car, I'm sure, being prepped for transport onwards in 2 weekends' time.
Exactly. It's going to go on a boat. It's going to so you lose a week getting to Japan.
This is you're going to see here. He fishtails here. He almost hit the barrier on the way.
Wow, that was. Yeah, on the absolute ragged edge, wasn't it? Because Lapierre gave it everything he could. Typical Lapierre style.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mathieu Vaxivière taking over the 36 car. Neil Jarney leaves the pit lane in 99, the white and green Proton Porsche, and just getting down to the line. 35, in comes Charles Milesi.
How long has that stint been from Rio Hirakawa? He's on pit lane right now.
Rio Hirakawa.
He's only just taken over the car, hasn't he? Did Buemi did a single?
No, Rio's been in there a while.
Yeah,
He's
so it's
done
a single
stint.
stint. Yeah, because they're singling.
By the way, cycling round to the lead at the moment, Robin Freins, but he of course owes us a pit stop shortly. But that stretch of the energy beginning to make an impact here, gentlemen. And who knows what an endurance race will throw us in the latter part of 6 hours. Could that be telling? If they're able to stick it out while others have to pit. Well, there could be quite a result for BMW this afternoon. And meantime, taking a look down at LMGT3 as things settle in Hypercar.
The only problem with BMW is that when they had like a 2-lap overlap at the beginning of the first stint, they didn't bother using it, they just pitted early.
I still don't understand.
No, I don't. If you're running longer on fuel, you want to continue multiplying that, so at the end of the race, you're spending yet another 2 laps less filling time stationary.
Absolutely. Robin Freins leads. Of course, as 83 car still. Hanzo Yefei is in second place.
Well, either way, this could be a really entertaining battle. The Toyota is definitely not out of it. There are 2 Ferraris in the hunt. The Caddy potentially, at least one of the BMWs. And if you could count out a Porsche Penske car from being on the podium, then you're probably not that great.
I wouldn't do that, because the pace we've seen for the number 6 car, Andre Lotter is still at the wheel of that car. We've still got, that's a brush there between the 93 and the other Corvette, the 82 this time.
93 is Mikkel Jensen.
At the wheel of the 80, Sebastian Bode back at the wheel of that car.
Just come out the pits, in fact, and into the pit lane comes 93. So Mikkel Jensen's stint is done.
Well, as you know, that from the stewards so far this race, they've taken no prisoners, have they? They've been handing out penalties left, right, centre for any kind of contact. So I fear for Jensen there, he might be penalised, even though both cars carried on in a straight line. Cause of collision was definitely car 93, you'd have to say, in that one.
I was just about to say that 2 cars have been pinged for track limits on the last lap. One was Nico Pino, one was Andre Lotra. Nico Pino in the 95 McLaren here has just been given his final public warning, so he'll have to be a little bit careful there. Battling with Sean Gallale.
Very close, wasn't it, on the exit?
In fact, no, this is Valentino Rossi and Gregoire Sosi. So both United McLarens and both WRT BMWs are battling each other. And the number 12 Hertz team, Jota Car, going no further. It is going back together, but that appears to be the dashboard stuck up in the... Oh, hang on a minute. It might be going back out.
So here is, or was, our race leader momentarily, Robin Freins, in the car 20 BMW. And... going to be interesting to see what they do with this tyre strategy here, because he was on a brand new set of mediums and he took those for 32 laps. Yeah, so 32 laps seems to be the standard of what they're all doing out there. So even though he's saving a bit more fuel, I'm not sure it's absolutely accurate.
There seems to be only 2 tyres waiting for him on the apron. Didn't look like 4, so they might be doing left sides only again. Yeye back into the lead of the race. And again, these guys this morning looking very, very relaxed. All of the drivers enjoying meeting the fans and signing autographs and hero cards and lots of photos and selfies. And of course, a long zigzagging tensor barrier queue for Valentino Rossi's garage, as ever was. Out comes the number 20 car. Robin Freins stays in, or did he take over? Now I'm confusing myself. Out comes number 20. Mikkel Jensen still in 93, so no change at the Peugeot. So it is Yeye who leads. Nick de Vries second for Toyota. Third place, Nick Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari. And the 4th place caddy, it is Alex Lynn. Robin Freins in 5th and Andre Lotra in 6th position. So Lotra, after the slightly earlier pit stop, still in the top half dozen ahead of Rio Hirakawa, Raffaele Marciello's BMW. And just 50 Ferrari on that hard right rear, and one of the others, one of the Porsches on the hard right rear, but the 83 car, though it wasn't showing on the graphic, on hard tyres all round.
Yeah, it's still on hard tyres all round. So yeah, that was the decision made by the car 83, that side of the garage, decided to go on hards. But yeah, just a reminder of in a 6-hour World Endurance Championship race, you get 18 individual tyres for the whole race. So of course you're limited and you have to therefore side tyre, you only go for one side at a time sometimes, maybe just put one new tyre on or double stint a whole quad of tyres.
Yeah, 3 and out. Oh, so the battle continued through the pit lane and then came to grief. 59 Gregoire Sosi and Valentino Rossi did not get through. There was contact, no advantage gained. But I'm sure the stewards will look at that.
Cause of contact, you have to say, was car 46 in that one. Went for a move. There was an ever-closing gap. And by the time you got to the corner, maybe not quite the significant part of the car alongside that you would have wanted.
Interesting battle in 2nd and 3rd overall. But let's watch this again. Valentino Rossi had several good, strong looks at Gregoire Sosi in the run into their recent pit stop. And of course they're all now full of fuel and on fresher tyres. This is the battle for 4th place in LMGT3.
And coming back at them and aided a little bit by that moment is Simon Mann in the surviving Ferrari, the 55 car. In 6th, but that gap under 5 seconds now, and Simon Mann looking to get onto terms in this battle to be the next car along from the podium battles ahead.
Through goes the Alpine and Porsche battle. Ferdy Habsburg ahead of Matt Campbell in car number 5. They go through, and that leaves the door open potentially for Valet. Didn't quite squeeze through there, but Gregoire Sosi's McLaren was a little offline between the final 2 corners, and Valentino couldn't take advantage, but he's got a run. He's closing all the way down the straight. Is he going to send it? No, but Gregoire Sosi goes very deep to defend. Now the doctor will try and cut back underneath, but unfortunately it's not a right-hander at the bottom, or left-hander, it's a right-hander at the bottom of the hill, so inside becomes outside very quickly. 3¼ hours in, 2 3/4 hours remain in the Lone Star Le Mans, and the battles rage on track. Austin, Texas in the background. In the foreground, the Circuit of the Americas, the venue for round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, Lone Star Le Mans. Everybody getting into the right spirits for the start of this race. In searing temperatures, over 95 degrees on the grid, and track temperatures up to 115 before the start. A bit of breeze to keep the fans cool, and a bit of shade will be very much required, with a nice, healthy crowd on hand here to watch World Endurance return for the first time in 4 years. And right from turn 1 in the Hypercar field, it was busy, busy, busy. Contact and cars going off. Cleaner in the LMGT3 crews, but the Ferraris moving up into a 1, 2, 3 position early on. The Cadillac getting pushed and shoved, not least by one of the Alpine, which also hit the BMWs. And through came car number 15 to go 4th, ahead of car number 20. BMW looking strong early on. Early pit stop for a pitot tube safety cover removal from the number 5 Porsche has left them on the back foot. Contact for the Peugeot gave it a puncture. 94 has been at the tail of the field ever since. They've had other issues as well with that car. And then the number 83 Ferrari towards the end of the first hour, moving into the lead of the race, a lead they have surrendered only during the pit stops. At that stage, the pole sitting 51 car ran second as the Cadillac started to move its way up the order, and Toyota also showing better race pace than their single lap qualifying pace. 51 making its way through traffic, and then a half spin trying to avoid contact with a Peugeot. Antonio Giovinazzi having to bring the car back on electric power only, and it was retired. That left Ferrari with the 83 car in front, the 50 car battling for podium positions, but René Rast in BMW number 20 charging up through the order from 5th up to 3rd place to 2nd place as he got ahead of the Ferrari, and then leading the race as they run longer on fuel than any of their rivals. End of the race for Hertz Team Jota. Norman Nato, shortly after taking the car over, it packed up and he got it home on electric power. It went no further. In LMGT3, contact between the Iron Dames and the 81 Corvette. The Lamborghini retiring with damaged suspension, or being pitted with damaged suspension. And it is Ian James's team, Harter Racing, that leads in LMGT3. AF Corsa's 83 car, the leader in Hypercar.
Yeah, AFA still leading this race in the bright yellow number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, but that lead is coming down again, and coming down quite quickly just now, under 8 seconds again to a charging Nick de Vries. Tota telling anybody who'd listen prior to this race that they didn't think they had anything to bring to the party. That does not seem to be quite the way things are turning out.
I don't think that they suspected that they had podium potential, but I think they thought they'd probably end up with both cars with top 6 pace, and that's what it's producing. At the moment, I think the number 7 crew are really batting it out of the park. They are absolutely bludgeoning that car. And if they ever put their 3rd driver in, hopefully he'll be able to keep the pace up as well, Kamui Kobayashi.
Meantime, in the lead of LMGT3, it's been peerless so far. Brilliant opening stints from Ian James in the Heart of Racing 27 Aston Martin, untroubled after winning a battle with Sarah Bovey that went on for, I'd say, a good half of a full stint. But Daniel Mancinelli now at the wheel of the 27, and he's fending off the attack of George Sturm in the 2nd place, and championship leading 92 Porsche by now 21.5 seconds. Drive-through penalty, by the way, coming for the 82 car. Meantime, back into the garage from the 777. We heard earlier from Bouchouani on pit lane that they were having trouble restarting that car.
Well, they've changed the starter motor. I suspect it may not have been actually the starter motor, so that car may well become our 4th retirement, although number 12, Hertz Team Jota, has that officially retired? Not entirely sure.
Well, as we speak, by the way, and watch these beautiful slow-mo images on our timing and scoring screen, confirmation officially that the 51 is a retirement, joining the 54.
Yeah.
12, it's down to the team as to whether or not they do try to get the car back out.
It did look to be being rebuilt, but it did rather look as though Norman Nato was standing there in the anticipation of getting ready to go out. Drive-through penalty has been awarded to Sebastian Bode in the number 82 TF Sport Corvette for abuse of track limits. Easily done in these very hot and very slippery conditions. Racetrack rubbering in, but also pretty slick once the tyres are cold. Now then, Valentino Rossi has made the move, hasn't he? He's gone ahead of Gregor Sosi.
But look at the 55 car behind, he's caught both of them.
Well, that was always shaping up to happen just as we went to our highlights package. So let's see if we can have a look at what happened. Gregor Sosi and Valentino Rossi under investigation for an incident. That also happened during our highlights package. Who could have predicted that?
That was the one on the way
the one before. Okay,
the one on the way on the pits.
So we need to see the pass.
So this is the 3 cars for 4th position, 46 in the hands of Ballet. Yes. United Autosports 59.
Simon Mann looking pretty racy here, though.
Isn't he just? Yeah. He's pulled 4 seconds back on this pair since that incident.
And it's interesting, isn't it, that car, the 55 car, and the 46 car has been single. Fresh driver equals fast driver. Bludgeoning your way somehow, grittily, through the end of a double stint, but having no pace to show for it, is not necessarily the way to go.
Astoundingly, in this 2024 FIA World Endurance Championship, in LMGT3, so far, neither of the Ferraris has finished on a podium.
Oh.
Which is remarkable.
And actually, we're just thinking, you said earlier, the only remaining Ferrari. How many years have you been doing this, and how many years have we only ever had 2 Ferraris in a GT class?
I think the answer is...
I know that's the rule now, that it's a 2-car team.
It goes back to the very start of GT2, doesn't it, with the Ferrari 360, but the big difference now, of course, is that Ferrari lovers have got the distinct appeal of having 3 cars in a top class, which is not something I've had in my kind of professional career, which lasts for the whole of this century. It's a remarkable era.
Yeah, it certainly is. And speaking of the top class, the hypercar category, we watch now car number 8, Brendan Hartley, chasing car number 6, the championship leader, but also championship leaders, Porsche and Toyota, are very much in that fight in the constructors. So yeah, this could be an important dice between the two drivers here.
It absolutely could. Meanwhile, in other Toyota news, Nick de Vries has the lead under 5.5 seconds now to FIA, my apologies.
Yeah, Yifei, so he's carried on as suspected. That's supposedly the advantage of running those harder tyres. You didn't need to put any extra sides on through the pit stop. They've carried on. And Nick de Vries decided on his side of the garage, car 7, decided to put on the left-hand side of old tyres and continues on with the right side. So that's why he's probably catching hand over fist right now, but it's certainly going to be hotting up soon between the two cars out in front.
Great thing about this race, gentlemen, is it has got Toyota in it, it's got Ferrari in it, it's got Porsche in it, it's got Cadillac and BMW in it, and the depth of competitiveness in this hypercar field is increasing as it matures. We saw it coming into this season with the Porsches that frankly did not look ultimately competitive, being right on the button straight away, and all of a sudden we're seeing the Alpines beginning to come on strong, the Caddy is coming on strong, and boy oh boy, this afternoon the BMW has been right there.
Well, we've got 6 brands in the top 10, which tells you all you need to know about the variety, and actually if we looked at LMGT3, probably exactly the same.
We've got Mikkel Jensen, car 93, and Bode in 82, under investigation for that incident that we saw on the run-up towards turn 13. Stewards have been busy today. We can have a listen to what's going on at car 83, our race leader.
19 laps to go, 19 laps to go, 5.9 gap to Toyota. We can reduce the stint length with 1 lap, we can reduce the stint length with 1 lap, and we can remove lift and coast.
Oh, that's the kind of message you want when you're a driver. Oh, thank goodness, no more lift and coast. I can go faster, burn a bit more fuel off. Happy days, but 1 less lap given to you.
Now, I said we've got 6 brands in the top 10 in Hypercar. We've actually got 7 brands in the top 10 in LMGT3 out of the 8 possible. So, yeah, it's a very good spread of makes.
Which means that just Lexus and Lamborghini to the L's aren't doing so well this afternoon, with a variety of reasons behind that. By the way, that message we heard was slightly delayed from the 83 car. 5.9 we heard was the gap, 4.9 now. So he's going to need that lack of lift and coast, I think, to fend off an absolutely flying Nick de Vries right now.
And Nick de Vries has really got the bit between his teeth in this car, has he? Especially the second part of this season. From Le Mans onwards, he's absolutely pitching in there with the other guys as well. He and Mike Conway are, and then Kamui Kobayashi is absolutely pitching there as well. They are comprehensively, all 3 of them, quicker than the sister car.
Oh, Twill's back out.
Yeah, well, it did look like they were getting ready to go again. So
good to see them about to make it back out there. Good team spirit, fighting spirit, as always, with Team Jota. And yeah, we could see that car. Hopefully, no more problems from here on in. But obviously, out of the race in terms of a competitive result for them. But the advantage they can gain from just more and more track time is often vital.
Yeah, the other thing, of course, is it's going back in a container, then going to LA, and then going on a ship, and they don't want to unpack it in Fuji, not knowing whether the rebuild they've done works. This is the shakedown of the car for Fuji.
It won't be going on a ship. I think this is the one absolute that we've got to have an air sector because of the short gap we will be in at Fuji. Not next weekend, but the weekend after that. So if you're in that region and want to come along, please do come and see us trackside, but mark those dates in your calendar, because the very same level of entertainment and probably more will be back at the WC's Japanese home in Fuji in just 2 weekends' time.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see just how many mental Japanese Valentino Rossi fans show up, because they always come in great numbers, the Japanese fans, and with lots and lots of sort of fan paraphernalia and replica race suits and helmets and everything else. I can't wait to see what the valet crowd is going to be like in Fuji. Yeye still trying to keep that gap open to Nick de Vries in second place, 4.90 seconds now. And de Vries closing by about half a second on that last lap.
And for anyone thinking that Alpine is a bit of a thorn in de Vries' side right now, it is not for position.
Mathieu Vazevier, he's just gone by him. So the second place car putting a lap on the second of the Alpines.
And Vaxivier's pretty much had a brand new set of tyres gone in his car. He's done 11 laps, so that's why he's able to really pester Nick de Vries at the moment. But de Vries, you can tell he's just thinking, leave me alone, I'm really on the attack right now, I don't need any disturbances.
Looks as though, and indeed, Rahal Frey has headed back out into the fray, and car number 12, Hertz Team Jota, slow on track. That's not what they wanted to hear. Whatever ails it still. Hello. Bit of a meander there from the Alpine. That wasn't for position, was it?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Matt Campbell, his recovery drive.
That was Matt Campbell ahead of Ferdy Habsburg, so it wasn't a meander, it was a defensive meander from Ferdy.
So his next target is the 38 Hertz Team Jota car, but that car is a full, 13 seconds up the road from there, from the number 5 Penske car. 83 in the hands of Nick de Vries. It's 3.1 seconds. That's coming down in leaps and bounds
chunks, now. Big chunks. That was 7/10 of a second on that lap.
And remember, we were told, what was that, 4 or 5 laps ago, 19 laps to go. This is going to be nose to tail if this progress continues from Nick de Vries within the next couple of laps. There is the 12 car, by the way, in the background. Whatever they've done to try to fix that car, I'm afraid it has not worked.
51 Ferrari was retired because of driveline failure after contact with the GT3 car.
Well, this race has taken a little while to warm up, but things are really starting to get a bit spicy here with the ever-closing Toyota of car 7.
As we sit in our air-conditioned booth, Anthony's saying the race has taken a little while to heat up. I think everybody in the pit lane from Bruce Joanny out is probably disagreeing. Yeah.
Metaphorically speaking.
More ice cream, Ant.
I'm actually a bit cold, so yeah, I'll refuse.
I'll put the heating on for you. Don't worry.
Just give the radiator another click, will you? 2.1 seconds now is the gap. This is the gap from the point of view of Nick de Vries, and the next car ahead is the race leader.
1.9 seconds.
Wow. And traffic galore coming here. It's going to happen now, I think. They're going to be nose to tail before we get much further into and through the S's.
Well, and don't forget, the message we heard for Yeyife was 19 laps left. At the most, that I can do for you, I'll barter it down to 18 and you can remove lift and coast. So he's probably still got 14 laps to go. And there is Norman Nato. That ain't happening for them. And Michelle Gatting is out, though, in the Iron Dames car.
Okay, Nick, for turn 12 lift, prepare driver just 11. For turn 12, prepare driver just 11.
Vale Rossi, by the way, is going to get 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That was the brush with Gregoire Saucy on pit out. So whilst Valentino at the moment is up into 4th place, 2.5 seconds back from Riandrad, that's going to sting. And that's going to cost that team 2 places.
Not quite no harm, no foul. Nobody actually got nerfed off, but there was contact and it did slow the other car. So Valentino will pay a small penalty for that. It's not going to happen on this lap, is it? Unless they really get held up. But Yeyife,
look at the traffic ahead of this pair,
has got no grip left. Look at this. Nick de Vries is eating him alive, Anthony.
Yeah, and Yeyife under massive pressure here as they go through the triple right-hander with the ever-closing Toyota. He's got traffic as well, so on the exit of turn 19, he's going to have de Vries right behind him as they head towards turn 20. De Vries going to have slot behind both GT cars. Don't turn in. Oh, I thought that was... It's always a risk when you go side by side.
And that's a battle for position, the turquoise Mustang and the red and white BMW.
That's, yeah, it's so risky when you're a driver. You follow one of the other cars through the inside. I've been in that position a few times myself in my career, and sometimes you're unsighted, the GT car will turn in.
Ye lost 1.1 seconds that lap, 1.7 the lap before. This is a no contest. Ye will hang on as long as he can, because you've got to go as quick as you can for as long as you can, but yeah, the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, it is. It's inevitable, isn't it? He's done 16 laps so far as Yeyife in this stint. As we know, they're probably going to go 1 lap shorter because he's not doing any lift and coast for the fuel. So that's 31 laps he's got to do.
Yeah,
he's
halfway
through.
It should be a 31 or 32 lap stint. So he's got nothing left to fight with either. And actually, the tyre life on the right on that 83 car is extreme. That right rear tyre has been on for 60 laps or something.
Well, to be fair, so has this car 7. They didn't change the right-hand tyres at all in that last pit stop. It was only the left side that went on there. We used mediums on de Vries' car, so he does have a tyre advantage, but it ain't coming from the right-hand side of his car.
Remember what we said about an hour and a half ago, gentlemen, where we talked about the way in which the ebb and flow of the performance of these cars can come deeper into the race, deeper into a double stint, and that's exactly what we're seeing. If you'd have looked at the order and the performance of the cars into the first hour, this is not a storyline we'd have been looking at. And all of a sudden, the experience of Toto Guzzi racing with this platform is beginning to play very hard indeed.
Yeah. I think they may have made a mistake at Ferrari by going onto the hard tyres. I think as the track rubbers up more and more and the temperature starts to come down more and more, you can use the medium tyres. The window gets wider basically on the mediums. It makes complete sense. Everything I've learned in my career, that's always been the way. So I do feel like maybe if Ferrari switched back to the mediums, maybe their car runs them differently and it's too harsh on the mediums, but that's not what we saw at the start of this race today. On a track that was causing more degradation at the start, they had more performance over the Toyota.
Well, if they have the option to go back to mediums. In fact, the 50 car is running what the yellow car, the 83 car, ran at the beginning, which is 3 mediums and a hard right rear. And in terms of pace, they're in 3rd place, 155.1 compared to 154.1 for Yeye.
Well, that's just on the last lap. You have to look at the averages. And also, car 50 hasn't been in it today at all.
Okay, Nick, 15 laps to go. 15 laps to go. Next stop, 4 new tires. You can use your tires.
Again, a good radio call for a driver who's on the attack here. Next challenge for this pair. And by the way, FIA's pace has improved since being clear of that GT traffic, of course. Now the traffic ahead, as well as GT cars, includes hypercars and includes the 13th place Lamborghini. Just ahead of this pair.
Nick de Vries looking back at him here, the driver at work. Look at the concentration on his face. You see the eyes focused on the corners, on the apex, and the car in front literally just there. Look, the yellow Ferrari battling through the LMGT3 to go to the inside. Nick, yes, you're not going to get through the Ferrari there. That was the right decision to go to the inside. And I love that you can see how hot, how hard work it is. Remember, no air conditioning at all in the Toyota as well.
No aircon, no cool suits. Yeah, so burn your tyres, try and get the lead, because he's going to be dragged out of the car in a sweaty puddle to hand it over either to Mike Conway or Kamui Kobayashi, not quite sure which. That'll be about at the top of the hour. It'll be about 2 hours left to go by that stage.
Just notably, by the way, in the background, they may have lapped that Alpine, but it's stuck with this pair ever since they've got back. On new tyres.
Yeah, that's why, like I said, it's a bit of a thorn in their side. And it's frustrating as well all around, because when you're in the faster car on better tyres, but you're the lapped car, you feel like you're a bit of a massive inconvenience for the drivers leading the race.
Valentino Rossi handing over the 46 BMW to Maxime Martin. They will have a stint each left to do, I think. Also in the pits, Proton Competition, the 77 car rather, Ben Barker taking that one over.
Sadly, also confirmation on our timing screen for the retirement of the 777D station car.
Yep.
You know, that part of the car had a problem, they thought at least, with starter motor. Something right to the point that they cannot fix that car. End of race for Owen Mastar pitting the car.
Got the Lamborghini having a look down the inside of the Peugeot 93 into turn 12.
Close stuff. That's not what Yeye wants to see. It's a really tough hypercar battle in front of him. There's the battle for 4th place. Alex Lynn ahead of Robin Freins. Freins in the BMW. Lynn with the blue nose on the Caddy. Of course, it was announced last week that Cadillac will have a 2-car program in World Endurance next year, run by Hertz Team Jota. So it'll go from Hertz Team Jota Porsche to Hertz Team Jota Cadillac.
Massive result for the little team from the south of England.
Yeah, the little team that can. They dream big, and boy, they live their dreams. Yeye still hanging on, and you're right about the Alpine now trying to put a lap on the... In fact, is that for position, the Peugeot in front?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. So that's 36, Mathieu Vaxivière and Jean-Eric Verne in the background. Vaxivière on the inside, up to the top of the hill. Hold the shot, got through.
Got him. It's some of the French Civil War, this, isn't it?
Probably tucked him up there, didn't he?
And by the way, that's in the realms of where the Manufacturers' World Championship points are.
Both Alpines are ahead of both Peugeots. So yeah. And there is Alex Lynn, Robin Freins very close behind.
Yeah, Alex Lynn, he's on lap 20 of his 32-lap stint at the moment. And Robin Freins has done 14 laps.
Just seen the number 12 car is left the pits again. We then have double yellows at the start-finish line.
They're really persevering with it, but actually it's becoming the TCR jammer car of World Endurance, isn't it? It is crawling out of the pits. And where's he got to? He's still crawling down through turn 2, but he's been left behind comprehensively by the GT3 cars, so it's not running at all well. That's it. I think possibly the message from race control will be, okay guys, please stop doing this now, because you are going to cause an issue.
I wouldn't be remotely surprised to see a team manager car 12 to race control.
I think the message will be on Discord going, okay, you've had enough rope, now just stop. Back with our lead battle, Nick de Vries. Now, the real issue is, although he's being told that he's free to burn up his tyres, it still doesn't give him any physical advantage. He's caught the Ferrari, but now he's stuck in the rhythm of the car in front of him.
Yeah, it's so hard to overtake. Remember, this anti-clockwise circuit, both of their right-hand tyres are the same age, so all of the left-hand corners that they go through, you do get a bit of advantage by running a fresher set of tyres on the left side of the car, but ideally you would want it to be inverted. You want to be every single left-hand corner to have that advantage of the tyre grip, but De Vries is driving an absolute cracker of a stint here, and well, both him and Mike Conway so far, like you said earlier on, that car number 7 Toyota, they are flying and doing unexpected things, I'd say, for the Toyota today. This is where we thought the Toyota was going to be, with Brendan Hartley fighting the Porsches.
For 6th place, that's the battle with Andre Lotterer for 6th position, but even them from 12th on the grid, they'll be happy with that progress so far.
I'll take it.
Yeah, EFA, by the way, notably having to take more risk in traffic here to stay ahead of the Toyota.
Well,
there's another dive there where it was safe and it was fine, and it was marginal.
I was going to say, you know, for the performance of Nick De Vries, EFA is doing as good a job as keeping his nose in front. He's got less grip. Obviously, the car is a lot more wayward, and he's still managing to keep up enough pace that Nick De Vries just can't sandbag him anywhere. Well, very slow run from the number 12 car we passed on the back stretch, and I should think by the time he gets back to the garage, Norman Nato will probably be saying, okay guys, I've had enough of this is really dangerous and I don't want to do it anymore. If you want to send the car out again, how about you get in?
Yeah, it's frustrating, and it's a little bit dangerous as well.
It must be nerve-wracking.
It is. You're in everyone's way, and you're not in the race at all, and you're a huge inconvenience then too.
They must believe they've fixed it. This is, but clearly there's something that is giving them an indication it's fixed, but then it's failing again.
Here we go, Nick De Vries, still trying to get within striking distance of EFA. He's close enough to follow, can't quite get there. Well, we just saw Valentino Rossi getting out of the 46 BMW, hot and sweaty. He knows this track. What's he made of the race today?
Valentino, a very strong run. Unfortunately, a little penalty, which happens, contact, but easier on 4 wheels than on 2 wheels, I guess.
Yes. I mean, I was behind the McLaren and I have to try to overtake because I was a bit faster and I have to do a good rhythm. But it was a great battle because we try everything and we touched 2 or 3 times, but at the end I lose a bit of lap, but at the end I was able to overtake and I can do some lap alone and the pace is not too bad. Now we see, because our strategy is a little bit different than the other, so we need to understand if it's the right idea at the end of the race.
Okay, well, good luck and very happy to see you having fun.
Grazie, thank you. Ciao.
He certainly is having fun, isn't he?
Isn't he, though? And he always talks, he always declutters the race in his own head and gives you chapter and verse really clearly. Lead battle continues. Alex Lynn in the Cadillac in 4th place. Is he closing at all on the number 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen? They're 9 seconds apart. It's pretty close. He was a little quicker on the last lap, so certainly there's still half a dozen cars that could easily be on the podium here.
Alex Lynn is struggling to close the gap to the number 50 Ferrari. Has done on the odd occasion as we get them separated here around the number 92 car. He is being closed down by Robin Frijns. No doubt whatsoever that there's a battle now for 4th place between the Cadillac and the number 20 BMW of Robin Frijns. FIA just again having a go through traffic. It is working for him at the moment, fending them off. Leader in LMGT3 on pit lane now.
Yeah. Well, Daniel Mancinelli has just done his double stint, and that means Alex Riberas gets in to take it to the checkered flag, hopefully, potentially for them in their current position, because they have
race from them, faultless,
utterly dominant. I mean, stunning performance in Hyperpole from Ian James. It was a really dominant performance, and they have been very quick all the way through. And so everything crossed, because the heart of racing in the US. It's a US flag team. Ian James was born in the UK. Still holds a British passport, but has lived in the US for 30 years. He's also an American citizen, so it's an important race weekend for them. And Aston Martin looking for their 8th victory. 10th victory in the GT classes here.
10th victory in any class here at COTA in the FIA World Endurance Championship. And of course, they will be back next year with the target of overall victory.
Looking for wins number 11 and 12 because they'll have the Valkyrie and the GT3 program. So riding on board again with Nick de Vries.
Small mistake in front by Yi, and de Vries sort of spotted that through turn 13, but nothing you can do around this slow section of the circuit. But you've got the GTs in front, and I don't think, so Yi's going to have to go around the outside here and potentially pick up a hell of a lot of marbles on the tyres. But no, the GT stays to the inside. All okay for now.
Good question. What tyres is that Lamborghini number 63 on at the moment? Because again, showing good pace in front of this battle.
Yeah, similar age tyres actually to Nick de Vries.
That's impressive.
Yeah, he's had a set of old or used medium tyres went on in the last stop. He's done 21 laps as Mortara.
And they're just going through the 4th and 5th place battle at LMGT3. We saw them going around as Maxime Martin held the 46 BMW tight on the inside. He's chasing down the remaining Vista AF Corsa Ferrari of Alessio Rivera. They're about 5 seconds apart.
That's an awkward place to overtake a GT car as well. No, it'll be okay. Be okay around the outside of turn 6. It's normal, but it's not ideal, and that's a more tricky part to try and stuff your nose down the inside. And now de Vries once again gets the raw end of the deal through turn. He's taking some risks here. I know what those corners are like, and yeah, he is pushing absolutely to the maximum in terms of, and then defends for good measure. He does not want that Alpine getting in the way.
Yeah, the Alpine is right there, isn't it? All over the back of him. The Alpine is getting quicker. They sort of died to death on tyres early on, and they're trying to keep fresher tyres for the last couple of hours.
The BMW's going to do it. He's flashing, he's going to the inside. This is not what de Vries wants. He doesn't want to be defending. He wants to be attacking. This is the lead of the race.
But the Alpine's trying to get back onto the lead lap.
Exactly, and you've got to respect the race lead.
Yep. And de Vries must be getting blue flags as well, because there is a quicker car behind trying to get by.
No, he's race leaders. You don't get a blue flag just because you've got a car close behind you.
If you're going slow and there's a quicker car behind, why wouldn't you?
No, it's when you're a lapped car. That's what the blue flag is about. If you're the lapped car and you've got a faster car coming that's leading the race, then you get a blue flag.
That's
Nick de Vries is in front.
Modern blue flags. Blue flags means there's a faster car behind you.
This is all helping.
You spent too long in F1.
This is helping, by the way, an under siege AFA, and the gap over a single second for the first time in several laps. And he's doing, by the way, as we've been talking about the advance here of Nick de Vries, we should respect and reflect too. This is quite some drive from AFA in defence of his lead against a rampant Nick de Vries.
Definitely, and he's blunted the attack of de Vries, and de Vries is running out of tyres and is just stuck behind the Ferrari. Catching is one thing, but when you're then slowed down to the pace of the car in front and you're in the turbulent air, it makes it doubly difficult. So he's got to try and really just pile the pressure on in the hope that at some stage the lack of grip on the back of the Ferrari is going to tell, and yeah, he's going to slide wide. And similarly here, you've got Brendan Hartley attacking Andre Lotterer, and in fact Lotterer's got by. I know, he was ahead, wasn't he? Yeah,
so, he was always in front.
So Brendan's still trying to do the same thing, and this is the issue, you know, the cars are so similar in pace that you've just got to try and bludgeon a supremely experienced driver like Andre Lotterer into giving the place away.
Well, the remarkable thing about these battles up and down this field at the moment, as we've seen, the lead battle, single second, in splendid isolation, 11 seconds behind is Nick Nielsen, and a very lonely part of the race. Then we've got the battle for fourth between the caddy of Alex Lynn and Robin Fines. Further back, then we've got Nose to Tell, the pair we're watching here, in their battle for sixth position. We've got these kind of battling pairs up and down the field. It's almost the entire top 10 is battles.
Yeah. And again, it's the same reason, is that the cars are so close in performance. Within a few hundredths of a second per lap in terms of their lap performance. And so it's the vagaries of traffic and how your tyre choices play out. And I think you're right, Anthony, that going harder might have seemed earlier on in the race to Robert Kubica like the way to go, but it doesn't seem to have played out when the
mistake by De Vries, yeah, mistake went in a bit wide. Running
out of grip now.
Yeah, he's been pushing them ever so hard, hasn't he, in the turbulence?
Yeah. So it's not the happiest car on the curbs, the drivers were saying. You can sort of take them, but you can't really monster them hard. Some of the other hypercars are definitely a bit more comfortable, and we saw real discrepancies in free practice between how some of the GT cars can really straddle the curbs and some of the others are sort of, you know, tentatively wheels on and not looking that comfortable at that either.
So what do you do if you're Toyota? I haven't seen the undercut actually be that advantageous in this race because of the warm-up problems that they have these days. So maybe if you're Toyota, they watch on there, car 8, of course, with Sebastian Buemi. But if you're Toyota, do you go longer and do the overcut?
The 2-lap undercut worked in the first stint. Whoever did it was 83, did it?
Yeah, you've got to be confident though in the traffic, because that's the main thing that's going to win or lose you the majority of the lap time. When you're only talking tenths of a second in the pit stop, the speed of your crew around your car, the efficiency there, also the speed advantage of being on a slightly warmer set of tyres compared to a fresher but colder set that's gone on your competitor. So if traffic gets in your way, you're going to hemorrhage 5 or 6 seconds a lap. So there's the difference. You've got to be a bit lucky as well, maybe use a bit of strategy if you're going for the overcut.
Excellent job, Yiffy. Excellent job. Toyota is overcooking his tyres.
Yeah. Copy, says Yiffy, through a stream of sweat pouring down his face, and they will all be the same.
Yeah, overcooking his tyres, he's still 8 tenths behind, mind you. So it's yeah, I mean, you're going to try and boost your driver's confidence as much as you possibly can. Basically, De Vries made the mistake in turn 1, and he's still suffering because of that. But it doesn't look to me like he's overcooking his tyres at all. That's wishful thinking from his engineer there, I believe.
But again, when you're in the turbulent air, everything starts to get a bit too hot. The airflow to cool the brakes isn't as clean as it should be. The airflow to cool the engine, the transmission, none of the coolers are working optimally. And the airflow into the cockpit isn't laminar airflow either. So any airflow they've got to try and cool the drivers is going to be hot air coming off the car in front. So superheated air coming in instead of just really, really hot. It'd be really, really, really hot.
So on the flip side, the message to Toyota would be, we're going to try and go 2 laps longer here and overcut.
Going to have to, aren't they? They're going to have to do something. Because if we assume what you've seen has been seen by AF Corsa, that going back to mediums is the way to go, then there's not going to be a performance advantage for Toyota because they're already on mediums. They can't go anywhere from there that would work for them. So potentially the balance of power should swing back to the yellow Ferrari.
So a moment there for the race leader and the class leader in LMGT3 together on track for the moment. Alex Riberas, the wheel of the 27 car, just passed by this battling pair of Hypercar. But Alex now with a 24-second advantage of the chasing Porsche of Klaus Bachler.
Now then, there's going to be a splash at the end in GT, isn't there? Because we've got 2 hours and 5 to go, and the last driver is already in, so we didn't get to 2 hours in 4 stops. So there will be a significant shortfall in fuel at the end of the race, not just for Heart of Racing, but for everybody in LMGT3. So it's not a 5-stopper, it's a 5 and a splash. And we've had, what did we have? 1 lap of full course yellow so far. Everything's been throttle welded to the floor.
Yiffy a little bit compromised there, more than he has been recently through traffic by the Lamborghini, the yellow Lamborghini, and now just being overtaken on the inside of turn 11 by the Alpine. So yeah, this is the closest that De Vries has been for quite some time. He's got a couple of % of energy advantage at this point, but he has done 1 lap more than Yifei. So I think he's going to go 1 lap longer. That's my prediction.
Yeah. Now, is there a way they can squeeze it out to 2 and still keep the pace up? And that might make the advantage. Now, the real problem for him still is that wretched Alpine right on his gearbox, because if he makes a mistake or has a lunge and is rebuffed, you know the Alpine's going to appear underneath it.
Yeah, it is a problem, and it's probably why De Vries was put off into turn 1 as well, with the Alpine lingering. So, but that problem will be gone in a matter of 4 laps for De Vries.
Yeah, for 1 lap.
For 1 lap.
This has been a really engaging battle between this pair.
I can't believe we're watching this. I never thought that we would see a Toyota going for the lead into turn 1 this time around in this race today. I thought Ferrari had this, but De Vries ever so close this time. He's going to not think about it, but you see that Yi had to turn in a bit early. He wasn't sure what De Vries was going to do there.
Look at the way the Alpine closed on the Toyota there as well, up into turn 1. Who's in there? Which of the Alpines is that? Is that 36? Max Vier?
It is Max Vier.
I mean, he's really made
Just a point on the Alpine. We'll keep watching as we watch the number 5 Porsche on pit lane and this battle. So it was pretty much disastrous. That's a change.
Brendan Hartley going by the number 6 Porsche.
Yeah, for 6th.
So he's ahead of Andre Lotterer, and a pit stop for the number 5 car, Matt Campbell.
It was a mistake by Lotterer into turn 12, opened up the opportunity for Hartley, and he's done a brilliant switchback here. Lotterer defended on the inside. Look at that. The open door on the right-hand side. Beautiful judgment by the Kiwi.
And like everybody else, they're right at the end of their tyres, aren't they? These tyres have been absolutely run ragged.
Look at that. Lamborghini just pulling away.
That is properly impressive at this stage. Just a quick word about Alpine as we watch this driver change with, that's Kevin Estre again aboard the number 6 car.
So Lotterer in the pits. That was his in-lap then that Brendan passed him on.
Alpine, pretty much a disaster, as I say, at Le Mans. Engine turbo issues there. Lots of internet gossip about what will won't happen.
Oh, look at this.
There we go, side by side. I'll get to the point eventually.
No, never mind that. Here comes Nick De Vries.
Going to be back into the turbulence round here.
Yeah.
One of the higher speed parts of the track. And yeah, unfortunate. He's just going to have to wait it out for another run through turn 19 as well. Back to you, Graham.
Yeah, well, there was a theory. They've got a management strategy at the moment.
Oh, no, this is a surprise.
The undercut.
Now, this is the undercut. We'll keep an eye on this pit stop. They've been mega on pit lane today.
How sideways was he coming in there? That was very aggressive. That might have been a pretty late call.
Right, well, let me finish this point while we've got relative calm at the front of this race. There was a theory. There is a management strategy for the issues that Alpine know they've got for till probably the end of this season, with a full fix coming for 2025. The theory was that might affect cooling here. It doesn't seem to have done so far with 2 hours to go. This is a really good step forward in performance for Alpine.
Right, De Vries out.
Finally, the boss gets in.
His Zoom meeting has finished. He's finished his spreadsheet.
He's taken the suit off and he put his race suit on.
Right.
It's underneath the race suit.
Right, 83 Ferrari has had less fuel or less energy remaining than the Toyota, but they've decided to go for the undercut, and this is going to be real pressure for the 83 car, because Kamui will have his tyres fully up to temperature when the final driver, Robert Schwartzman, comes out in the 83 Ferrari.
But he's going to be losing out on this lap on cold tyres.
That looks slick. Yeah, that looks slick from Total Gazoo Racing. What is the time that pit stop took? That's 1 minute 17 seconds. That's a good full service stop from Total Gazoo Racing.
So they De Vries only did 29 laps, and we've seen cars doing comfortably 31, 32 laps this race.
But he only had 2 more laps of energy. So that would have taken him to 31.
Yeah, which is normal.
It's not,
but
yeah.
I was sure that they were going to go for the overcut, and now we see the 83 coming. I think that was maybe a change of tack there from Toyota. So will it be a full service here for the 88? It has to be, because that's done. All 4 tyres have done a double stint.
They've done 90 million miles on their tyres, and they're the wrong tyres. They're the hards. And as the temperature is dropping, they'll become increasingly the wrong tyre. So De Vries already out and up at the turn 11 hairpin. So watch him on the tracker. Kobayashi rather. Under investigation for technical infringement. That means they've put on tyres with too low a pressure again.
Well, I hope that's
because the 83 car was under investigation for that earlier in the race, don't forget.
It did have a reprimand. We've got a yellow turn 11 at the moment. That's the 94 Peugeot, by the look of it, in trouble.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that at some point as we watch AF Corsa go to work on the number 83 car. Critical pit stop for them.
Now
number 7 car, by the way,
94's bailed out.
Yeah.
Set of mediums waiting for the Ferrari.
It has to be a set. Is it going to be a full set, or is it going to be a hard right rear?
It has to be a full set, because that's done a double stint, those hard tyres.
Don't forget, it was flying with 3 mediums and a hard right rear.
It'll be a full set.
Should be all mediums,
full service. Yeah, full medium. So they've... Oh, no, the right rear is going to be a hard.
Right,
so that's they've reverted back to how they were at the start of this race.
When they were flying.
7 car in turn 19 as the 83 car starts to roll into the final straight for the Toyota as the 83 comes to the end of pit lane. Look to the left. Where's the Toyota?
Coming under
there
the line.
It is. It's going to be a lead for Toyota.
Toyota will take the lead around the outside. That worked well. That worked well. Now 2 hours, 2 drivers, 1 set of tyres each. Away we go.
4 seconds quicker on pit lane from Toyota.
That's what did it. Yeah, it's the focus. Yeah, they're happy with that one, and that's teamwork. That's where you gain the lap time.
Smiling. That's the mechanic smiling. That's what that was about. They turned him round and it looked really, really fast.
But on top of that, Kobayashi's outlap on a cold set of tyres must have been something meteoric.
Well, Kobayashi's lap time was
3:09.7.
Let's keep an eye on how that compares to
look at the high fives all round. They are very happy with themselves, and they're right to be so. Now then, the car that we have not talked about, because the yellow Ferrari has been getting all the headlines. What about this car? Our Le Mans winners. They are not out of it. They go another lap longer. How close are they going to be in the hunt? Caddy change as well. Alex Lynn is out. Earl Bamber is in.
Would say, by the way, leading up to this pit stop, before the other 2 cars ahead of him stopped, had been closing the gap again, Nick Nielsen, to the lead pair. I don't think he's out of this fight.
Report from Corvette that the 81 car, with all that damage from contact with the 85 car earlier on, it is starting to have an effect. The car's starting to pull on the straights, pull to the right.
Tony Fuoco, it is aboard the number 50 car for the stint.
So they like this this strategy of the tyre. Yeah, they've gone for that. So Toyota able to run the a full set of mediums.
What about Caddy? Are they on mediums all round?
Yeah, they are.
I think so.
Nobody else is really doing that apart from the Peugeot.
So the 50 Ferrari comes back out in 3rd place. That's where they were when they pitted. Right now, it is Robin Freins who leads for BMW, and that's 5 minutes beyond the end of the hour. Now, that pit stop sequence started right at 2 hours to go, and so a fuel advantage has to only play out for BMW in the very final pit stop in an hour's time. And that might be enough to bring them back to the top of the pile.
Nick, you pulled out a really, really strong drive back to second, and then you just made the undercut, and it worked.
Yes, we made it work, but obviously it's still almost 2 hours to go. Was a good stint. I was just a bit frustrated that I couldn't get past the 83. I really tried a lot, but yeah, it was not enough.
Okay, well, still looks pretty good, because we did not expect to see you so strong coming back up from where you guys started at the beginning of the race, but you pulled out some really great performance.
Yeah, I think it seems like we are gaining performance throughout the race as the track conditions are changing. So I think the conditions are coming a little bit towards us, and some others had some issues, so we need to capitalize on that. But it's still a long way to go.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Again, on the medium tyre, the Toyota really seems to be in its happy place. And again, they've been able to hold it all the way through the heat of the race, where Ferrari went to the hards and it didn't work.
Let's have a listen at what happened here for the 94 car, Paul de Resta. Drive.
Yeah, box full of neutrals there.
Well, but don't forget, both cars retired or failed to finish FP3 with clutch issues.
Puff of smoke as well.
Could be a hybrid issue.
And smoke from the front of the car, I noticed, as it pulled up to a stop.
He hasn't jumped out.
I think he did.
Yeah, I
no,
think
they're touching the car, so it's not a red car, so it's not a hybrid issue.
Well, it could just be it's not like
a red car.
Yeah, it's not like the car's unsafe.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be a braking. It's certainly a braking issue, because De Resta wouldn't have had a monumental lock-up like that going into turn 11 all by himself, and then stop afterwards.
Where is the BMW? Oh, turn 11. So they're not stopping yet under full course yellow.
They had the opportunity just as they were calling the possibility for full course yellow to pit and did not take it.
Yeah, because he's done 27 laps.
So
Robin Freins.
He's got sort of 5 in the bank, and they probably don't want to burn them yet. They want to save that time advantage for the final stop.
They'll be counting back as well at this stage. They'll know where they are and where that safety net is going to be for them. It wasn't quite right. Could very easily have fallen beautifully for them.
Well, the problem is, if they stop now, yes, relative to everybody else, their pit stop will take less time, but that 5-lap fuel advantage disappears.
Bigger, yes.
And that's the end of the race. Not the end of the race, but they have no advantage, which is their advantage here. Their advantage is somehow keeping pace with the front runners and going all the way through. Well, if that was a hybrid issue, that's one thing. If it was a clutch issue again, then it wouldn't be the first time this weekend. But that means that the 94 car is out of the race for Peugeot TotalEnergies. The second one, car number 93, Jean-Eric Verne. Jeff still in 10th place.
The points.
Full course yellow will be removed in 20 seconds.
Ramsey.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15
back to green
seconds.
flag racing very shortly.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Now, we haven't heard the voice of Eduardo Freitas this weekend, our FIA race director. He is here, but he's using his deputies to do the donkey work, to get onto the radio, as he can concentrate on other issues.
So, hour and 51 minutes to go. Robin Freins leads the motor race at the moment, but on a different strategy, or fuel strategy, to the cars behind. As I say, he pits now as the race goes back to green. That's an odd choice.
Yes,
with
that
just
is an odd
one
choice.
lap. That's an odd choice.
And how many laps did he have left? Like 4 laps or something of fuel. There's another odd choice. We heard from the Toyota drivers pretty much all the way through the weekend that they would be single stinting. That has been the case for car number 8, but they single stinted in car number 7 until they got to Kamui Kobayashi, who it would seem is in until the end of the race. So they're double stinting Kobayashi, maybe only because it's a little bit less hot.
Maybe.
They were complaining, said, we haven't got any aircon, we haven't got any cool suits, and we're in a black car.
By the way, for the moment, Brendan Hartley leads the motor race. So Brendan Hartley, the number 8 car for now, leads, but will require a pit stop pretty shortly. He's on 7% of energy aboard the number 8.
You know, the biggest problem for car 7 today, if they do win this race in Toyota, all of the Toyota drivers, they're never going to put air conditioning into that car if they win.
They're never going to put air conditioning in anyway, are they? Come on, how long have they been racing in World Endurance? 12 years? Well, 30, 40 years now. They're never going to put air conditioning in.
One thing I would say, by the way...
It's like Frank Williams paying a driver properly instead of spending money on the car. That's never happening, is it?
It's a reprimand for Total Gazoo Racing for whichever technical infringement that was, and I suspect that is again tyre pressures. Could have the first second-time winner this season.
Yes, that would be quite interesting.
So to expand on that point, the number 7 Toyota has had a win this season. This is race 6. We've had 5 different winners so far. Should the 83 manage to get home ahead of the currently rampant Toyota, that would be a 6th car, and by the way, remarkably, a 2nd privateer car this season. But if the 7 does manage to take the win,
Nick de Vries was right. I mean, I can see that the car is more in its happy place. I mean, look at the rubber that's gone down into turn 1. The surface much, much darker than where we were, say, Friday for FP1. We had the rain as well, brand new surface. So much can change for a car's setup and the way the drivers feel the car under them when the car is not quite in its happy place on a new surface. But look at that. It's Brendan Hartley throwing the car around for all it's worth through the snaking section from turn 3 all the way to this point here, turn 8, and then into turn 9.
How have they gone so long?
Are they just out of sequence with the sister car?
Well, remember the 7 car did come in early to try the undercut.
Yeah, so Brendan's now on lap 32, and we know that de Vries pitted on lap 29.
You said, yeah.
So why did the BMW come in?
I don't know. What I don't understand is why the BMW didn't come in when they had the opportunity to gain an advantage from full course yellow. The full course yellow timing had been announced it was coming, and they were right where they needed to be.
The only thing I can think is that maybe they're so close to having to have a splash of fuel at the end of the race if they were to do that.
But that's the question. So either you do a fuel stop early and you're on the same sync as everybody else, and it costs you less time because everyone else is going more slowly, or you go to the full distance of your tank of energy and gain some laps, which pays you back in the final stop because you've gone much longer towards the end of the race and you have to fill for a shorter distance. But they didn't do either. They went in the middle again. Like in the first stop, they didn't use their laps advantage.
They'll have their reasons for it. It's a crack team, isn't it? WRT, they know what they're doing when it comes to strategy, and I'm sure they have their reasons.
Here comes Brendan Hartley down pit lane from the race lead at the moment. It will be Kamui Kobayashi in just a few moments' time, who cycles round to the lead in the sister Toyota.
Also on the pit lane is Mathieu Vaxivière, who's just brought in the number 36 Alpine, which was doing what just before the number 7 car stopped. Just going to be very interesting to see where it cycles back out of the pit lane with regard to Kamui Kobayashi in Toyota number 7, whether it's right up behind him and being very annoying, just like it was for Nick de Vries.
I mean, as always with these races, there's a whole range of things you watch and you talk around during the race, but for me, one of the biggest things from this race is this is really encouraging for the end of this season and into next season for the depth of competitiveness.
Tyres ready to go on Toyota number 8. Brendan Hartley at the wheel.
That is a well-practiced team, isn't it? Yeah. Well over 10 years advantage over the rest of the competition. Yeah, okay, not in the hypercar category, but it's what longevity gives you. If you stick around as a manufacturer, it pays dividends long term.
Listening to what's going on with Robert Schwartzman, just put in the fastest lap of that car's race.
Okay, Robert, at the moment all okay. When we can keep the gap around 2 seconds while saving the tires, we have a shot.
The other point to make, by the way, you are absolutely right, Anne Davidson, as indeed is the tradition in this commentary booth. 1 minute and 16 seconds on pit lane for a full service, a second quicker even than the leading car.
Wow.
Third quickest, Alpine, 1:18 their last stop. And fastest of all, 1 minute 15. Is that Alpine as well? Yes, no, that's the Lamborghini team who plonked Mirko Bortolotti in with fuel and tyres in 1:15.
That's Alpine. That's Mick Schumacher's car.
Robert Schwartzman gave up a little bit of lap time there in turn 16, 17. That fast right-hander maybe hasn't been watching the cars quite as closely as he should have, because in the fight that we saw with Yi and Nick de Vries, they were overtaking the GT cars around the outside every time in that high-speed right-hander, and Schwartzman decided to sit behind the GT just then of the Mustang. Lost a lot of time by not just committing to the outside.
Now there's two things going on with the 83 Ferrari versus the number 7 Toyota. both Toyotas said before the race they were going to single stint their drivers because it gets too hot. They've single stint.
Oh, rear bodywork.
No, it's the tyre. Left rear tyre is completely destroyed. And that's on the way out of the pits. That's it's contact with a Porsche. That's number 6.
It's the championship leading Porsche.
Well, why were they both off track?
It looks like Buemi was desperately trying to defend his position there.
It's his outlap. And that's the end of their championship or their points challenge. That was his outlap from the pits, and he's coming back in with a flat left rear.
Dear, oh dear.
Just to put that into context, 7th place at the moment, but on the same lap, and all these cars are going to go back. This is going to put him outside the top 10 and out of championship points.
And as we said, out of championship points, and the fight was with Porsche, wasn't it, for the and there's damaged bodywork as well. I don't know if you mentioned that already, but
yeah, I did.
That was. It looked like the Porsche had a run on him. And Seb has squeezed the Porsche over to the side of the track, and Estra hadn't backed out of it.
He
continued
was
moving
not
off the track.
the squeeze, was he?
Well, he continued the move off the track, and I think that might have aggravated the Swiss driver from inside the car, and thought, well, you're going to, I'm just going to carry on squeezing then if you're overtaking me all 4 wheels over the white line. But that's the price he's paid.
Where did Estra have to go? Seb was just moving out on the straight.
I'd like to see the run-up to that, and this might be that run-up. So Estra does the switchback, and and there was already contact straight away. It's aggressive, isn't it? It's aggressive. I have to say it was aggressive.
It is, you know, and that was the end of it. And somehow Estra got through without a puncture.
It's funny, you don't see the initial contact, do you, on the exit of 11? Don't see the initial, you certainly see the second part. We can hear from the team radio now.
Have a puncture.
Copy. Come back. Mind speed.
I have no power as well, I don't know. The car doesn't accelerate.
Yeah, would have played havoc with the diff as well once you've lost drive on that left rear tyre. But
Tim's locked it with one wheel, doesn't it?
While we're watching him coming, Buemi coming out under pressure for the BMW. New fastest lap of the race has gone to race leader Kamui Kobayashi, having none of the challenge from Robert Schwartzman, a 152.853.
Wow. So I always said to myself in these long endurance races, something always happens. It never goes completely to plan for everybody out there. You just don't want that something that happens to happen to you.
Yeah.
And then you've pretty much always got a shot at the podium.
Right, while we watch the GT battle between Maxime Martin and Richard Leitz, Richie in the Manthey EMA car for the first time in this stint, I was going to make a point about Toyota. The number 8 car has single stinted its drivers all the way through. We saw Brendan Hartley with Ryo Hirakawa in the garage. Ryo's only driven once. And the number 7 car single stinted its drivers all the way through until the end, when they put Kamui Kobayashi in for what is probably going to be a double stint. Is there a minimum that Platinum has to drive?
No.
So he could do a single stint and then put Mike Conway in at the end?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not an issue then. He doesn't have to double. So as long as he gets in and drives, they can still put a fresh driver in afterwards.
Another new fastest lap of the race, and remarkably, it's just come from Charles Malaysia in the Alpine that's running 8th, a 152.584. This is great stuff. I'll repeat what I was saying a little earlier in the broadcast. This is great news for the end of this season and into 2025. We've seen BMW competitive all afternoon. We've seen Alpine with great speed here. That's 4 more cars that can be competitive at the sharp end of these races.
Yeah, it's going to get tougher and tougher and tougher, isn't it?
So the track temp has dropped over 4 degrees since the start of the race. So that's why you'd be seeing more rubber down and a cooler track. That's where your faster lap times are coming from.
So 4 degrees Celsius, that's about 10, 11 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is, a significant drop.
Sorry, I keep ignoring the imperialists out there.
Well, I understand the numbers, but I don't know what 30 is in old money, because I grew up with old money.
Trouble for the 81
Pre-metrification.
Corvette. They were looking at the front right.
Well, this is the car that had that hit, isn't it?
It is.
So they were saying it was pulling to the right on the straight. Now, that's not the side that got hit, perversely.
There was a bit of a wiggle, I'm afraid, on that right front wheel.
Great bit of circuit design here, isn't it? From turn 13, the double right-hander, into that double left of turn 15. It's one sweeping arc of a corner from inside the car, but it gives the opportunity, the way it's designed, for cars to have a bit of a sneak down the inside. Often you get into trouble, as we saw with the Iron Dames car earlier on. Yeah, it always deals a good amount of, or serves up a good amount of racing in that section of the track.
Stewards have announced they will be looking at the Buemi Estra incident.
Really?
I'm not
You surprised me.
Oh, there you go. And the team manager of car 7 to report immediately to race control.
Oh,
hello. Right, well, there's what remains of the gaffer tape on 81. It is back in the garage. It is still Harter Racing that leads in LMGT3. So Harter Racing leading in LMGT3. Manthey Pure Racing, the points leaders, up to second place, and they didn't qualify strongly, but they always finish race strongly.
that gap, by the way, in LMGT3 has been consistently edging downwards. We've got well over an hour and a half to go. Doesn't take terribly much of a lap-by-lap gap to be coming down for that to be significant. It is Alex Riberas fending off Klaus Bachler. The gap's still 16 seconds, it's significant. And then 28 seconds to Alessio Rivera. Car 6 team manager to race control immediately too.
Right, well, that's Kevin Est. I think they mean car 8's team manager and car 6 team manager, possibly.
I'm not sure what Kevin Estra could have done other than haul on the brakes.
Yeah, stand on the anchors.
Well, this is his point of view. Yeah. He was...
Okay, never mind this bit.
No.
It's the first bit.
It's the first bit, yeah. So that initial move from Seb that he didn't react to, that's what they're going to be looking at. And but yeah, as they say, it always takes two. But that's going to be a one for the stewards to really analyse.
Yeah.
And well, they're clearly not happy. The fact that they want both team managers to explain what went on straight away.
Unfortunately, they're some of the wrong team manager, because car 7 was not in that shot in any way, shape or form.
It's difficult. It's always more difficult from inside the car than it looks from the outside, because the overhang at the rear is incredibly hard to sense and to see from on board, and that's what Seb would have been looking at. And also the front of the car is unsighted from Estra's point of view, and Nakajima will be potentially heading up as well.
I honestly don't know what's going on. It's very easy to lock both axles and like I'm overheated, I don't know.
Copy.
Yeah,
Very easy to lock up both axles.
Yeah, Schwartzman suffering just a little bit here. He's let the gap creep up to 5.5 seconds to himself and Kobayashi.
They seem to be sort of in a position, the Ferrari, where they're neither fish nor fowl. They can't make the hards work, and the mediums aren't working for them either, but they are working on the Toyota, same as we saw in Brazil. In Brazil, Toyota produced the speed from the medium, the Ferraris produced the speed from the hard, but the 50 Ferrari presumably is on mediums as well. They've got a medium, 3 mediums and a hard right, I think. That was where they were going.
Quick word about this 83 effort. It is not the factory car. There's very much some factory influence in it, of course, run by AF Corsa. It's a privateer effort from AF Corsa with an identical Ferrari 499P to the 50 and the 51. What is this all about? Well, it's all about learning more. Ferrari would actually tell you that this is about developing their next generation of hypercar driving talent, and their intention, whether or not that comes to pass, is that we'll see this car back again next season with the same 3 drivers. Bamba, by the way, being on the track limits, he is closing in on Antonio Fuoco for what would be the final podium position if the race ended at this point.
Well, I do hope that the 65,089 fans that have participated in the grandstands and enjoyed this race today.
Really?
Yeah, really.
That is remarkable.
65,089 people.
Looking at those shots at the start, actually, I was really surprised at how full the grandstands and the hillsides were. I mean, all the fans that we've met, all the fans that we've seen have been super excited, really switched on, and actually, you know, very knowledgeable. There's quite a lot of first-time fans at the track, but I don't think they've never seen the racing before, and that's, you know, that's one of the advantages of having big names like Ferrari and Lamborghini and Toyota and Porsche and Valentino Rossi and all the others. You know, it all coagulates, it all starts to gain momentum, and not one of the races has been dull in any way, shape or form in either class. So it just adds to that snowball effect.
Martin, a couple of evenings ago, you and I had the pleasure of conducting a couple of tours with the help of Jota and United. Of those 20 fans that we picked up through the social media channels that follow, I think only 2 were from Texas.
Yeah.
New Jersey, Philadelphia, California, Wisconsin. Amazing. Missouri. Great to see everybody here. And what did we say to them at the end of it? If you enjoyed it, bring friends, because we're building here and we'd like to see more. But that is a remarkable total and well done to everybody concerned.
Bouchouani down in the pit lane, been ferreting around at Peugeot. What do we know about the retirement or the stoppage of the 94 car?
Well, it wasn't clutch related this time. The car was suffering an electric motor. So yeah, the hybrid system was defaulting.
Yeah, as ever, Anthony Davidson was correct. I'm just putting that tick in the box.
Racking them up to there somehow. I don't know.
Racing drivers see things that normal people who watch racing don't see, because for decades you've lived and breathed it every single day of your life, and we just watch it occasionally at weekends on the telly box.
I'm just going to translate for you. You're not normal.
I knew that. It's funny, you know, when I watch ball games, for example, and I watch with experienced ex-players of the game, I'm always amazed the extra level of detail that they can spot. I can't keep up with what they're anticipating that's going to happen, and spotting things that did happen right before my eyes. I'm watching the same screen they are, but it just doesn't, somehow it just doesn't go in. I can't keep up.
That's the rest of us listening to you. You're not even predicting it. You just know it's instinct. You know it's going to happen. You know what's going to happen from what you're seeing building up. It's like Graham with numbers. He sees the pattern.
That's why, you know, you look at the LMGT3 category and you have the bronze and silver drivers, but more so the bronze drivers, and they would have started their career much, much later in terms of their driving careers than the kids of, like I was at 8 years old, had my first go in a go-kart, some even younger, and you can never bridge that gap.
No.
So that's why you have to respect the fact that the bronze drivers are, there's a plateau to how far they can go, and also they're usually on the older side as well, and you know the body goes against you. So you don't have the same reflexes as when you're a young whippersnapper. So that's why I'm respectful and in a way like in awe and fascinated by a business person that may choose to turn to race at this in a world championship level. And it's difficult.
They're continually pushing up that boundary of what we anticipate is possible from a bronze driver. Blue flag's been shown to our LMGT3 race leader. This is Alex Riberas in the heart of racing Aston Martin, who leads by 16 seconds over Klaus Paschler. It's a pretty even battle, actually. We've got the pro drivers in, Alessio Rivera in 3rd place, Richard Lietz in 4th, Maxime Martin in 5th place. So it's all the top talent in the cars towards the end of the race.
We did see just briefly on the screen investigation, as you look at Ian James's foot, briefly on screen, an investigation underway into potentially the number 6 car ignoring yellow flag at 17:04. Now I don't think that was during the full course yellow for the Peugeot, and I'm certain it wasn't that was the same incident as Sebastian Buemi, so there might be trouble ahead for the championship leaders here.
They could well find themselves back on a similar part of racetrack after all the penalties have come about.
Meantime, TotalEnergies Racing's number 7 car with Kamui Kobayashi leads Robert Schwartzman by just under 6 seconds now. Antonio Fuoco dropping back a little again from that battle and being caught by Earl Bamber. That gap down to about 4 seconds, with Sheldon van der Linde working hard to get onto terms. He's a further 11 seconds back.
Yeah, Bamber took 3/4 of a second out of the Ferrari on the last lap. Of course, it does ebb and flow depending on where you catch the same traffic and how it falls for you. But it is interesting. Interesting also, Robert Schwartzman in the 83 Ferrari, as we look at the 31 BMW. Where's that in the field? Why can't I see it? There he is in 7th place with Augusto Farfus. Again, we talked about being loaded for bear at the end of the race in LMGT3. You don't get more pro-drivery in a BMW than Augusto Farfus. He's been racing for the brand for well over a decade. I think probably more like over 15 years since he was a young man and Andy Prio was sort of a younger man as well. But great talent in this field, as well as the bronze drivers that each car has to have and a silver driver that each car has to have. Your third driver can be of any specification, so predominantly golds and platinum drivers, the real pros in LMGT3. Robert Schwartzman in the 83 Ferrari in 2nd place, lapping at pretty much the same pace as Kamui Kobayashi. And I was chatting to them the other day. I said to Robert, is this your first time here? And he said, no, I drove here before in Formula 1. He did FP1 for Ferrari here, his previous outing. So he's got a little bit of track knowledge, but probably felt a lot more pressure in a one-off outing for Ferrari than he does in this race. In comes the remaining Ferrari. This is from 3rd place in LMGT3, so Alessio Rivera triggering on another round of pit stops with an hour and a half to go. Is this a routine stop? It seems like it might be a little early.
Well, this is the potential first podium finish for a Ferrari in LMGT3 in the very short history of this class. We've got car 7, Kamui Kobayashi, under investigation, not respecting yellow flags at turn 11 at 17:05. That's a minute after the one we saw for the Porsche. That could be really damaging here for the hopes of the number 7 car. Well, it could chuck it back into the grip of the number 83.
The only incident we know of at turn 11 was the stationary Peugeot. Well, pit stops are commencing for LMGT3. So the 55 Ferrari, 31 WRT BMW of Augusto Farfus and Dennis Olsen in the 88 Proton Mustang are all in the pit. So they are the first of our stoppers, which means that they are going to need the longest splash of everybody, because we've still got an hour and just under an hour and a half to go. They're not going to do that on one tank, not unless they select 6th gear and stay in it for the rest of the race. Meanwhile, Charles Milesi attacking Dries Van Tor. Milesi has been very entertaining to watch in this Alpine. Have they got any tyre advantage left? Did they use older tyres more early on to give themselves something to punch with in the closing stages?
Well, these are the 2 teams new to this season, or 2 of the teams new to this season, that have been making real progress in terms of pace, on longevity, in terms of the lap times they're able to produce and the reliability. And it's great to see them still punching this hard, this deep into the race. 4.5 hours gone, 90 minutes to go, and it is at the moment Alpine versus BMW for 7th place. And let's remember, World Championship manufacturers' points, they matter at this level.
Well, let's see what happens with this battle, because Charles Milesi is on mediums all round, but a hard right rear on the BMW. We did see that earlier on, I think, on 15, but the 20 BMW, I think, has used mediums all round throughout the race.
So it's used 16 individual tyres this race.
So it's got 2 left.
2 left.
So right sides only. Or left sides only.
They've been going for left, haven't they? They've been going for the...
Well, they have 1 stop still to complete, so he'll have half a fresh set, and it will likely be the same both for the BMW and for the Alpine, because we're getting to the stage where you're certainly not going to leave any tyres unused.
Would you like some good news and some further good news?
Is there ice cream?
No. It's, good news is the number 12 Jota car is out again on track, and the even better news is it's actually going quickly.
So far. Let's hear from Toyota. Kamui Kobayashi is leading the race.
Okay, Kamui, in case of double yellow, I want to see a lift of throttle. Lift of throttle under double yellow in case. Reminder.
Yeah, you have to show that you've acknowledged a double yellow flag. Slow down and prepare to stop.
Yes.
Yeah, that indicates they are concerned.
Reduce from racing pace, yeah. Well, it might just be that they've been given a final warning and a severe ticking off by the headmaster to make sure that it is evident that they are slowing down to protect the marshals. On the 81 Corvette, which is back out on track now with Charlie Eastwood at the wheel, it was pulling to the right on the straights because the left rear toe link was damaged, so that's been changed. So basically, it's going right because the left rear tyre was trying to rotate the car into a right-hand spin.
Told the number 12 car will be coming back into the pits this time, keeping an eye on one of the more significant battles we've still got that edges are being made into. That is the battle for third place overall. The number 50 car of Antonio Fuoco still in splendid isolation, but that's not been the case for much longer because Earl Bamber is closing in on that car.
That's the money shot. That is the single building here at COTA that defines the place. The tower, nobody else has got one like it. And you've got the Texas flag there as well. And that is that a very slow Toyota? No, that's the number 12 car. So you were saying, Graham, about... Yeah, okay.
So, yes.
I can't believe they've actually persuaded Norman Nato again to go out there and drive around at 30 miles an hour.
Have you considered the thing that might be broken might be the driver indicator and he's not actually in it? So 152.751, by the way, last time around for Kamui Kobayashi. And he's pulling away at the moment for Robert Schwartzman.
And again, was that Norman's helmet? That looked very yellow. Anyway, again, I think if you're in race control, you go, guys, really, seriously, now stop it. You just can't keep sending the car out.
I think they're trying to understand the problem.
I know they are, but everybody else is doing 260 kilometers an hour, and he's barely fast on the speed limiter. It's just dangerous.
Well, car 8 Buemi under investigation, not respecting the blue flag on lap 130.
There is a backlog, isn't there? He's just racking them up.
That's 10 laps ago. What blue flag would that be?
That was when the Alpine was
I'm trying to understand the circumstances in which Sebastian Buemi would be shown a blue flag.
I don't know. Because the Porsche was coming up behind him.
But that was position.
Yes.
But he wouldn't get a blue flag then, would he?
I don't know.
So much goes on in these races that we don't see. And yeah, it's clearly happened with a hypercar, because you wouldn't be under blue flag conditions from the LMGT3 cars that are coming up behind you. So yeah, it's one of those things that's clearly happened. The stewards have noted it and now under investigation.
I wonder if it was after the damage and he came out and had the lead cars behind him.
That could be. Yeah, you could be right there, Graham.
We are now 82 minutes away from the end of this race. It's been quite the race. Huge racing in both classes. 2 more drive-through penalties, though, to come. And they come both for hypercars. It's the number 63 Lamborghini and the number 20 BMW. That's significant. Sheldon van der Linde at the moment is 5th overall. That is going to cost him at least 1 position in this motor race. 63, meanwhile, clinging on in a position where they would score for Lamborghini a precious World Championship manufacturer's points. And is that going to cost them, dear? The answer is yes, it is. It's going to drop them behind at least the number 93 Peugeot.
So jump back on board the number 35 Alpine with Charles Milesi at the wheel. He's got the BMW right in front of him. It was a little bit compromised there on the exit of the final corner, and this is going to give Milesi a very good chance to send it down the inside, potentially into turn 1. It was a late move by Milesi. He wanted to show the element of surprise, and he's through. Great move.
That is such a great shot of what a hairpin turn that is. If that was flat, that would be a handbrake turn. It's up the hill and down the other side. I mean, that's the peak of the mountain and dropping down the other side. What a great view of that.
great view and a great move as well. Look how aggressive he was in. Oh, so the move came just before the braking zone as well, the defensive move. But luckily, Malesi reacted. This is what it looked like from on board. There's the move, and I think actually, you know what? That was in the braking zone.
Yeah.
And that's why we don't like it.
The twitch came.
It's all fine now.
Yeah.
It's all fine now. But those two cars could have had massive bodywork damage.
Well, we saw a few times into turn 1 in Brazil where cars moved and there was contact because you're then going downhill and that accelerates the lack of deceleration.
If you want to defend, decide early. I know you show your hand and you don't want to show your hand, but it's better to show your hand early and not crash.
Or
not be hit by up the back of the car and the race is over, it's done.
Yeah, take the inside line and then both of you survive.
Inside line, force your opponent round the outside, casually just unwind the steering angle and make sure that they can't stick on the track, and jobs are good.
Show him the curbs. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So Toyota lead from Ferrari, Cadillac, and BMW in the pit lane. That's the number 20 car. That's the one that's got the fuel advantage. That's in for a penalty.
Yes, it is. It's a drive-through. We saw that just a few moments ago. It is a penalty.
Yeah.
So that will be driving through. Sheldon van der Linde dropping back now behind Kevin Est.
Kevin Schwantz helping out with the commentary here as well. Proud Texan. Enjoys being here at the track. 2 wheels or 4 wheels. Actually had a little chat with the guys who are doing he's doing the track announcing. I had a little chat with the guys yesterday, and he was really finding this very entertaining. Lots of technology, lots of different cars to get your teeth into.
Melbourne, but just over 2 seconds away from the car 50, who it feels like they've been chasing the entire race today.
But that's often the way it is, isn't it? You know, you end up on a similar pace with one team, and that's where you spend your race, and you will see almost nobody else. And it has been that way between the two of them. In from second in LMGT3, Klaus Bachler for Manthey Pure Racing. This is their last full stop, but they've got an hour and 18 minutes to go. Unless we have a long safety car, everybody's going to need a splash.
Absolutely right. Another drive-through penalty just posted. It's going to come to the 60 Lamborghini, which is currently running 4th in LMGT3.
Frank Pereira, the man at the wheel. Showing you some of the marbles offline. Drivers talk about this a lot, and unless you've seen it, it's hard to visualize. To get grip, the tire basically has the rubber rubs off it, and that balls up. If you think about, getting the sticky off a label, off a mug or a cup or something, you roll the glue up into a ball, and that's exactly what that is. And the problem is, it then becomes like gravel attached to your tires.
Let's go get that force point. Over.
Damn right, let's go. 10.5 seconds.
Well, like that. Feisty messages telling your drivers to push, and the driver wants to push.
And it seems they've got the car underneath them to do so. At the moment, as things stand, if the race finish right now, BMW would match their best race finish of the season so far.
Yep.
So, van der Linde, he's got 4 new tyres on that, and he's just pitted and back out there in the car 20 in P6 with Kevin Esther in front of him in car number 6.
Alex, you happy to double stint these tyres? Question.
I am happy, but I am concerned about the rear vibration because it's getting worse and worse.
Copy.
Gap was, unfortunately, the Manthey Pure Racing Porsches has just pitted, so I've lost that gap on the screen, but the gap was
about 20 seconds, I think.
Yeah, okay. They can afford to spend the extra time in the pit lane and give him fresher tyres.
Brilliant feedback from Alex Riberas, wasn't it? Yes, I can do it. Oh, there's a bit of Tokyo drift there from the Woking Wonder.
Sketchy and sideways. Who's aboard the 95?
That is Marino Sato.
Okay.
Well,
Well, there you go. That proper Tokyo drift.
That'll be those marbles you were talking about, Martin.
Yeah. So his cowboy hat, his newly purchased cowboy hat, not helping him there. But he did ride the bucking Bronco and kept it all on the island.
Just looking down at where the various teams sit at the moment, remarkably, as I say, if we flag this race right now, BMW would match their best results of the season, 6th place, and so would Alpine.
I don't know if we... Sorry, Graham, I don't know if we covered this, but Van der Linde, strangely, he stopped after just 16 laps. Did we see an explanation for that? Or
no, we didn't really understand why.
Drive-through.
It was. Okay.
Yeah, it was a drive-through penalty.
Well done, yeah, passed me by that.
And I think that was track limits.
In fact, for the BMW car number 20, they were 10th in the season over in Qatar, which we thought was not bad at all for a brand new program. 6th in Imola, where both cars look competitive, and then nothing since.
Yes.
They've been in the teens.
And it's fair to say that the weather conditions in Imola are rather flat in a number of cars, but this has been a competitive run from the BMWs all race. So here comes Alex Riberas. Now, are they going to leave him out there with all 4 tyres, or are they going to change one for him?
That's exactly what I was saying. There are tyres there waiting, lurking by the car.
Well, there always are, because you don't want them out the back and then suddenly go, yeah, we need tyres.
What do you do here? Do you take the tyres if you've got them?
Yes.
So he's got that vibration on the left rear. Is it, I mean, we didn't hear maybe the end of that radio message. The right thing for the engineer to do, there is, just hearing from Bruce, they are. We can see that left rear there, and actually maybe just the whole left side.
Yeah, the front gunman was there as well, so that wasn't the left tyre. They're going to do both left sides. I mean, 9 seconds more for a full 4-tyre change than for no tyres. That's worth it, because you get more than that advantage out of a new set of tyres. They've gone left sides only.
And more to the point, and we know this is absolutely critical, I'm sure Anthony will tell us exactly how and why, the confidence he's got in the tyre he's got underneath him.
Yeah, now he knows he's got that vibration out the way.
Super cautious there into the hairpin. Didn't want to spin with somebody coming up behind him, but there's the danger. Manthey Pure Racing. What a season this team has had. Obviously, the Porsche, especially in GT3 form, is a well-understood machine, but they have just been absolutely... Yeah, they have. There's no question about it. They've been really in top form all season long.
This is not a team that lacks ambition. Watch this space.
Yeah. So they started with victory in Qatar. They were 3rd in Imola, 2nd in Spa, 14th at Le Mans is the real blot of their copybook. But they won last time out again in Sao Paulo. So their 4 finishes in 5 starts have been on the podium. That's pretty impressive from a driver team that's been put together for this championship. Now, okay, it's not untalented, but not too many people in World Endurance knew of Alex Malikin or Joel Sturm before this season. They've really worked well together.
It is, and talking to the team owner, Edgar, there's a man who's got a competitive spine, absolutely not a flicker of anything other. We're out there to win. No, well, what about, no, we're out there to win. No, we're out there to win. No matter what has been thrown at them, it's a joy to behold a pursuit for excellence, and they've got that running through every pore.
Now, knowing what we know about Jota's plans for next year, that means 2 customer 963 hypercars are going to be redundant for 2025. And, well, knowing that Jota are going to be running the Cadillac team, their cars will be redundant for next year. Am Manthey looking at those with envious eyes?
No. I think the answer is, remember this, for the most part in sports car racing, the cars are owned very often by investors. And what they've now got are both of those Hertz Team Jota cars. In one case, a winning car, a car that won a course at Spa, and in the case of both the cars that have raced at Le Mans. And now what they've got is significantly more valuable Porsche in their investment portfolio. Why should they sell them on? There are potentially other cars available via Porsche themselves. I do not expect either of these cars to race again next year. We are going to see some Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs. I think we will see some additional Porsches racing around the world. Whether or not there are any additional ones in the WC is going to be quite an interesting one. It's a 30-second stop and go
penalty and 2 points added to the license for causing a collision. car 8 gets a 30-second stop and go penalty and 2 points added to the license for causing a collision.
You've got to say, in Buemi's defence, really hard to know where Estra was. He wasn't at any stage alongside the cockpit. Look at the overlap. It's just not in Buemi's view unless he's staring at the mirror. But he did move over, and by accident or design.
In defence of the decision, I would say he'd already hit him once and kept moving.
Yep.
And where else was there for the Porsche to go?
Yeah, he wasn't going to cut back from there, was he? No, 100% agree. Meanwhile, back to this battle, BMW versus Hertz Team Jota. This is for 8th place, and actually the Hertz Team Jota car is already 2nd in the World Cup for independent teams, privateer teams.
It is the less well-scoring Hertz Team Jota car, of course. It's not had terribly much by way of great results this season so far. It's a 10-second penalty as well, by the way, for car 81. That is the less well-placed of the Corvettes, done in 16th place. Charlie Eastwood at the wheel. That is for abusing track limits. Sorry, apologies. Causing a collision. Now that must be the one with the Iron Dames.
With Sarabovi, 2 hours ago. Okay, well again, the stewards have, via the FIA bus, access to every single bit of telemetry coming out of the cars, so they can see steering angle, braking pressure, relate it to what had happened on the previous lap, what the previous racing line was. It might well be that the stewards have decided that in fact the Corvette driver tightened the line and left the Iron Dames nowhere to go, but there we go. Well, here is car number 8. This is Sebastian Buemi trying to get on terms with Mikkel Jensen. And again, you know, so many cars have fluctuated in form, haven't they? Up in the top 6, out of the top 10, up in the top 6, out again. It's been a really topsy-turvy race for a lot of these cars.
This is going to drop Seb Buemi to the last car running in Hypercar. As he does so, his team car, the number 7 car in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi, puts in the fastest lap of the race at 1:52.564, pulls the gap over the 83 to over 10 seconds.
Well, that is now going to flip back the inequality in Constructors' Championship points, manufacturers' points, between Ferrari, who've got 1 dog in the fight, and Toyota, who had 2 in the points. Now they're only going to have 1 in the points.
But the ones that have really fought this today incredibly hard and still yet to make some valuable championship points for the constructors at least is this car that we're riding on board with now, with Matt Campbell, as he is about to overtake the BMW of car number 20. Car number.
Yeah,
15, so car 15, so he's through.
That was him going by right there.
Yeah, and every single championship point you can gain from here for the manufacturer is critical for that Porsche team. So next up on his list is the Hertz Team Jota car 38.
Which irritatingly for him will not earn him an additional manufacturer points, because it's a privateer car. Out comes Seb Buemi, he's dropped, as I said, to 15th place. Car 78, meanwhile, from Bacodis ASP, 9th in GT3, 5-second stop and go for a technical infringement.
All right, so that's not added to a pit stop, that's a 35-second drive through the pit lane, basically.
That will cost them a points finish.
The number 5 Porsche has had 3 podium finishes, 3 third places. They've added a couple of extra points for the 2 pole positions in Qatar and Spa, and they finished in the points 6th place at Le Mans. But retirement in Spa for that car is what sort of dropped them a little out of the lead championship battle.
It really is kind of nip and tuck stuff, isn't it? And as always in sports car racing, you're one really bad result away from a disaster in championship terms.
That riding board here with Kobayashi, the car he overtook before turn 11 was his teammate. A lap down, or even a further lap down after the escapades from earlier on. A day to forget for car number 8.
Yeah.
Well, again, you know, so similar performance across the 2 cars, and it's so often just luck that makes the difference, or one tiny incident, one tiny breakage or mistake, and you're out of the game.
One quick change, by the way, I hadn't noticed is here is the 55 car. in the hands of Alessio Rivera. He was in a podium position. We're talking about this being potentially the first podium for a Ferrari here. Not any longer. Nico Costa may well be out of sequence here, but he's up into third for United Autosports in the McLaren.
Wow.
But Rivera under pressure here from Richard Lietz in the chasing Monza EMA car. Championship contender and Le Mans winner, remember?
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking about Le Mans. Richie does love a last stint, doesn't he?
No, he does.
He loves a last stint with a big carrot, and that's what he's got now. It's not quite the last stint, but the carrot is there. This car, the Manthey EMA car, could easily finish on the podium here.
One of the most experienced drivers in the World Endurance Championship. May well be the most experienced now with is that his old boss Christian Reed at the wheel anymore. Certainly be catching up that total from Christian with every event. This is the battle for what may well be ultimately a podium place.
Yeah, Rivera in the number 55 AF Corsa with Richard Lietz behind, piling on the pressure. Great stuff between these two, and like you say, Graham, fighting for that last podium spot. Meanwhile, in the hypercar category, things are pretty tight between still the El Bamba and Antonio Fuoco.
Oh, free wide here as the Lamborghini goes through on this battle. 82-87, this is the battle for 12th. The TF Sport Corvette of Danny Juncadella just squeezing in front of Pachito Lopez. Lopez riding the curbs. This Lexus really likes to attack the curbs. They really straddle them well. Through goes Neil Jarney still at the wheel. That's Julian Andlauer now in the 99 car.
Yeah, all the LMGT3s can take way more curb than the hypercars, and must be quite irritating to watch when you're inside the hypercar. You see Kieran Estre go around the outside, stays on track as well. Nicely done as he gets by gets past that scrap we were just talking about, Lopez and Juncadella.
Clement Schmidt, by the way, taking that penalty right now, which will drop the number 78 Lexus out of the top 10 and will allow both Mustangs into the top 10. Dennis Olsen and Ben Barker at the wheel of the 88 and 77 car, respectively. The 15 BMW in the hands of Dries van Toor on pit lane now.
Yeah, Dries van Toor had a set of mediums with one hard on the right rear. And yeah, 33 laps for Van Toor in that stint.
Yeah, Dries has been the man that's unlocked the pace so far till today
and
the BMW.
But really sit that fuel as well.
Oh, yes.
Haven't seen anyone achieve 33 laps yet in this race. So, yeah, how's this going to unfold for the fuel-efficient strategy of the BMWs today?
I think we're going to have a conversation afterwards, aren't we? When you had 3 or 4 laps in hand, why didn't you use them? This car, of course, was out of kilter because Marco Wittmann couldn't complete the second stint, so it's stopping early, but it's got an hour to go. That might be their splash. That's their last stop. Hour and 2 minutes, they can do that on fuel and still lap quickly. So what's number 15? Right now, 12th place.
The only advantage, sorry Graham, the only advantage to what they did earlier on, of course, you have to put less fuel in the car.
Yes.
So your fuel stop is way shorter and can gain you some advantage that way. And if that helps to eradicate a splash later on in proceedings, then it's still a win.
Fastest lap of its race for the number 2 Cadillac in continued pursuit of the 3rd place number 50 Ferrari, surviving factory Ferrari. Still 3.5 seconds the gap as Cadillac Racing target their best finish of the season. They've not had a podium. In fact, their best finish of the season of the WEC this year is 7th place. So at the moment, they are significantly ahead of that curve.
Kamiko Bayashi, leading this race, isn't far away from lapping the Porsche number 5. Such has been their pace today. And Yeah, it was a bit of an odd driver strategy, wasn't it, with Mike Conway and Nick de Vries jumping in one after the other, and we were waiting for Kobayashi, but he's putting in a mighty stint here to pull the gap over now.
It's a change, but then it was the other cut back. So Rivera dive bombed a little by Ricky Leitz, but he's gone by again.
He whisked
advantage.
Whisked the cape out of the way and allowed Richard Leitz to go straight on through. Yeah,
way too late.
Which they don't say in Italy, obviously. Yeah, Alessio Rivera saw that coming, opened the steering, let Richard Leitz run deep. Blimey, they thump those curbs, don't they?
This battle, by the way, you said this more than once this afternoon, is allowing some other pursuing cars to get into this fight, and it's both BMWs. 6th and 7th at the moment. It's Valle, Valentino Rossi and Augusto Farfus chasing down this battle 5.5 seconds behind, and they are line astern. This is our race leader, though.
Yes, I thought Valentino Rossi would be the only 500cc motorcycle Grand Prix world champion here this weekend, and then saw Kevin Schwanson, so he's not.
Well, you wait for one to turn up and two come along at once.
Well, we've had one all season, so it's not fair to complain, but yeah, great to have two in the house.
Cracking lap last time around for Mick Schumacher, 1:52.633, less than 10th off the fastest lap of the race so far. That was set, 5 laps ago by Kamui Kobayashi. But this is Mick Schumacher in the 35 car, looking to secure a top 10 finish for both Alpines in this race and championship points.
Next fuel stop for Kamui Kobayashi coming up now. So this will be a full stop, and in it as well is the number 5 car. So last stop also for Matty Campbell, stays in. Having a shake of the head about something. There, over there, mate, that one. Plug that in there.
It's the driver radio that he's struggling to get in there.
Yeah.
And actually, when you get going, there is very little chance that you can get that plug in. You're shaking around to bits inside the car. So trying to find the that male-female connector inside the car with the plug is literally impossible. You have to wait to into a full course yellow or something, or another pit stop. So it is vital that you get that in the pit stop, and it's almost not worth sending the car out if you can't.
Did he drive off the circuit? I think he did.
He was certainly fighting for all his worth, wasn't he?
Kevin Estre comes in.
From 5th place.
This is the championship leading Porsche. 7.83 also coming in this lap. That's the Kamui Kobayashi car. We knew that. And Robert Schwartzman as well for Ferrari. So the 50 car, Antonio Fuoco, will go a lap longer. That hasn't worked very well so far in this race for anybody who stayed out longer by just 1 lap. 2 laps, you might have a little bit better chance.
So Robert Schwartzman's average lap time this stint has been a 1:56 flat. Kobayashi average lap time 1:55.6.
He's on pit lane, as is Robert Schwartzman. So the top 2 cars in this race with 57.5 minutes to go on pit lane together.
So that's a net gain of 0.4 a lap over 30 laps.
Well, that's
for
why the gap.
Kobayashi.
Yeah, that's why the gap went over 11 seconds at one point.
Yeah.
Cool as ice, Kobayashi, still with the visor down, despite it being incredibly hot, no air conditioning. So he wasn't suffering at all. Must just be the strategy that they decided on, and he's going to do the double stint himself at the wheel here as he stays with 57 minutes to go.
Very impressive indeed. For the moment, Tony Fire, Antonio Fuoco cycles round to the lead in the number 50 car that's had the loneliest race in the field in the second half.
6% energy might just be enough for them to do 2 more laps rather than 1. I'm not quite sure how it slices. Haven't really seen that.
So 2 more mediums go on. That's the final 2 tyres of your 18 allocation for a 6-hour race gone on to the car 7.
Left side's only probably for 83 as well.
Yeah, they had used 16 as well.
Yeah.
Another stellar pit stop, by the way, from TotalEnergies Racing, 1:13, matched by the AF Corsa team this time.
Yeah. Time you lose in the pit lane can be nearly impossible to make up on track, and that's why these teams spend so much time at home in the factory practicing.
I think across the pit stops I certainly observed this afternoon, TotalEnergies Racing have picked up something like 10 to 12 seconds on pit lane.
1 minute 12 stop for the Porsche of Kevin Estre, car number 6. Is that no, 1:11 is the fastest
Cadillac.
we've seen so far. The caddy
That's
turning Alex Lynn around in 1 minute 11.
Well, that's going to put pressure on the number 50 car and their pit stop, because he's not that far behind.
Last stop for the number 20 BMW was just 25 seconds, so that was just fuel and drinks. So they will have to have a 4-tyre change, I think, this time round. Antonio Fuoco is in.
Right, this is a big pressure stop for Ferrari of Corsa, because it's certainly any kind of fumble, and the Cadillac is right there for the final podium position here.
So they didn't have enough for 2 more laps. They only had enough. Oh, he's coming in with 4% energy remaining. He had 6% or 7% at the beginning of the last lap. So they've brought him in. They could maybe have kept him out going for 1 more lap to distance themselves a little bit from the overcut or undercut. But we're hearing on the radio they were trying to avoid him having to lift and coast.
55 minutes to go. There's tyres there. And they're going to go on this car.
They're going to have to go on, yeah.
Everybody's used 16, so you're going to slap on the last 2 remaining of your allocation, because you'll definitely win back the time loss from what's about to happen right. Wait for it. Fuel man goes off right now. So this is your time loss of a little bit slow on the left rear there. A little bit slow, but still, those new tyres on that left side will make up the time loss of what? 5 to 10 seconds.
And some of that difference is the gap between the fuel hose coming off and the guys with the guns moving. That can be a second, and that can make a difference.
The Cadillac not actually just about on the pit straight as he clears pit lane.
So you see how, sorry, Graham, you see how that, it's almost a moving target, isn't it? As the car goes up on the air jacks, so that the wheel gun has to locate as the car's going up. And then once the wheel's off, then the next person putting the tyre on, the wheel on, has to also, as the car's rocking around from the other tyres going on, has to deal with the car moving the whole time. And that was slow on the left rear again from the Lamborghini team.
Which is why when they're doing a 4-tyre change, most teams do one side and then run round and do the other side, not diametrically opposite corners, which would really make the car rock. So into the final hour here in Texas, the sun is starting to sink in the sky, the clouds overhead giving a little bit of respite from the heat of the day. We are into the final stages here. Well, it was a scintillatingly hot day as we got ready to start at 1 in the afternoon Central Time here in Texas. The Circuit of the Americas welcoming the World Endurance Championship back for the first time in 4 years, and what we believe will be the first of a run of races at this circuit. And all the big hitters were in town to watch the action in our 2 classes. 65,000 plus keen fans from all across the US throughout the weekend watching the cars here on track on Friday, Saturday, and finally race day on Sunday. And it was a Ferrari 1-2 on the front row of the grid, but a great start from Ferrari number 50 from row 2 of the grid, saw them move up to make it a 1-2-3 for the Scuderia. And then the trouble started. Contact on the opening lap between one of the Alpines and the number 2 Cadillac, and that dropped them down the order, having qualified again on the second row of the grid. An early stop for car number 5 to remove a safety cover from a pitot tube, and a puncture. Contact between one of the Jota cars, number 38, and the 94 Peugeot, causing the Peugeot to pit on the first lap. They dropped to last, where they have pretty much remained for most of the race. In the LMGT3 category, it was all about Heart of Racing's Aston Martin out front. 83 Ferrari took the lead from the number 51 car. That had a brush with the delayed 94 Peugeot, but worse was to come. The car struggled with electronic problems and had to be retired. The better placed of the 2 Ferraris in the championship was still out there though. in LMGT3. Contact between the Iron Dames Lamborghini and the 81 would have long-term penalties for the Corvette. The Iron Dames had to stop to repair their suspension. The Corvette would later have to do likewise, and they picked up a penalty as well. Toyota moving towards the front of the field with some sterling work from the number 7 and number 8 crews, both moving up towards the points. But the number 7 car retaining its lead into the closing stages over Ferrari number 83. Sterling work by the drivers in appalling heat and by the pit crew as well in similar conditions. 94, a race that was not ever looking like a good one for Peugeot after the lap 1 puncture. Paul di Resta was forced to park the car out on track. Number 6 Porsche in the battle for points, and then trying to get by Sebastian Buemi, who was just out of the pits. Buemi forcing the car off track, causing himself to pick up a puncture and then subsequently a drive-through. In LMGT3, it's still Harter Racing that leads with the Aston, and the number 7 Toyota is out front.
A gaggle of warnings for track limits as we come into the final 50 minutes of this 6-hour race here at the Circuit of the Americas. The FIA World Endurance Championship returning to Texas for the first time in 4 years, and it's been a successful return here, and a happy one as well with blistering heat. Cadillac going by the LMGT3 leading Aston Martin. 25 seconds to the good.
And I think any of our fans who've come here for the first time to watch World Endurance have been treated to a really entertaining race so far. Drive-through penalty being announced for car number 31. Another track limits excursion for Augusto Farfus. Their professional driver is the first one in that car to pick up a penalty for track limits.
And has served that immediately. He puts the car into the clutches of Marino Sato from what is 7th position. The WRT car just staying ahead as he emerged from that drive-through penalty. Still going on now, though. This is Alessio Rivera and Ricard Leitz, and we're going to have to just double-check there's not a tow bar between the two of them.
It's a very short piece of elastic. Richard Leitz in the 91 car, Manthey EMA, that's second in the championship points. And Alessio Rivera, the 55 Ferrari. He, Francois Heriot and Simon Mann are in 5th place in the points. They're only 6 behind the 27 Aston. That's going to move ahead of them, and we'll start to close a little on the BMW and the 2 Porsches in front. Because our race leaders in LMGT3 lie in 4th in the championship. They have 55 points compared to the 100 of the Manthey Pure Racing car in 2nd place. So they will gain 7 points of that 45-point deficit back here. But that's going to be a tough ask to try and close it much more in the 2 remaining races.
Side by side again between the Ferrari and the Porsche. I think while you were just going through highlights there, what you possibly missed on screen, Martin, was it's another penalty just served, by the way, for Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, this time for ignoring blue flags. We saw that investigation earlier. That was dealt against him. He has served that drive-through. Merges now. In fact, he's going through now. We're dropping again to the back of the field. Great battle here between the 55 and the 91. This is still not, still for 4th, by the way. I'm expecting to see Nico Costa, as I say it, the United Autosports car pits. This is going to be for 3rd position as this battle makes its way back around to the end of the lap.
Unfortunately for Ricard Leitz there, the rear view shot of the AF Corsa from Rivera revealed that Leitz was well off the track before the final corner. A little bit of artistic license, I think, going on there from behind the wheel. But yeah, this shot that we were looking at before, all 4 wheels over the white lines before the final corner.
Leader with trouble, drive-through penalty for car number 7, Kamui Kobayashi, for not respecting yellow flags. He was under investigation for a yellow flag infringement at turn 11, and that surely must have been covering the parked 94 Peugeot when it was stranded there. But a drive-through is going to cost them the lead and
100%.
Potentially the win.
It is just 10 seconds to good, 25 seconds run through pit lane. There's going to be a net loss here.
Car 7 gets a drive-through penalty for not respecting yellow flags. Car 7, drive-through penalty for not respecting yellow flags.
I wonder if he actually overtook. I wonder if Kobayashi actually overtook somebody under a yellow flag as well, because it's. I know it was a double yellow flag, but yeah.
Don't forget that the engineers were on the radio saying, make sure you lift if you see a yellow flag.
But that was afterwards.
Yes,
it was
exactly.
already, so it's a bit too late.
So they've gone back and he hadn't slowed down enough in that sector, and then they've gone and looked at the data and had a deep dive and decided he didn't slow down, maybe even at all.
And car 6 gets a drive-through as well for not respecting yellow flags.
Same deal, that was an investigation as well.
So that's Kevin Estre, and that's again going to cost him dearly. This is the championship leading car, it's going to cost him points.
And their championship lead is not that fat over the car that will move up to second place, which is the 50 Ferrari.
Wow. So are we going to get a 6th consecutive different race winner? And is it going to be this car, the 83?
I'm sure it will be, because, yeah, 11 seconds or 10.8 seconds it is at the moment with Kobayashi leading Schwartzman. That gap has remained around 11 seconds throughout.
Drive-through penalty for not respecting yellow flags. Car 6 gets a drive-through penalty for not respecting yellow flags.
The key gap is number 7 to number 50.
Correct.
And that means probably the Toyota will drop behind the 50 Ferrari and maybe the Caddy.
Okay, Kamui, we have a drive-through penalty. This lap, drive through the pit for not respecting yellow flags.
He's going to come out probably about 10 seconds behind Schwartzman.
Which means behind the Cadillac as well.
No.
Oh, behind Schwartzman. Okay.
He'll be
25 seconds to drive through the pit lane?
Yeah, but it's not 25 seconds stopped, so he'll lose.
No.
He
So
will certainly be out of
25 seconds.
Schwartzman, but he will not be far enough back to be troubled by Fuoco. But of course, that gap's going to come down.
It might even be more than 25, because I'm basing that on my F1 knowledge, where the speed limit's higher than it is in WEC.
So he could be in danger of dropping between the 50 Ferrari and the Cadillac. If not, he will certainly have the 50 Ferrari very close behind.
Yeah, when we talk about pit lane loss, that is literally the car as fast as it can go coming into the pits and then out of the pits with no stoppage. And they calculate that time. It's done in free practice, and so it's always around 23 to. Oh, he hasn't come in. He hasn't come in.
Where are you respect the yellow? Question, where?
Kamui, I think it was for the double yellow, but it's not clear for us. Car 6 also has a drive-through penalty, so drive through the pit lane this lap. Drive-through penalty this lap.
Okay, drive through this lap, is correct?
Correct.
Not the message you want to hear from inside the car. And it's so tempting when you're in that fight mode to say, let's discuss it afterwards. I'm going to finish, but the problem is you can easily get black flagged.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because there's more than 3 laps left, so it won't be commuted into a 30-second penalty after the race.
Exactly.
It'll be commuted into disqualification.
Now we'll see some pushing. 42 minutes to go.
We're going to see what this Toyota car number 7 can really do.
Absolutely right. Kamui Kobayashi leads the motor race, but will have to come down pit lane.
He had a brand new set of lefts that went onto the car. He's done 4 laps compared to a used set that went on to Schwartzman.
And disaster for the car 55. They are not going to finish on the podium for Ferrari. It's 100 seconds stop and go for a technical infringement for the 55 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. That's going to put the second Porsche into a podium position. It's going to elevate just about everybody else up by 2 more positions. Heart of Racing's Aston Martin leads from Monte Pure Racing. Vista AF Corsa will be down pit lane with their remaining car for 100 seconds.
Kobayashi's taking maximum risk now. Maximum risk, and he's extended the gap just in that 1 lap from 10.9 seconds to 11.7.
I was going to make the point, it's all when you're going in the pits, it's all about in-lap, out-lap, because the time in the pits is almost always governed by basically he's got 41.5 minutes to try and gain. Oh, he fires that car into the pit. I thought he was going to go straight on there. That was immense speed. He's got 41.5 minutes
to gain back, I predict, around about 10 to 15 seconds to Schwartzman.
Right. Schwartzman is coming out of the final corner right now onto the pit straight.
Oh, this is the moment.
There's
double
the
wave.
yellows.
What?
It was for the Peugeot.
It was the Peugeot.
So that's when it was.
But it was in a straight line.
Yeah, maybe he just didn't. Maybe he accelerated at the normal rate out of the corner.
I think that's harsh. I think that's harsh. He's in a straight line, totally safe. The car was well off the track.
But if he came around that hairpin,
if it's
saw
on a corner,
yellow flags, he wouldn't have known what the danger was because it was not in his line of sight. So if he accelerated out of the hairpin at the normal rate, then that's why they penalised
It's a harsh penalty.
Yeah.
It's a harsh penalty.
It cost him the lead, but only by a whisker.
It is 9.9 seconds. The gap now between Robert Schwartzman and Kamui Kobayashi. We wait for the number 50 car to clear the next time.
That's not what the gap is. That's what the gap was when Kamui was driving through the pit lane and Schwartzman was going across the line.
It's not.
This is live.
It's the gap at the sector 1.
9.5.
So the gap then back to Antonio Fuoco is 18.9 seconds, with Alex Lynn now 3.8 seconds behind him and pushing hard.
Kamui can still do this with a gap of 9.5 seconds. 40 minutes to go. And he's got the tyre advantage and a speed advantage in the car. And I think he's going to feel a little bit fired up. I don't know about you.
That was exactly my next point I was going to make. The reshuffle, by the way, in LMGT3, it is indeed the two Porsches now, a Monte Pure Racing 92 and the Monte EMA 91, second and third behind Harvard Racing. As we watch the Toyota pushing on, the two BMWs now fourth and fifth, then the two Mustangs sixth and seventh, with the 55 car on pit road. I think is going to be overhauled by at least one of the United Autosports McLarens. It's another drive-through, this time for the 87 Acodis ASP Lexus.
One other benefit for Kamui Kobayashi is that car immediately behind him on the track is also black. It's car number 8.
Yeah,
and that keeps him safe from attack from behind. So he's now free, just go.
He's taken a second out of Schwartzman on that lap.
So the silly thing with that, I mean, if you go by the letter of the law, sure, give him a penalty. The really silly thing is, though, if you just, all he needed to do, like the engineer said, is if you just lift off a little bit and then back on, you don't really lose any lap time at all, or you don't decrease your speed of your car at all.
You're just not increasing it.
But you've been seen to acknowledge the flat. That's knowing how it works from inside the car. That's why I say it's a little bit of a harsh penalty. Because really, if all he had done is just lift and back on again and decrease his speed by 1 kilometre an hour, he wouldn't be under investigation.
No. So clearly he came out of this hairpin.
Yeah.
So he's come
line.
in. Yellow flags, he's just accelerated and waited to see what the danger was.
Dead straight, look at this, look. Dead straight line. There's no danger that can happen at all. No one around him. Car's peeled off on the left-hand side of the track. And all he needed to do was just lift for about a split second, back on the throttle again.
Now, it depends where the yellow flags started. If they started in front, 7,000ths of a second quicker in that sector.
The answer, I believe, is this. It's not for the driver to determine what the risk is. It's the flag that tells you the risk.
Yeah.
You don't know whether or not there's any other intervention going into that incident site. You've got to lift.
I just think if it was that serious, put a full course yellow out. It's, you have to take the responsibility away from the driver. They're not to be trusted. We're crazy. We're mad. We drive these cars up 200 miles an hour. We're not to be trusted. You're going to take 100% risk, and that's why we've had fatalities in the past. We have to. It's like the same way as a kid. You have to hold their hand when they cross the road. It's your responsibility to look after them.
Trouble.
They've just given them a drive-through for not lifting. That's exactly what they're doing, saying you must lift.
Well, but you put the full course yellow out there, and then you force them to press the button, and everybody's doing the same thing. And it's if safety is what you're going for, make it safe.
Well,
don't leave anything into up to chance.
Dennis Olsen
was
here
in 7th place.
Indeed. Now
the Mustang 6th and 7th at this stage.
Got the hazard flashes on that car.
Well,
we didn't see the incident.
Might just have hit a button.
Indeed. But has not restarted that car at the moment.
And that is going to move Marino Sato in the 95 in United Autosport McLaren up a spot in about
Well, Gregoire Saucy has already got by in the first of the two McLarens. But keeping an eye on the 88, it still has not moved. Are we going to get an intervention here? And in which case, of what flavour?
Might go full course yellow, in which case the gap closing will be abated for a moment for Kamui Kobayashi. Let's hear from the Mustang team.
We are on the edge of points.
Steering broken on the front right.
Okay, bring you back. Box.
Steering broken front right for Dennis Olsen, and you could hear the tone, and he knew that was that is a result that's going to wait. That presumably is that from clattering the curbs, or is it contact?
I was just thinking it could be contact. But we have seen this track be a bit of a car killer in the past for that very reason. Those orange curbs in the middle of the S's, particularly as we've seen the GT cars really monster them continuously through the race. You gain performance that way. It's gone and I think broken the. I think that it's probably the thing that's broken the car.
It's going to be full course yellow, isn't it? He's not going to drive that back. He hasn't moved in 3 minutes.
He has moved. He's moved to the other side of the track.
Okay.
And he's not that far away from a place of safety, but he can't get there. In and out the pits, by the way, comes the 31 car.
Yeah, that was drive-through for track limits abuse, and that has dropped him down the order.
That's a full pit stop. That's a 1 minute, 1 second on pit road for WRT. That's a splash.
Oh, that Toyota went straight on there, didn't he? Car 7, straight through the chicane.
He had a drive-through, though, Augusto, for track limits.
A while ago.
Yeah. Okay, so that will be their last stop then, and most of our other LMGT3 cars will still need to make their last stop. Here's our race leader, Alex Riberas, Harter Racing, and here is the chasing Kamui Kobayashi.
So 9.4 seconds now. Do you think was a wayward moment for him?
Yeah, and if that's where the yellows are, where he went off the track, now that would be something worth investigating. If I think he overtook. Did he overtake the car?
Let's have another look.
Let's have a look. Oh, he went straight off around the outside.
Where's the yellows?
And overtook off the track. Now that's going to be a penalty. That's
on board. Where you see where are the flags?
And there's
yellows down there.
Oh, now you're in trouble.
How far back were the yellows?
I think that might have been why the GT car was lifting as well and caught him out. But either way, it was an overtake off the track, and we've seen a lot of penalties given for that. So this might go from bad to worse for Kamui Kobayashi. Oh dear.
Full course yellow is coming, and it's coming in about 30 seconds time for recovery of the other Mustang. The 77 on pit lane now from 5th position. Montoya in and out and in 4th place.
20 seconds to full course
that's a real shame for the Proton team, because Ben Barker stopping under green. Now some of their rivals get a chance to stop under full course yellow.
10.
It might not be all of them,
8,
but it might be enough
7,
to cost them a place
6,
or two.
5, 4.
We just came away from that
3,
onboard
2,
just as the
1.
yellows were coming. But
full course yellow. Full course yellow.
Well, it's chucking stuff at us at a rate, this race, so we're not even in the last 25 minutes, which is traditionally the time for bonkersness. But 33 minutes left, gentlemen, and I think you're right, Ant. I think it's going to be in trouble.
I think it's going to be a Ferrari 1-2. It's going to be a Ferrari 1-2 with potentially even Alex Lynn on the podium.
I think you're right.
Kamui in maximum attack mode may just have tripped himself up. Well, again, from the onboard, it was really hard to see. We could see clearly to the driver's right, but we couldn't see quite so clearly to the left where the yellow flag sequence started.
But there are
going into corner 6. It's not yet. It wasn't shown as yellow in turn 5, the left, where he flew around the outside. But you're right. May well have been that the LMGT3 leader, taking no chances, went, oh, we're going yellow, I'm slowing down.
I mean, and either way, so you're either looking at 2 penalties there, overtaking under a double wave yellow,
and lasting advantage,
which is really bad news, and or just overtaking off the track that we've seen other drivers penalised for already this race multiple times.
I think I'm correct. If you're penalised for a second time for the same offence, that's a bigger penalty.
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
So I think a drive-through for the first offence becomes a stop and go for the second offence, and then a stop and hold.
I think he may have not passed the yellow before he, because this happened. This is at turn 6.
Yes.
The first yellow I can see on the board, or the lights, I think was after the overtake off track.
After turn 5.
Yeah.
You might well be right.
So I think
that might save his bacon.
So another
to a
5
degree.
seconds added on top of his time. And the gap's already gone up to 17.5 seconds between
That's
himself.
full course yellow, remember. So
well, but don't forget that you have winners and losers under full course yellow.
Absolutely right.
So if he was caught in an unlucky moment in a high-speed part of the track when he had to slow down, actually no, he was going through the S's, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he saw from the onboard he had a lock-up because he was leaving it to desperately the last moment. It depends how soon we go green, but Schwartzman is in turn 19 at the moment. If we go green now, he's got the straight in front of him, and Kamui is in 15, 16, 17, 18. So
yeah, Schwartzman's gained around 8 seconds from that.
Yeah. And that's before any potential penalty being applied. So it has been a bit of a pressure relief valve. You saw there in the Air of COTA garage, Yiffy looked pretty happy, but Robert Kubica was not counting any chickens because he knows what happens when you're in the lead on the last lap
6,
and the
5,
car stops.
4, 3,
So
2,
does Yiffy.
1. Full course yellow removed.
Poor guys.
Yeah, well, look, now the bonus here is that Kamui was midway down the straight when it went green, whereas Schwartzman was down into turn 3.
You actually gained...
in fact, at the top of the hill. So he's gained a little back on Schwartzman there.
6.7 seconds the timing being. Almost exactly half now to go as we went green, and now we're in full Kobayashi mode.
Look at the marbles flying from the wheel arches there, the open gaps of the wheel arches. They're picking up the speed again.
Just been a little bit more circumspect in the GTE traffic that time round, but then, you know, if damage has been done, it has been done, unfortunately.
Full attack. That's all he can do right now, full attack. 8 seconds the gap.
Yeah.
Well, R83 crew looking pretty cool.
Cool and calm. Kubica and AFA watching on as Robert Schwartzman does all he can.
Coming up to put a lap on car number 20.
Okay, Kamui, in terms of championship, we are quite happy with this result. So when it comes down to fighting the Ferrari in front, take a margin, think about the championship. We are ahead of car 50 in P3 with a gap of 19 seconds behind us, okay? So it's quite safe.
Yeah. I'm sorry, yellow, I don't see. But I want to know where I overtook. I don't understand.
Yeah, it wasn't overtaking, because that's what he's thinking. It must have, for the penalty to be that harsh, I must have overtaken someone under the yellow flags, but it wasn't. You were just in a dead straight line. Oh, and he really is pushing, isn't he? So I admire the engineer's confidence. When we get to the Ferrari, he may not.
I think it's unlikely they will. It's the straight answer, and I think it's unlikely they'll be allowed to. I think he's going to have far more troubles from the 50 behind than he's got from the 83 ahead.
And he didn't mention the potential troubles from upstairs in
Correct.
the steward's room. So
I
we'll leave that until the sword of Damocles can hang there in perpetuity, or it can fall. And right now, they don't know which.
Well, I'll say right now, by the way, classy from Kamui Kobayashi.
Yep.
He apologised for his previous indiscretion. He's a professional driver. He's the team boss. That's what's required.
Yeah.
It's a team game.
He's just completely perplexed by it. You can tell he's probably thinking back in the memory banks that you have inside the car. You record everything that you've done, what drivers that you've been close to, potential contact and flags you've been looking out for from inside the car, the marshalling system, and you're racking your brains at high speed, thinking, where could it have been? How can I stop that happening in the future?
And most of all, as a driver, people who have done you wrong. And you know, gaps that closed when you thought, why has he done that? You know, cars that you think you can trust that suddenly become less trustworthy, particularly when you're in traffic. You start to have that, oh, okay, little moment. I'm catching this car, and the last time I did, the gap closed right down. Well, there's the Heart of Racing team. Ian James closest to us, Danny Mancinelli in the middle, watching Alex Riberas. The real problem here is they're on top form, but second and third are the cars that are first and second in the championship. And that's really going to be tough. Now, they're going to close on the 31 BMW, which has not had the greatest race, but they won't overtake them in the championship either for third place. So it's squeezing the gaps a little, but they are still large. Now there is Valentino Rossi out of the 46 BMW and handed it over to Maxime Martin. He's done his final stint. And you just saw actually in the corner of the shot, Vincent Vos had gone over to have a chat. Vincent Vos is basically the guy that runs WR Team, Vert's racing team, although he looks after the Hypercar program, and it is Kurt Mollekens who runs the GT3 program.
So I don't want to put the jinx on this, but it's been a pretty perfect run from Heart of Racing to this point.
I don't want to put the jinx on this, but I'm
but
gonna.
but it's my job. There you go.
Just done it.
25 minutes to go, and Alex Riberas pushes on.
Yeah, pole
he will have to have another stop.
Yeah, so pole position, wasn't it, for the car 27 Heart of Racing team, and they've driven a really clean race today so far.
Joel, rather poor qualifying, but what a strong race you had. You started far back down and steadily back up, no mistakes at all, and you're there in P2 at the moment.
Yeah, for now it's not looking that bad for us. We're currently in P2. We're not having the pace for P1 today, but to be honest, it's been quite a tough weekend and quite a tough race for us. But yeah, we're getting there and we're picking up the points. So in the end, it may be all be good.
Did you expect P2 this morning when you started the race? Did you expect P2 when you started the race?
Of course, you never expect something, but for sure we tried our best, and being P2 is always nice now. So we're happy, I think.
Okay, thank you. Good luck for the last 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Just a quick change there at the lower end of the Hypercar order as Julian Landauer goes by the Peugeot number 93 of Jean-Eric Vergne.
And that's for 12th place, which means a point, because 2 cars ahead of them don't score regular World Championship points. They're the World Cup drivers, so do they not get points in for 12th place?
No, they're effectively invisible for manufacturers' points. It works the other way around.
Yeah, the team. So it's points for Alpine, or a point for Alpine.
But they're looking to...
That's for Proton, rather.
They're basically looking to take names here and scalps. And there's another one gone there with the Peugeot. Away goes Julian Landauer, and up the road in the number 99 car, 12th place.
Well, they're racers. They don't just drive, they race. And if there's a car in front, then that's wrong. They should be in front of the car in front. And right behind, actually, here comes... in fact, the Alpine is a lap ahead of them already. Best of the Alpines, is that Charles Milesi behind them right now? Yeah, it is 35. He's in 5th position at the moment.
Cracking run from them. We've said it all afternoon. Great run from Alpine this afternoon. Great run as well from BMW. Their form has just dropped off a little in the last hour or so.
In fact, this will be Alpine's best result of the season.
Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely. If they finish 5th, absolutely.
Previous best for this car was 7th place in Qatar. They were 9th in Spa. And the sister car finished 10th place and got a point in Sao Paulo. Their only points finished the 36 car. So this is Alpine definitely scoring stronger than at any stage this year. Of course, as 83 Ferrari leads towards the final 20 minutes of the 6-hour race here. The Lone Star Le Mans. Oh, that's not a bald eagle, is it? I'm not very good on the... That's not actually a live pigeon either, is it? All right, okay.
It's the dove from above.
It is. Final driver change in the number 60 Lamborghini. Claudio Schiavone out.
Who got out of that car in a pink overall?
Well, it did look like a pink overall, didn't it? But apparently Claudio Schiavone was in the car when it came in. Rahel Frey is in the Iron Dames Lamborghini, but that's not that colour. It might have been Michel Gatting's overalls, because
the only other possibility
were too wet or
remember,
cold. Or...
you are allowed a driver as a driver helper.
Oh, okay, yes.
I don't know if it specifies it has to be for the same squad.
No, that's true.
So I wonder if that was what the explanation was for that.
Yeah, they could have used ace driver helper extraordinaire to step in when needed.
I was thinking that's like when you're injured in cricket and you can have a runner. I don't think a driver helper is allowed to do the driving, so it's only to do the seatbelts and slam the door shut. So that
I'll help you further.
It look like Michel Gatting, but who knows?
Just to interject with something slightly more solemn, by the way, we should recognise, and it was...
There you go.
It's Michel Gatting.
Yeah. With a helmet on.
As a driver helper.
Well, she's just helping Claudio out because he's the team boss, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should mention, by the way, it's been a sad couple of weeks for the Iron Lynx team. They lost their principal driver coach, Luca Persiani, the ELMS race winner back in the day, last week in a horrible off-roading accident home in Italy, just at the run-up to the Spa-Francorchamps round. It was a very sombre pit, and good to see them coming back and bouncing back with form.
Yeah, it was Michel Gatting there helping Matteo Cressoni in after she'd helped Claudio Schiavone out. Final stop then for Harter Racing, and the closer we get to the end of the race, the less time anybody's splash and dash is going to take. So they are back out of the pit, and that is their 6th stop. 6-2 for Manthey Pure Racing, and Manthey EMA have made 7 stops, so they should be good to go. And it is Harter Racing that rejoins in the lead of the race.
Had we noted the retirement of the 81 TF Sports Corvette?
No.
That as a retirement joins the 777 car. Electrical problems for the V-Station Racing car and the 54 car.
Yeah. So marker of doom for 81, 94, 777, 51 and 54. And we're still waiting to see what the stewards make of Kamui Kobayashi's off-track excursions.
There at Ferrari, of course, with Yifei, you did an amazing drive in your stint. You resisted the Toyota super well, and the race went back into second, and now you're leading again. How is the pressure going at the minute?
We have had a great race so far. Robert did a mega start, got us the lead. Unfortunately, I had to do my double stint without changing tires. So it was difficult compared to all the others who had fresh tires, but I managed to hold off the lead. I would say the number 7 had a better pace on us, but we managed to do a clean race without penalty, without mistakes, and that's how we are in P1 right now. Still 18 minutes to go. We keep our fingers crossed. I have been in this position before, leading the race just shortly before the end, and we know everything can happen. So I just hope that, we can keep it clean and we can bring home the victory for the Tifosis.
Okay, we keep the fingers crossed for you as well.
Grazie, grazie.
Yeah, he's just such a fun guy to be around, actually. He's a real live wire.
There's some real stories that are going to be written about that young man and others here. It's great to see we've got some of the old order. We've been pulling legs around the likes of Andre Lotterer. What a career he's had and has still got. But the great thing about this hypercar class is we're seeing new talent emerging as well.
Rahel Frey said this a couple of years ago when we were looking at hypercars starting to grow and LMGT3 coming. She said, what a time it must be to be a young driver. She's not wrong. Now, Team WRT's car number 46, Maxime Martin, shown as stopped.
I think that has to be a glitch.
Well, 88 is definitely stopped out on circuit, and that's pretty much gone. Dennis Olsen in that 88 car. Hertz Team Jota retired in the garage. It hasn't ventured out again, so we've lost 6 cars.
I think that has to be a glitch. What I'm looking at is a track limits notation on our timing screen, but with no time next to it. So I think that's a transponder issue.
Yeah.
I don't think the 46 with Maxime Martin and more crucially potentially Vale Rossi is in trouble. I think it's just a timing glitch, and indeed has disappeared.
Yeah. So 7 cars have stopped. Car 85 receives a drive-through for abusing track limits.
That's Rahel Frey in I'm afraid a lowly 14th place, the last car running.
Last, as we prefer to call it in the trade. Yeah, so it's going to get worse for them. Well, there is the 46 BMW, not online and not going fast. That is not good.
Yeah, dropping down the order, P6 now.
Yeah.
Get to the pits.
I wonder if they're low on fuel.
Yeah, might well be. Everybody needed a splash at the end. Have they just crept a little bit too far? That's not what we're hearing on the radio.
That's going to drop them back, and potentially the winner here is going to be United Autosport's second McLaren. They're climbing up the order in these last few minutes.
They are, aren't they?
So Kamui Kobayashi, by the way, 5.5 seconds now back from Robert Schwartzman. We've had nothing yet by way of notation of a problem. It's going in the garage.
Yeah, it looked too relaxed, didn't it?
They have had a horrible season.
Yeah. Well, not entirely. They had a good time in Imola, but there you go. Jean-Eric Verne with a warning flag for abuse of track limits, but end of the road, it looks like for 46, only 16 minutes remaining. If it goes in and comes back out, it's not going to come back out in a points-paying position. That might be the end of it.
Oh,
and trouble for the remaining TotalEnergies car.
It's the 12 again.
Car, rather.
It's the 12 again.
Oh.
On his outlap. Hasn't made it back in this time.
I can't believe that they keep doing that. Was that the 5th time they've sent it out the pits and it's just crept round? All right, let's catch up with the number 6 Porsche team, our championship leaders, and a young man called Andre Lotterer.
Andre, you had a good race today up to the drive-through penalty. Started far back. Again, the 3 of you guys had done a super strong race, managed to go back up the field. It's not great, but you got some points.
Yeah, not ideal, obviously. I think we could have done 5th, but at the moment we're 7th. So considering that we started 14th, it's quite a good comeback. But yeah, you're always a bit upset if you don't use your maximum potential. But we have a good race car, so we were able to move forward. We did some good strategic decisions, but still difficult to drive. It's quite hot out there, but yeah, now Kevin in the car, 50 minutes to go, and looks like we're going to be P7. Still points for the championship, but yeah, P5 would have been better.
Are you looking forward to race in Japan again with all your fans there? And you had great pace today, so it must be like another push for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. It was really good today. So we showed again that we can do good stuff in the race. So yeah, Japan's my second home. So lived 15 years there, had really great memories. And it's a race I never won in WC. I've won many Super Formula and Super GT races there, but this one's still missing. So going for it. Yeah, can't wait.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that would be a nice little bit of history, wasn't it? He's only just, was it last year or the year before he finally sold his place in Gotemba by Fuji where he lived? I think 2 years ago he finally sold and sort of moved permanently back to Europe. But yeah, very much loved and appreciated by the Japanese fans. That really would be a great way to enjoy Fuji. Now then,
there's your target.
Yeah.
3.7 seconds behind.
And 13 minutes. That is doable. That is definitely doable. 1:53.2 to 1:54.7. 1.5 seconds gained on the last lap by Kamui Kobayashi.
By far the most significant gap that can be closed on pace. There are others. Sander van der Linde trying to get on the terms of Charles Malaysia for 5th. So Alpine versus BMW in a battle for what would be the best finishes in either of those teams' seasons so far. Let's have a listen what's going on board with Robert Schwartzman.
Okay, Robert, let's push, let's push.
Oh, getting a little bit tense on the pit wall at Ferrari, but to be fair, he's had a much better lap this time around by the looks of it, and it must have been quite a bit of traffic getting in his way the lap before, because he's pretty much matched, give or take a couple of tenths that lap around, but nowhere near the advantage that Kamui had the lap before.
Another battle underway, by the way, for significant points in LMGT3. Ben Barker being closed down by Marino Sato. That's Mustang 77 being closed down by the 95 McLaren for 6th place. Team WRT, by the way, still in the pits with the engine cover off on the 46 car, and I think that does look potentially terminal.
Yeah. It's already down to 13th. If it comes out now, there's only one other car running behind them. That's the Iron Dames. They're a lap behind, so one more lap they will be down to 14th place. And there's nothing to be gained by
power steering. We're hearing is the problem for the 46 BMW.
That's really tough.
I was going to say hydraulics maybe, but I think they run electronic power steering now.
I think most people do, don't they? Because it's easier to fit. Whoa.
Sorry, did you see Did you see Schwartzman really pushing and overslipping the rear tyres on the way into turn 12? And the Lexus turns in, it looks like, into turn 13 as well. This is getting really tense.
And Kobayashi's going to catch them on the straight, pretty much, so he'll have a much easier way through.
He hasn't caught this lap. It stayed at 3.8 seconds.
Yeah, so we get into the two left-handers, and then the long right. Schwartzman has got clear. Now, Kobayashi won't be able to get by them here, and he might be able in the short shoot between 19 and 20. Dive bombs 1 into 19.
But you lose time by doing that as well, and he definitely lost time in the S's through. He had to overtake a Porsche, the GT car, on the outside of turn 8.
And lose his speed coming onto the straight as well, because he was stuck behind a Lexus. And now the gap is out to 3.9 seconds. Ferrari's Antonio Fuoco with, it would seem, much more usable energy than is required. We sort of get to the end of the race like this and we say, how come you've got 15% energy left? What's gone on with that?
Robert Schwartzman, meanwhile, closing the gap to the 15 BMW. That's 9th place overall, to put a lap on the second of the BMWs.
Wow. So he's already lapped Mick Schumacher in 10th place in the Alpine, and Dries Van Toor. Again, both Ferraris with that hard right rear. They're the only team that have persisted with that. BMW have gone away with that and gone to the medium right rear. So mediums all round for everybody. Van der Linde, the BMW, Sheldon Van der Linde, under investigation for a tech infringement.
6 laps to go, gap 3.8. You can go all in. No lift and coast necessary. No lift and coast necessary.
Okay, so win it or bin it, trophy or trees, one of those.
And he's managed to retain the gap. Yeah, it remains at 3.8 seconds this lap around, and yeah, no traffic as far as I can see that lap for either car.
Previous time Schwartzman's driven here, FP1 for Ferrari in Formula 1 last year. Now he's trying to win the first race for this team after the end of the 6-hour race under pressure from a charging and frantic Kamui Kobayashi. Which is a higher pressure situation, do you think?
Oh, this one without question. This one without question. Especially on a day where, sorry to spoil it, if you haven't seen the Formula 1, cover your ears now. Especially on a day where Ferrari have won at Monza as well.
Yeah.
Can they complete it and have a Ferrari domination day on either side of the pond?
It would be unique in motorsport history that Ferrari win a Formula 1 Grand Prix and a World Championship endurance race on the same day. In fact, 2 FIA World Championship races on the same day, I think, would probably be impossible to have done before. So Robert Schwartzman, the young man in the team, mind you, yeah, Yafei's barely a few months older, but he is the guy with perhaps the least experience, and he's only in his first race season in the World Endurance Championship.
Kobayashi once again really bolts by the car. He hasn't had the luck on his side in traffic.
Gap came down from 3.9 to 2.8. Now it's back out to 3.0, so it's fluctuating in traffic with every segment of the race.
Well, he's got the speed, naturally, he's catching on pure pace, but the problem is, yeah, it's not gone his way that lap around in the S's.
Here's the question, by the way, for Ferrari fans out there. When was the last time that a World Championship race was won by a privately entered Ferrari overall?
No, not the Belgian Grand Prix. That was second for in the 1960s. Yeah, it would have been a long, long time, wouldn't it? Not for no, that wouldn't have been the World Championship either.
Well, we've had a privateer Porsche win this year, haven't we? So yeah, it can happen.
One other thing that I will put in front of you is we have had the situation where the yellow Ferrari on old tyres had the Porsche, the Toyota on fresher tyres behind, and the Toyota could not get by. So catching him might be one thing, trying to get by will be entirely another.
We've now got 2 bits of further potential drama to come. The first is we've got potential for there to be dramas coming from race control for the second place car. Still closing that gap, 2.5 seconds now. It is a warning flag for Robert Schwartzman in the lead of this race.
He has to overtake this Lamborghini into turn 3, has to do it. Yep. And he does. He knew that, sorry to butt in there, Graham, but I could see what was happening there. Schwartzman read it as well.
Spot on, and Davidson, he did it beautifully as well, stayed within the white lines, and Kobayashi, 2 seconds now, but with a car between them, that could be critical at this point.
And again, has to go around the long way of turn 8 before turn 9, loses time there, but still catching.
Yeah, Schwartzman with a warning, and 3-4 laps to go after this one.
All it'll take. One little lock-up, one little lapse of concentration, just a glance in the mirror at the wrong time, you know you're under pressure. And this is pressure.
It's going to be 3 to go after this.
Under 2 seconds, the gap, 1.9 seconds, 6 minutes to go.
How has Robert Kubica not got jiggly leg? How can he just be sitting there, just doing nothing?
He's tie-wrapped himself to the chair, I think, with the help of some mechanics.
God, he's got ice in his veins, hasn't he? And Yefei, that battle where he held off the Toyota, that could be the battle that's won them the race, potentially.
Sheldon van der Linde will not be finishing 6th place. 100-second stop-and-go penalty for a technical infringement for car 20, and that is going to give the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car extra championship points.
Yep.
They might well need them this afternoon.
And the number 5 car will move up as well, because they are well within 100 seconds.
5 minutes, 20 seconds to go.
How's this one going to unfold for Schwartzman? I've seen some traffic on the approach to turn 1, but will this time be the time where he has to follow the slower cars through the S's? It may well be.
5 minutes to win it for Robert Schwartzman and Kamui Kobayashi. So far we've seen nothing about potential off-track excursion penalties for Kobayashi. Schwartzman goes around the outside of the LMGT3 leader, Alex Riberas, and he's still 25 seconds ahead of their closest rival, Manthey Pure Racing. Here comes Kamui Kobayashi. Where's he going to catch the Aston?
Straight line, well, pretty much a straight line. It's a flat-out part of the track, okay. Gained lap time with that car, 1.8 seconds.
Closing.
This is how it works in the traffic. And you're analysing this from inside the car. You're thinking, go on, catch them in the worst part of the track.
But when he gets to him, he must pass Schwartzman immediately. Otherwise, he's going to be stuck.
Do you reckon he's... I
think the visor will be down. His sleeves are rolled up.
If he can win this one today, and of course we're still looking at Mike Conway thinking, come on, boss. I believe in you.
Well, this might be the win that they wanted after having it snatched away so cruelly, because they looked like they were going to win in Brazil. What about AF Corsa though? There's what will feel like 100-hour stop and go for Sheldon van der Linde.
Car 95.
Oh, Kobayashi's off. He went off the track. He got on the marbles through turn 16, 17. Ran out way too wide, and I fear for Toyota and the race win today, the potential race win, that moment may have cost him the chance to even have a go at car 83.
He is still super close. It was 2.0 seconds. 2 seconds at the line. 3 minutes to go.
Again.
Oh, and
done.
Whoa.
Done. That was the nail in the coffin, turn 1. Over pushed it. He tried everything. He gave it his all.
Now, on the radio to Schwartzman, okay, 90% charge. Just keep it on the grey. Wow, that's how hard he's trying.
Yeah, it's the marbles you carry as well from having gone off the track. We talked about them earlier on, and Mike Conway knows exactly what I thought as well at that moment. That is it. Done.
Is Robert Kubica about to join a very short list of drivers that have won both a Formula 1 Grand Prix and a WC race. I think I'm right, because just Fernando Alonso and Mark Webber compose that list at the moment.
Wow.
Unless I've forgotten one.
Yeah, until the arrival of Sebastian Vettel. and actually, how close could he have been in that season with BMW, where he was in real championship contention, and then they bailed on it to design their new car? You know, it's all the ifs and buts of life, isn't it? And there's been a few of those for all of our teams in this race. 2 minutes to go.
All it's going to take, Schwartzman, just to have a moment. That's what Robert Kubica knows as well. Every single car you come up to and pass them, it's a challenge one after the other, and you've got to be oh so precise. You You can't afford to just completely back off. And it's the best thing to stay in the zone, but things can always go wrong when you're passing cars.
Yeah, if Senna can bin it at Monaco, anybody can bin it anywhere.
Final lap.
Last lap for Robert Schwartzman. It's clear, clear, clear in front of him. The 15 car going slowly at the apex at the top of the hill. Now he's got a gap once he gets by the BMW of Dries van Tor. He might not need to, actually. Dries might be going quickly enough not to be caught. 153.6 last time round for Dries van Tor, 153.8 for Schwartzman. So Schwartzman may not catch the BMW on the run to the line, but there are GT cars in front, only a couple, including, no, he's just passed the 27 car, so it is, now it's just hoping that something happens for Kamui Kobayashi, because he can't force the issue. He's not within shooting distance of the leader.
Robert, the chamois leather Schwartzman, soaking up all the pressure.
Oh, no.
That's his new nickname.
No, chamois leathers soak up the water. It's cushions that soak up the pressure.
Up.
No,
Right.
it's not.
Robert the cushion doesn't really have the same ring to
Robert
it.
the chamois leather sounds like rubbish as well. Okay, we'll edit that out. Nobody will ever have heard it when it goes out live. Don't you worry. So, closing stages into the final right-handers. Under the tower they come. Just a moment, those fans up on the viewing platform will see the lead two cars. They'll be separated after 6 hours by less than 3 seconds. It is going to be AF Corsa into the last few turns. Traffic in front, the 77 Mustang. Schwartzman goes by, the BMW, Sheldon van der Linde stays out of the way. Checkered flag is out in Texas. It's the first win for the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. They take victory by under 2 seconds. Kamui Kobayashi, second for Toyota. And it should be Ferrari number 50, third with Antonio Fuoco at the wheel. But Yiffy Ye, under intense pressure in the mid-stages, and Robert Schwartzman even more so at the close from the same number 7 Toyota. Both held on, both held their nerves, and that, along with a great opening run from Robert Kubica, has given them victory. And the car that's been in front since qualifying claims victory in LMGT3. Only fate could have stopped them. Ian James, Daniel Mancinelli and Alex Riberas claim the win in LMGT3. Heart of Racing, the American flag team, wins in Texas. Our points leaders are second and third. Manthey Pure Racing and Manthey EMA.
Yeah! Yeah! Nice job! Woo! Save fuel, collect pickup.
Let's go!
Save fuel, collect pickup. Save fuel, collect pickup. Mega job, man. Mega job. That was some Schwartzy active. Woo!
Yeah,
Schwartzy active. All right, that's the nickname.
Let's go with that one instead. That was, seriously, I mean, lots of drivers today in the 83 soaked up the pressure, but Robert Kubica drove a stellar opening stint of the race or two. To get that car into the lead of the race. I know there was a bit of team orders going on there as well with the sister car of car 51 that ultimately didn't finish the race today, but brilliant drives all around. Yi Fei, I think, deserves a really special mention as well, because he had Nick de Vries on full attack behind him, and they just kept their nose clean as well.
Yeah.
That was the most important thing. They completely optimized their race today.
Stay out the pits, keep it clean.
Stay out of trouble.
Absolutely right.
They shall not pass should be written on the back of that car, because that's what did it.
But they had the speed as well when they needed to.
A 6th race winner overall in the FIA World Endurance Championship in 6 races. Remarkable season so far, and 2 of those cars have been privately entered. This is the second of them. It's the bright yellow and red Ferrari 499P.
And in LMGT3, the first win in the World Endurance Championship for Aston Martin's Vantage GT3. It's Aston Martin Racing's 10th class win in COTA in WEC and their 53rd class victory in the World Endurance Championship overall, their 123rd visit to the podium and a third time on the top step for Heart of Racing in their last 7 IMSA and WEC outings.
They then become, of course, the second WC brand to win races in 3 different GT classes after Porsche. Great results as well, by the way, before we celebrate the podiums, with the best results of the season so far for both Cadillac Racing in 4th place this afternoon, and Alpine, who finished excellent 5th after being there all the while through. I think BMW and Team WRT will be disappointed that their form faded right at the end, but that was a cracker, and there was a great crowd to see it.
I think the crowd really appreciated that one, didn't they? You could see the fans just there really throwing their arms in the air as the 83 comes past at slow speed for all of them to appreciate. And yeah, brilliant action today by all the drivers.
Second closest ever World Endurance Championship finish, apparently. Sam Smith says that the closest was here in 2017 when the 2 Porsches had to swap positions, and then the margin of victory was 27 hundredths of a second. So that is the closest actual racing finish in World Endurance history.
And this is always a nice moment where you can see the teammates climbing onto the side of the car as well, and you can all enjoy that moment together. The camaraderie that you share being a sports car driver is really, it's like nothing else in motorsport.
And now this is the first win for a Ferrari 499P outside of Le Mans. They've had 2 wins, one for the 51 car last year at Le Mans, one for the 50 car last year at Le Mans. So clearly yellow is the sprint race version of the winning formula. I know, that's astonishing. So each of the 3 Ferrari cars has won once, and these are the only guys to win in the short format.
Next question. I think these are the 2 youngest drivers ever to win a WEC race. Both 24 years old.
Yeah.
I can't think of anybody else in a factory team or rebellion that would have taken those wins.
Oh, wasn't Sebastian Buemi 24 years old in 2013?
Yeah, but there was only one of him in the car. There's 2 of them. Robert Kubica probably skews the balance because he's more than 25. But if Robert Schwartzman took a moment or 2 to get out there and just kind of rubbed his gloves over his eyes, I wouldn't have been at all surprised. What an emotional moment. What a moment. The first win outside Le Mans for Ferrari, and it is this privateer team that have done it. The Pole, the Chinese driver, and the Israeli driver. What a combination.
I tell you what, if Yi Yifei, the driver standing in the middle there of that trio, if he passed that double-waved yellow flag and lifted, he won them the race today.
Well, and holding off Nick de Vries all the way through about half a stint as well. It was like 19 laps to go, and de Vries was climbing up the exhaust pipe. And he's not an easy man to hold off. There's your American winners, Heart of Racing. And the next time we come here, they'll be bringing 4 cars. They'll have the Valkyries.
Probably 3. Probably 1 GT car and 2 Valkyries, but what a story for them as well.
Yeah.
Gabe Newell, backer of this team, Ian James, driver and team principal here, and they've been making great strides and making friends doing it.
First win for Aston Martin since Fuji in 2022 in the rain, 15 races ago. That was the Dane train. First win for Ian James, first Italian to win with Aston Martin, Daniel Mancinelli and Alex Riberas. Only the 2nd Spaniard to win in a GT class, the other being the man who finished in 3rd in car number 50, Miguel Molina.
Oh, well.
I know, I'm loving this statology.
Just looking back through the drivers, by the way, it wasn't Yi Yifei that was at the wheel when Kobayashi went through the double yellows. It was indeed
Schwartzman. Yeah, it was in that last double.
It was, if he's the one that lifted and didn't get that car under investigation, or himself under investigation for that moment, if he did, and that's maybe what the stewards had seen, because I'm sure they looked at him as well.
They would have looked at other data, wouldn't they? Yeah, definitely. There he is on the left. There's Robert Kubica, now he's showing the humanity, blowing the air out of his cheeks. Now he's starting to relieve that pressure.
And confirmed he is indeed the third driver after Fernando Alonso and Mark Webber to have taken a win in the World Endurance Championship race overall and the Formula One Grand Prix.
Wow. So each of our Ferraris has won one race. Who is going to be the Ferrari that wins for a second time? And will the cars in red have to wait for Le Mans again next year? Well, Prouchouani is down there amongst them. I should think there's quite a lot of very happy emotions with our two winning teams.
I'm gonna start with Robert. Congratulations. Great race. You must be happy. Started from the front row. You want to start? A few words?
Yeah, for sure we can be happy. I mean, has been a tough race. Yeah, it wasn't easy. We knew this race will be quite critical with the tires and traffic management, but we did well. The car worked super well. Actually, I think we had the best balance over the weekend today. So yeah, it started well. It finished also even better. So we couldn't hope for a better Sunday.
Congratulations. How much pressure did you have to keep inside of the car, having this Toyota pushing you so much?
There was a lot of pressure, to be honest, especially last laps, because my tires were going away completely. So I was sliding all over the place. You know, any mistake could cost us everything. But yeah, at the end of the day, I'm very happy that I managed to keep it on the track. I want to thank a lot Scuderia Ferrari and the people who are working here. You know, we pushed so hard to achieve this result, and finally we got it.
First victory in WEC, congratulations, we can be delighted. We spoke to you earlier on, you as well had to keep the Toyota behind. You didn't do a single mistake today, very strong run, congratulations.
Thank you, I'm super grateful for my teammates, to Robert. No, they delivered absolutely, and Ferrari gave us a super car, and just super happy, and it's a great gift to all the guys, you know, working hard so far this season, and yeah, we made 2 Ferrari victories, 1 in Formula 1 and 1 in WEC, so it's marvelous.
Grande Roberts, thank you so much. Thank you very much. We're going to carry on with the interviews.
Well, a historic day for Ferrari and a historic day for these three drivers. Each of them becomes the first from their nation to win a World Championship endurance race.
Well, you can hear the emotion in Robert Schwartzman's voice, can't you? The biggest race of his career so far. And for FIA, this really matters for a career that is going to be decades long.
It was always going to be hot in Texas, and so it proved. Temperatures into 3 digits, 100+ degrees on the grid as we got ready to start the Lone Star Le Mans, returning to the Circuit of the Americas for the first time in 4 years, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Now, with American manufacturers and teams on the grid, the biggest crowd to attend a World Endurance Championship race. Watch them get underway, flagged away by actor and racer Frankie Muniz. Ferrari had dominated the front row of the grid in qualifying ahead of Cadillac and remarkably Alpine, but it all went wrong for the blue cars in the first corner, and through on the inside came the number 51 Ferrari. 50 Ferrari from row 3 of the grid. It was a Scuderia 1, 2, 3 in turn 2. It went worse for Alpine and Cadillac later in the lap with more contact. And the Caddy that had started on the second row dropped down the order. Pit stop at the end of lap 1 for Porsche to remove a bit from the car that they'd left on by mistake, and for the 94 Peugeot to put a bit onto the car that had been punctured in contact with the COTA car. In the second stint of the race, it was the 51 Ferrari that had led, being passed by the 83 Ferrari. They moved into a lead that they would rarely surrender. The 51 car then in contact, trying to stay up with the leader, with the 94 Peugeot, and that was the beginning of the end. Trouble for Antonio Giovinazzi to get the car restarted, and before anybody else had had the chance to drive, it was out. In trouble too was the number 12 Jota with electrical issues. Contacted LMGT3 between the second and third place Lamborghini and Corvette, left the Corvette with damage. The Lamborghini had to replace a part of the rear end immediately. The Corvette's problems would resurface about 3 hours later. Out of the first of our full course yellows, it was Toyota that had perfected the undercut to put their number 7 car into the lead with some slick pit work. Trouble for the 94 Peugeot. Paul di Resta's car coming to a halt out on the circuit, protected by yellow flags as he stopped. That was then to become an issue because the number 7 Toyota didn't seem to have stopped quite quickly enough or slowed quite enough. Meanwhile, fresh out of the pits, the number 8 Toyota of Sebastian Buemi had contact multiple times with the number 6 Porsche trying to go by him. He would then not only pick up a puncture, but have to serve a drive-through penalty, taking them out of the hunt for the lead. Into the closing stages as the 83 Ferrari led. There was trouble for the 46 BMW retiring. Heart of Racing led from start to finish in LMGT3, and under intense pressure for 2/3 of the race, the 83 Ferrari managed to hang on from the attentions of the number 7 Toyota to claim the very first win outside of Le Mans for Ferrari's 499P and the first win for AF Corsa's privateer Ferrari programme.
That's the other feat of endurance at the end of every WEC race, where Martin attempts to remember what the heck has happened over 6 hours. He's done a great job there.
Well, it's trying to compose 6 hours into about a minute. You go,
well, I would hope 6 very happy crews there. Perhaps the 7 crew a little less happy than most. What looked like it was a great chase at the end just went sort of to ashes at the end there, Anne.
But for the Drivers' Championship, I think pretty good. Like the engineer was saying to Kamui, it's not everything's lost because of the penalties that car 6 had, the problems that car 5 had as well. Car 6 leads the championship, but or led the championship coming into this race, so not all is lost. I know it was a difficult race. We probably should have won on pace, but that was unexpected anyway.
Yeah, they finished ahead of their 2 closest rivals in front of them in the championship. And the bonus for the number 7 car is that 83 wasn't in the hunt beforehand. For these guys, it's not about the championship. This is the day that they've been racing for. This day to win a World Endurance Championship race. The first World Championship win for an Israeli driver. The first World Endurance Championship win for a Chinese driver and for a Polish driver. And the first day ever that Ferrari has won 2 World Championship races on the same day. Well, the first to go and congratulate them were the crew of the number 7 car, and that shows the level of sporting respect between the teams. And great to see the crowd as well released down into the pit lane and below the podium and out on the track.
We saw Mike Conway, even as Bruce was teeing up that interview, going, he knows what this means.
Yeah.
He's been the young man there before.
And Nick de Vries, he was in there as well. The only one who didn't was Kamui, because he was still bringing the car into Parc Fermé. So, 5th place for the 50 Ferrari. It's been a good day for Ferrari, despite the loss of 51.
They don't need the music, do they? They were fast all day. They were slightly ahead of the anthem at the end as well, just a boot. So, yeah, a brilliant performance by the team. And it's not
the first race they should have won in the World Endurance Championship this year. They should have won in Imola. They had the speed to win there. They should have won in Spa. We had the red flag, the restart. So they've had speed to win races on merit this year, and they've finally done it.
We barely mentioned the number 50 crew all the way through the race, but they were really consistent, they were quick, they were always in the hunt. And that's going to be important for them because those guys came in here second in the championship, so they will just have clawed a little bit of the number 6 car's lead away as well. But oh boy. Talk about withstanding pressure. Yifei and Robert Schwartzman, they did a lot of that today with some super motivated and super experienced racers behind them.
And when you think the sister car of car 50 finished 26.2 seconds behind them, that shows what a fine race they put together in car 83 today.
And for the 51 crew, you know, what might have been, because they were right there. They led at the beginning. They could well have come back when the tyre situation swapped, but the car just cried enough, and that too is motor racing. Well, our GT3 winners definitely will be equally delighted. Heart of racing, Aston Martin, triumphing in Texas.
Ian, Daniel, Alex, congratulations. Amazing race, really strong and good for the championship as well.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you to Gabe Newell, makes all our dreams come true. Seattle Children's Hospital, American flagged team, British crew, everybody working in unison, the men and women of the Heart of Racing make this possible. We get the joy of driving it. So my teammates did an awesome job today. Couldn't be happier to do this in America.
Yeah, at home for you guys. Daniel Mancinelli, congratulations. How do you feel?
I feel great. I mean, we won in our home track, I would say, and for us as a team, American team, it's great to be here and got the victory. Thanks to the Heart of Racing team, to Aston Martin, and that gave us a great car, and to my mates that did an awesome job. And today was really perfect, everything. Thank you.
Great, and with you, Alex Riberas, really strong run as well. Had to manage the tires very well. You still changed two tires on the side. It was tight, but you managed to have a great day.
Yeah, I mean, today I have to give credit to my teammates who already gave me the car on a very good position, so I just had to bring it home. But in the end, it's all thanks to this amazing group of people we have, the Heart of Racing. I'm just so proud of each and every one of them, and so grateful to be a part of, you know, Heart of Racing, Aston Martin Racing, Seattle Children's Hospital. You know, we were seeing yesterday people that had surgery at Seattle Children's Hospital, and it just felt so good to feel that connection with them and with the hospital, knowing that we are winning. And then on top of it, today we win on the track, so it just feels like a dream come true.
You also won for them. Congratulations to the three of you again on this beautiful victory. Thank you so much.
Third podium of the season for the Heart of Racing car. They were second in the season opener in Qatar. They were second last time out in Sao Paulo. And now it is the top step. And that's what Heart of Racing means as well. It is helping the Seattle Children's Hospital with every mile they race. So the gap is now down to 12 between the number 6 Porsche and the number 7 Toyota team.
And the number 50 Ferrari. They've got equal points in equal second position. So the championship just starts to compress as we get into the final 2 race meetings to come, one of which, remember, has extra points. This is going to the wire.
Exactly right. Well, Robert Kubica, Robert Schwartzman, Yifei, they are there in 9th position. Again, for them, this is what they came for. They didn't come necessarily thinking we can win the championship, but they did come hoping that they could win races. And from when Robert Kubica started his program in LMP2, and from when Yifei started in GT, it has moved on in a big way.
Here are winners in LMGT3. Bossed it today, absolutely bossed it from the very start. And it is going to be two Porsche teams on the podium. Manthey Pure Racing pick up big points on their trip towards what looks like a very convincing lead in the championship, and Manthey EMA as well. The 92 and the 91 car will complete the podium.
No Yasser Shaheen. No, so I'm not quite sure if he's suffering a bit of heat stroke or something, but he should normally be there. And you're right, yeah, it is big result for Heart of Racing here.
And now, please welcome to the podium, NASA Critical System Engineer, my friend Jim Salafin, to hand out the prizes.
Well, NASA not too far up the road. Houston, we have no problem today. And I know a lot of their engineers very interested in coming to the racetrack here at Circuit of the Americas and seeing these cars up close. I'm sure they would love to spend hours with the Hypercar engineers, particularly just discovering what they know about mechanics, aerodynamics and everything else, because all disciplines learn from each other. But it is victory for Heart Racing, their third podium, but the Manthey team is just relentless. Manthey Pure Racing has been on the podium at every race except Le Mans. They lead the championship and get second place points. Manthey EMA, third place points. They're second in the championship, so they continue to ease away from their rivals. The 31 BMW and then the 27 Aston Martin. And they will be much closer on points, but I don't think that's quite enough for Heart of Racing to move into third in the standings. It is looking increasingly as if it will be a Porsche title, but 2 races to go. They've had very little misfortune so far.
Absolutely, they have been, as you say, relentless. Great result for Aston Martin and the Heart of Racing crew. Looked like they're on course for a great result at Le Mans until disaster in the morning at Indianapolis. Left the car in the barrier upside down. It didn't do either of those today, and that was as dominant a win as we've seen.
The crucial thing in the championship is that both of those Manthey Porsche teams have got 2 wins apiece. That's 4 of the 6 wins have gone to those top 2 teams. 3 points in it for third place now. The 31 Team WRT, BMW and Heart of Racing. And there are a lot of points on the table. But catching and overhauling Manthey Pure Racing or Manthey EMA is going to take a little bit of luck for the pursuing pack.
Key here is if Manthey Pure Racing keep finishing in the points, it's going to be difficult to catch them. There are the driver points. 28 points to the good from the other Porsche, but behind it's very close. So
just 6 points in it for second and third, and another 3 for fourth. So but the leaders, unless Lady Luck intervenes, and it did for them at Le Mans. It did not, Lady Luck did not smile on Manthey Pure Racing at Le Mans. They finished in 14th place, scored zip in a double points scoring race. Otherwise, if they'd finished in the top 3 or 4 as they have done every other race, they'd have been uncatchable and almost champions by now.
Delighted to see such a strong crowd here at COTA. It's very clear indeed as we keep our carrying our travels around the world. This new era of the FIA World Endurance Championship is bringing new fans to the sport in general and the sport in particular here. And that was a race to savour.
Well, we are, as we've said all season long, we are in absolutely peak World Endurance Championship form. We have so many great teams, so many great cars, so many great drivers that there is never a moment where you think, well, this has all calmed down a little bit suddenly, hasn't it? It never calms down. Now
the Hypercar World Cup podium.
Yep, and this is for the privateer teams. And that means AF COTA and Hertz Team Jota. Unfortunately, the number 12 car was an official retirement, so Hertz Team Jota, the 38 car, will score points in second place.
By the way, all three finishers in the top 11 overall in a deep field here. That's no mean feat.
The third of our privateer teams, Proton competition. And they, as Proton have done for so many, many years, running a Porsche, this time in the top category. Of course, their GT outings this year are with Ford's Mustang.
Well, this is going to tighten up the Hypercar World Cup points with the retirement of the number 12. Now, is this Andy Soucek's first appearance on a World Championship podium since 2009 and FIF2?
Very probably. Andy Soucek.
The champion, of course, F2.
Yeah, Formula 2 champion, raced in Super League Formula, raced as a factory Bentley driver in GT3, and is now VP of Track Management here. And he will have raced against a whole bunch of drivers in this field as well in his career. So it was really nice. I'm quite surprised, didn't know he was working here, quite surprised to bump into him. I think it's been great. You come and work in the middle of Texas and then suddenly a whole bunch of people you've known, drivers, engineers, mechanics, tyre guys. I mean, he must know loads and loads of people in the paddock. They all come to his hometown to visit him.
Marco Bortolotti raced against him in that championship with a year in F2.
Well, Marco Bortolotti was also a Formula 2 champion.
30
Hertz
points.
Team Jota lead by 30 points from AF COTA. Of course, the 83 car scoring strongly here with top points. And that is it from Texas. If you've enjoyed what you've seen on your TV, try and make it here next year. Austin is a wonderful place to come and spend some time, and the race circuit is exemplary. If you've enjoyed this race, don't forget that in just 2 weeks' time, we'll be racing at Fuji in Japan, the penultimate round of the championship and the last 6-hour sprint race. Until then, from the whole crew here at the Circuit of the Americas and the Lone Star Le Mans, for Bruce Ioane, for Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson, Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. We'll see you in a fortnight. Can Toyota strike back in Japan? Don't bet against it. We'll see you there.